All right, hello again, everybody. We are back and we're getting rocking and rolling here. I've got a few things to get ready, including the lights, which we will move on, and we'll get this thing set up here. We're expecting to start at about 9:30. I will probably come back on air at about 9:15. I'll get a little warm up action going, and then we'll go from here. All right. Thank you. Another day, another week. I'll tell you this: all the pants that I've bought in the past year have been sweatpants because that's the new style. That's what I wear all the time. I know, but I feel like I have this one. My daughter convinced me to buy this checkered sweatpants suit, and I'm like, I look like a man with diabetes lining up for the welfare. Checkered, good for you. It looked good at the time. All right. I'm back a little bit early. See if we can pull this up on the old YouTube. I'm just trying to see the dashboard for streaming, but you know, I don't know very much about how to do. Here we are. All right. There we go. So I'm pretty pleased I got that going. I will tell you this. I went to Ashland, Wisconsin this last week and was doing a bunch of business. There's like three counties in that area, uh, and had some depositions and other things like that there. And it was pretty intense, as usual. I had to ask some very pointed questions of some very high level law enforcement officers, relatively speaking. I think there's probably more people in some of those in, my village of Whitefish Bay than there is in the entirety of some of those counties. So it was very interesting. It was very interesting how there was no security at the courthouses. It's very interesting how it's just a totally it's it's different. There's also right next to the Bad River Indian Reservation, and that is a large part of the politics there, which I found to be kind of fascinating here. Um, the Native Americans are definitely minority, but they're, many of my, I think, assumptions with that they were on a similar par with, say, urban minorities. I don't believe that to be accurate. I think that it's similar yet different, very different. And so I thought that was a very interesting, um, very interesting fact. Huge culture clash. I remember driving down the freeway to get there, and just like a cop car coming the other way on this two-lane freeway, and everybody pulls over to make way for them. And I cannot remember the last time in Milwaukee County where I saw somebody other than sort of perfunctorily pull over, slightly slow down for a police officer. Now, fire truck, different story. Police truck, ambulance, different story. So, I want to address here now also some of the other issues that have come up. I was online on Tuesday, but I was in uh, up north, as they would say, for the rest of the week. So I didn't get back until Friday night, and I don't think I really got out of bed and ended the stream until Saturday night. Um, the stream was run by volunteers, and I appreciate that. And you know, I wouldn't even say the best they can. I gave them a call and was like, "Can you figure this out?" And they did. So that was great because in my mind, my type priority is representing clients, and then this is below that. So um, some of these things are super important, and I really appreciate everybody's interest in the Raymond hearing because we've been pointing out for years that this is not right. So and yeah, I will also tell you all, I cannot stand sitting on my hands. We Anybody remember Michael Feldman's What Do You Know? He would often say part of the litany that we'd have to do before we could have the quiz was to read the statement. And it said, winners who have won recently should sit on their hands and let someone else have a chance for a change. Because We all know there's those guys who just can't stop. So it might have been one of them from time to time. Fair enough. Uh, yeah, but so listeners who have, so I'm going to be doing that. At the same time, I want you to understand that the Ostrowski hearing slightly different. There's like many Ostrowski hearings, and this another one is happening today at simultaneously. So I'm going to go check on that one to make sure that one's at least happening and get that going. Now I'm going to come back here and get us make sure that we're all ready to go. As far as I know, we've got the link. We've got the link. I also am well aware that there is many people, including possibly a reporter, who is interested in the stream and the stream settings and so forth. I have spent I was tired this weekend. That's the facts. And I spent some very little time trying to figure this out in the range of 10 minutes. I'm going to try to see what I can do on this end too. We're going to get the videos are going to be available. Now, the videos are only their videos, the DWD videos are only from when they hit record and when the red light is on. So there's more that we have than they don't have, but nevertheless. Okay. So we're going to deal with that. I also have a third DWD event today, my own personal thing, which we'll keep to ourselves. Um, I finally want to just take a brief moment to talk about um, the general, the judge on Friday, and this I don't know because I haven't seen it because I've had other things to do. The judge was frequently stating something along the lines of, "I have to go. I've got a date. You need to curb your advocacy." I'm gonna say that again. The judge, and this I'm paraphrasing, the judge said something like, "I've got a date, so you worker need to shut up so I can go home." Now, what does that say to me? That says that embodies to me this concept that what exactly what Tony Evers, what the government, what we need to fix here, what this channel needs to fix. And it's simply this. The whole point of a workers' tribunal is to have a tribunal for the workers' issues, not as an employment for uh, a sinecure for friends. And many of these bureaucrats, this is called this hearing here was supposed to be heard by the hot mic judge, who was appointed by Tony Evers, failed to get reelection, and then resurfaced here, so she could continue to be on the employment retirement system. I don't know that that was the only reason, or even a reason at all, but it was certainly an effect. So, with if assuming that's true, her desire to be in the employee retirement system trumped Joanna Stolar's right to have a fair hearing, who still has not had a fair hearing today. But we all know that Larissa Benitez Morgan is still collecting days towards retirement. It's outrageous. It really is outrageous. The point of the DWD is to hold fair hearings for employees and employers. Period. The end. If they can't do it, they need to leave. And they continue to demonstrate that they cannot do it and then are violently upset when that gets pointed out because it's somehow rude for this channel and others to note that the government of the state of Wisconsin should be able to perform this function, but clearly chooses not to. Because at this point, we can be very sure that we, and definitely deliberate indifference, has raised this issue as high as it can go. And they have decided to do nothing. So if that bites them in the butt in the elections or in the future or whatever, I mean, what that's saying, the message from Tony, from this administration is we don't want your vote, workers. We don't feel that we need, or employers, we don't feel that we need to put on a fair hearing. It's more important that our friends continue to have a good time than that you have a fair hearing. That's the message that the state of Wisconsin government is giving the people of the state of Wisconsin. It's a darn shame. It's a darn shame. All right, I am going to get us into the Zoom here, and we will go from there. Hello. All right. Bam. Testing, testing, one, two, three. Mhm. All right. We got Ben on the ones and twos, and I think we're moving forward. I am going to go upstairs. I'll be back. Yeah, that's what I was going to say. Okay. I don't know if you know this, but Debbie Keith, her personal representative, has a hearing. I just said this 5 minutes ago, but she's doing a hearing on Ostrowski. Wow. I don't know if you know this, but my breathing annoys me more than it probably does you. All right. So to the reporter right now, the recordings from Thursday and Friday still say they're still uploading. So we'll cross that bridge when we come to it, if it comes to it. Well, I'm waiting on it to be admitted too. right, boy, am I nervous, but I'm successfully in the other one. I've got a link here from Maria Seltzer saying the February 23rd, 2023 link. I've opened it twice and I'm feeling pretty good about it, but still not having been let in. So we're waiting. Uh, see if I've got any messages here. I can also tell you that we've got the Ostrovsky previous hearing all cut up, and I think we're just going to put it out throughout the week anyway. We've got plenty of other material to go, so we'll just put that out. I know everybody's been waiting. They've been putting up with the duplicates and all the rest, but um, we'll get this out. This is our bit rate could be better. Do others feel that true? Hmm. I guess I could have some background music or something like that, but I just don't have it. I've got another case in which I've got from the DWD where I have a hearing or a we had the hearing and then they gave us like 3 weeks to get the um, a final brief instead of closing arguments. They did final briefs, and fine, more power to them. The problem is that we're supposed to get the link. The judge sent the link out like the next day when I was in a hearing or something like that, and those links expire within 48 hours, something like that. So we've spent the better part of a month asking this judge for the links. And this is a judge that never responds to anything that I've sent to him anyway. Like if the opposing counsel sends something to the judge will just answer without no matter what I say, how many times we oppose. I mean, he, he he knows what he's doing, and he just refuses to respond to me. Um, so it's kind of impossible for my client to respond to the brief and to file a brief because the judge refused it. And I mean, it is almost across the board that, um, and we really, really want to remind everybody that one of the hearing examiners, Calvin Furman, sued us for defamation. I don't think it worked out very well for him. And he, in that suit, gave a deposition in which he said that the reason that he sued us was because he was concerned that he wouldn't get a full-time position which was basically controlled by Maria Sells. He uh, then says because Maria Selsor complained to all the hearing examiners at a quarterly conference that a video that we made about the DWD hiring him, something like with, uh, Democrats like these who needs Republicans, something along those lines. That then he sued us because of that. He sued us for defamation because he was afraid that he wasn't going to get a job. This is also the same Maria Selsor um, that we had Reinhardt, who's the ALJ on the first Ostrowski case. He Maria Seltzer placed that Reinhardt, that examiner, as the hearing examiner, or sorry, she put him on the hiring committee that ultimately hired Calvin Furman. Calvin Furman was supposed to be a witness in the Folleron case less than 2 weeks later. He's also, refused subpoenas, all the rest. Oh, that reminds me. That reminds me. But all of this again is with the Maria Selsor is using the power of the government to prejudice workers who come before her because they have either chosen me or she feels that they're associated with me because this channel has made what she feels are negative statements about the government, her employer. That's what's known as a violation of constitutional rights. And we're going to have to do something about that here at this channel, I assume. While I'll put this out there. While we're waiting for this hearing to start, let's recall that if you want to have any change, if you don't like what's going on or what you're seeing, what you need to do is to call your representative and call your state senator and call Tony Evers' office. That's what you need to do. The state senator, the representative, Tony Evers, all have these things called constituent services. I do have confirmation, at least, that they're not in either, so that makes me feel bad. Those constituent services people will send emails to Maria Selsor and Colin Stroud, etc., saying, "What the heck?" And then they act 100% of the time based on those communications. Every public record I've ever seen shows that to be the case. So if you don't like what you're seeing here, the remedy is to call the legislators, the state senators, and it doesn't necessarily, there's a specific committee that oversees the executive branch. Let's go over this. We'll do this. Wisconsin Senate Committees. Now, the Committee on Education, that is one that needs to be to deal with, but let's just look at the Senate committees. Senate Committee on Administrative Rules. That's who it is. It's not Judiciary or Public Safety, it's on Administrative Rules. The chair of that committee is Senator Nass. Let's see where Senator Nass is from. He's a representative, he's a Republican from Whitewater. The vice chair is Senator Bradley, Julian Bradley. That fellow is a Republican from New Berlin. Senator Tomczyk, a Republican from Moissanee, is also in that committee. That's a hell of a good picture. That is a hell of a good picture. I don't know if I can share. I'm not going to mess with the share here. Senator Royce, a Democrat from Madison, Kelda Royce. Okay. And Senator Ratcliffe, a Democrat from Cottage Grove. That is a 1, 2, 3 to 2 majority there. It doesn't, I mean, one of the whole points of this channel is it doesn't matter if it was a 5-2 majority or a 3-3-3 or whatever it is. The point is that they need to stop what they're doing and make sure the DWD does what it's supposed to do. That's the point. Or they don't work for the people of the state of Wisconsin. The representatives of what the hell do we call the representatives their body? It's called the assembly. Assembly Committee for the Review of Administrative Rules. Oh, well, that's pretty easy. There's only 3 of them. Oh, I take that back. There's a co-chair who is Representative Adam Nealon from Pewaukee, or Pewaukee, depending on how you say it. Then we've got Representative Peterson from Wapaka. He's the Speaker pro tempore. Keep that in mind for future reference. Representative Spiros, John Spiros, a Republican from Marshfield. Huh. This is a Senate relating to a Senate Bill 555, and it's Assembly Bill 555 and Senate Bill 533 relating to intentionally disarming a correctional officer and providing a penalty. Hmm. I am all for prisons being safer places. It's a very interesting committee. All right. And then is Representative Lee Snodgrass from Appleton. All right. And then we got Representative Arney from Tosa. Margaret Arney. Wow. Okay. That is so far, that is the closest person that we've got, at least in southeastern Wisconsin, who has some supervisory control over these people. Remember, if you've got a local representative, you have local politicians can act, but it's these committee members that are the ones that are directly dealing with that. So if we, for example, deliberate indifference proposed a law, um, that would provide for the removal or citizen complaints against hearing examiners and the removal thereof. Or how about this? How about providing for an independent body to review complaints against hearing examiners? Let's say we put that forth. It would be that organization, the committees that we as the peons, the citizens, would produce that proposed legislation to. Because what do you need? A sponsor. The bill needs a sponsor. All right, I am going to go see what else is going on. If they let us in, I'll be back. And I'm most of the sound man for today, but I'm appreciating and glad you're all here. Maybe I'll comb my hair this time, but there's no promises. So, I'm just trying to say that. Okay. Scaring me there. As far as I know, the attorneys weren't even online at 9:45, so I don't know. The best I have is I understand that they are, quote, working on it.
And I'm assuming, counsel, that you're looking at these names and there's no other witnesses other than Mr. Carter, correct? That we will not allow due to the sequestration order, so.
That seems right to me.
Yeah, I'm looking at it. I don't see anybody.
Some of these are pretty good names. One letter. We don't know who those folks are, but that's all right. Okay, I think that's it, because we leave Mr. Carter. Okay, so everybody's set to start the recording, go on record. Is that?
Yes.
We're all set up? Okay. Mhm.
Hello, testing. All right.
Okay, so the recording has started. Let's go on record the matter of Jeffrey Peterson versus Raymond School District, ERD case number CR 2024000725 and CR 20240154. We are continuing the hearing that began last week. I believe this is day 5, and we had a slight delay for good reason. I think this morning there was some off-record discussion. I appreciate the counsel for both parties' willingness to cooperate in streamlining some of the some of the claims that are to be decided in this case. I don't need to go into the details of the discussion, but I would like to put on record the outcome of that discussion. And so I will defer to counsel to do that at this time. Attorney Haslam, why don't you begin and just give a summary of the outcome of our discussion?
Yes, thank you, Your Honor. So my client, in order to focus on the issues that really matter to him, he wants to dismiss and waive any claims to any FMLA days that were accrued during his prior term of employment with Raymond School while he was a teacher there, as well as any claims related to the FMLA materials being posted.
Okay, and Attorney Lubinsky, would you concur that that is an accurate summary of the outcome of our discussion?
Yeah, I just want to confirm the first part I think is accurate. The second part, there was a claim that the district did not properly post the FMLA notices. Attorney Haslam, correct me if I'm wrong, that claim is being dismissed.
That is correct. That was an
Okay.
ancillary claim my client has zero interest in pursuing.
Very good. Then,
So-
Judge, to answer your question, I do agree that is an accurate summary of our conversation earlier.
Very well. And the other, just as a scheduling matter, the other thing we decided is that the goal is, and I really want to finish in the time there's some discussion about whether we might need one more day in addition today or two, and the concurrence between council was 2, and I'm going to allow that, but I really want everyone to finish by that time, the end of an additional 2 days, and the 2 days that are going to be scheduled after today are March 2nd and March 4th. I'll have to try to make sure that there's a link sent for March 4th for Teams. I don't believe that's been sent, so I'll have to follow up on that. So that's, I think, the council would agree that's the extent of our discussion, and we can proceed now, correct?
Correct, Your Honor.
Yes, and I would note that there are 2 people in the waiting room, one of whom was going to be a witness, but that witness, Steve Harder, I was only going to call him to testify relating to the portion of the claim that's now been dismissed. So to the extent, Judge, you would like to do so, you can admit the 2 in the waiting or in the lobby.
Okay, so we're absolutely certain that Mr. Harder then is not going to be testifying.
Not for me, no, his sole testimony related to that 34.5-hour claim that's been dismissed.
Okay, well, that's
Or
a
day
good point, though. Is
Yeah,
I guess your case in chief, Attorney Haslam, is concluded anyway. So, other than the witnesses that we deferred scheduling to, but you don't plan. Let me cut to the chase here. Be a little more simple. You don't plan to call that witness, do you?
Mr. Harder? No, I don't intend to call Mr. Harder.
Okay, then
the good news is he just dropped off, so he probably, now that he knows he's not a
Okay.
witness, because I texted him, he's like probably like, I can go do other things. So
Yeah. All right. Well, then I don't know this person, but I'll go ahead, and again, I can't continuously monitor who
Yeah.
wants to be admitted throughout the day, but since it's we're about to begin, I'll admit this other person waiting here. Not sure who that is, but okay. So anything else? Otherwise, I think we're ready to proceed with testimony.
nothing
Just
from us.
Okay, let me just make sure I've got get a little bit concerned. I want to make sure the recording's going, and it is. Okay, so good morning, Mr. Garvey. Before your testimony begins, I just need to swear you in. Would you please raise your right hand? Do you promise that the testimony you're about to give shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you. You may proceed, Ms. Attorney Lubinsky.
No problem, Judge. Good morning, Mr. Garvey. Can you see and hear me okay?
I can.
All right. If at any time, because of the video nature of this, you get disconnected or can't hear any of us, let us know. And we've had pretty good success so far, but the technical issues come up, so we'll work through those. Mr. Garvey, are you currently employed?
I'm starting a job on Monday.
All right. So as of today, Monday, you are not working. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Let me maybe start at the beginning. Did you work in the field of education?
I did.
Give the judge a brief overview of your education, not your work experience, your education, after high school. Did you get degrees? What were they in?
Sure.
Just very brief summary.
I have a degree in natural sciences where I majored in meat and animal science and agricultural education. I have a master's degree in educational administration. I have a specialist certificate in educational administration, and I have a PhD in educational leadership and policy analysis. All of those were at UW-Madison.
All right. Dr. Garvey, thank you for that. Did you first start in the field of education working as a teacher?
I did.
What did you teach?
I taught middle school and high school agriculture.
Kind of figured as much from your credentials. Can you walk through again, 2 minutes or less, your an overview of your work experience leading up through today in the field of education?
Sure. So I taught for 6 years, and then I became a principal. Did that for 2 years. 1 year I did both principal and superintendent business manager. Then I was a superintendent in 3 districts. In Princeton, where I had started as a principal and then moved into the superintendency. Sauk Prairie for a year, and Johnson Creek, Wisconsin for 17 years.
Did you retire, as they say, went from Johnson Creek?
I did.
And then, as many superintendents do, did you decided to dip your toe back into the water after you retired?
I had been contacted by a search company to do so. I had indicated to them I might be interested in the future, and so they reached out to me.
Very good. Do you have when approximately did you retire from Johnson Creek?
That would have been 2022.
All right. Are you familiar with a search firm called HYA?
Yes,
And is that the search firm that reached out to you concerning Raymond?
it is.
Who from HYA was your primary contact?
Michael Ritchie.
Did you have any prior experience in any of your prior employment working with HYA and or Mike Ritchie?
Not at all with HYA. Mike Ritchie and I knew each other as fellow superintendents, but we had not worked together on any projects.
And is it true, Mr. Ritchie, before he went to work for HYA, he too was a superintendent in one or more districts?
That is correct.
And you knew him through that?
Through us, yes, through association meetings.
Okay, understood. All right, then let's talk about how you got hired at Raymond. First of all, approximately what date or time did you start work for the Raymond School District?
I think officially the contract started in November of I'm going to get this right, 22.
Very good. Did you actually put in some time and do some work in late October of 2022?
Yes.
Okay. Let's just speak very briefly about what position you were hired for and kind of look at that process. What was the title you held when you first started working at Raymond?
So as a part-time superintendent and business manager, the contract might have referenced district administrator. They're one and the same certifications.
Understood. When you say part-time, when you took the job, what was the agreed upon amount of either time or hours, however you want to phrase it, that you would work as a superintendent?
Sure, less than half time.
And is there some magic to that, Dr. Garvey, relative to your retirement benefits?
There is.
Explain briefly to the judge why it was
Sure.
important that you work less than 50%.
Sure, as a rehired annuitant, if we work more than half time in a position that's eligible for retirement, our annuity is frozen, so we don't get our retirement pay.
And in working less than 50% time, did you come up with a schedule of days you would work and versus days you wouldn't work?
Well, it wasn't a written schedule in that respect, but for sure 2 days a week. And then on weeks where it warranted, 3 days a week.
Okay. And when you would work for Raymond, would you be physically, for most, I understand there might be some phone calls and whatnot, but for the most part, would you go into the school?
Yes.
Okay. Tell the judge a couple minutes or less what the process was like that led to you being hired in this interim or part-time superintendent role at Raymond.
Sure. It's the same process I've experienced with all of my educational positions. Put in materials, went through a selection process. I know that there were 3 for sure that were interviewed, only because we were interviewed at the same time. So I got to visit with my other retired colleagues. And then they contacted me for a final meeting and contract discussions and things like that.
All right. Did you have any relationships with any of the board members prior to becoming the part-time superintendent at Raymond?
I did not.
Okay. Did you come to understand that you had met Gwen Keller at some point in a prior life? My words, not yours.
I did.
Tell the judge about that briefly.
Sure. I was serving as an officer with our Boy Scout Council, and it was our practice that one of us would go to camp every Tuesday morning and meet with all the adult leaders there. It turns out Gwen was an adult leader from one of the Milwaukee troops, so not anyone who I actually knew, but that I had spoken with there. And that was our only connection. And it really wasn't until I went for the on-site interview that we kind of connected, that we had met one another before, but never that sort of conversation.
Okay.
Gwen was the board appointed representative to coordinate with HYA. So there were some pre-hiring conversations,
Sure.
but that was really about my experience and we had not connected, that we had met one another before that.
Okay. Did you know Jeff Peterson at all through kind of just associations and whatnot before you started work at Raymond?
I did not.
Did anyone during the hiring process tell you that Mr. Peterson was under investigation at the time the board was hiring?
They did not.
Ultimately ended up hiring you, I know, but
They did not.
when did you find out that Mr. Peterson had been or was under investigation?
That was my welcome gift on my first day in the district. The board president met with me in the afternoon, shared with me the investigative report, which had been completed before my arrival, and asked for a meeting with our attorney and him and I to go through what the investigative report meant.
You're testifying, Dr. Garvey, on day 5 of this hearing. So there's been a lot of documents admitted into evidence. And most, if not everything, I'll show you today is already in evidence. So I'm going to go through it fairly quickly. First of
Okay.
all, do you see on your screen what was previously marked as hearing exhibit R3, which I will show you the first page. At the top, it has Bulow Vetter. It's titled Investigation Report, and it's titled October 17, 2022. Do you see that?
I do.
Is this the report that you were referencing in your last answer?
I believe so.
And so going to what you said, one of your first orders of business, if you will, when you met with the board president, did the board president, share with you this report?
It was Jeremy Childers, and yes, he did.
Oh, sorry. I said she, I should have said he. Let's be clear. At the time you were hired, the board president was who?
Jeremy Childers.
And fast forward, the judge knows this already, but I just want to fast forward to April of 2023. Did Mr. Childers not run again for the board?
That is correct.
And who became the board president in April of 2023?
Audrey Kostich.
And was Ms. Kostich the board president while you served as either the superintendent or the interim superintendent from April of 2023 to the time you ended your employment with Raymond?
Yes.
Just so we get a bookend, Dr. Garvey, when did you stop working for Raymond?
That would have been that following December.
When you say following, do you mean 2023?
Yes. On the
All right.
31st.
So it sounds like you worked there a little over about 14 months, give or take a month.
Correct.
Okay. Now back to what's on your screen here. It sounds like Jeremy Childers provided you with this investigation report. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Did you read it?
I did.
It references some concerns that were raised by a Mitzi Kozad, who's identified, at least in this report, as the communications director, that she, Ms. Kozad, sent in an email to the school board. Do you see that?
Yes.
All right. I'm not going to quiz you on that. Let's go. What did you strike that? Upon reading the investigation report, what did you do, Dr. Garvey?
Well, at that time, Mr. Childers asked that we jump on a call with the school's attorney at the time. And I can't recall if we did that day or the following day, but it was within that first week. And so then we just went through the investigation report.
Showing you what's been previously marked as hearing exhibit 4, also Bates 4. Do you see at the top it says notice of written reprimand?
I do.
I'm going to just show you your signature really quick, so bear with me. At the bottom of this document, is that on the right here? Does that contain your signature?
It does.
This says this letter was hand delivered to Mr. Peterson on November 17, 2022 at 4:00 p.m. So did you meet with Mr. Peterson to go through this document?
I did.
Did you decide to issue Mr. Peterson a written reprimand as a result of the investigative conclusions in we're calling it the Leffler report or the Bulow-Vetter report, either or?
I did.
All right. Does your letter, I'm not going to read it, does your letter contain the reason or reasons why you were issuing Mr. Peterson with a written letter of reprimand?
It does.
All right. Did you provide for him in this letter certain performance expectations for him to follow?
I did.
All right. I'll leave those for briefing later. Did Mr. Peterson's sex as a male or sexual orientation have anything to do with the reason or reasons you issued Mr. Peterson this written reprimand?
It did not.
All right. I want to talk, I'm going to try to go chronologically in your testimony. I'm not perfect with that. I may jump back, but I'm going to try. When you were hired, what was your understanding as to how long you would be there? There meaning at Raymond.
Sure. I had signed a contract through June 30, with the understanding if the board was able to secure a superintendent prior to that I would resign.
Okay. Then was HYA, after you're hired, was HYA assisting the district with respect to hiring either an interim and or a non-interim superintendent for the Raymond School District?
Yes, in fact, they were under contract prior to my arrival and did the interim search as part of their full search.
Got it. All right. What involvement, if any, did you have in assisting or providing information to HYA in connection with what I'll just call the second search after you're hired,
Sure.
the search for a superintendent?
Well, part of the process, they generally create a profile, and that's done through meeting with groups of individuals. And so I did handle the logistics of that. So helping to gather potential people to be in focus groups, setting up focus group meetings, setting up community and more of the open talking sessions that they have, and also making sure the survey that was put together was publicized. We did that through a mailing and on the website.
Did you, at least at the start, have an intent to apply for the superintendent position at Raymond, and that being the second iteration of it?
I did not.
So, Mike, from your perspective, what happened?
Well, deep into the process, I believe they had offered 3 interviews, 2 or 3, maybe 4 interviews, and at least 2 of the folks had rescinded their applications at the time the interviews had been offered. And so then I was asked by a number of people, some staff, board members, community members, if I would consider applying. And really on the last day open of all that process, I agreed to at least sit down and interview.
Okay. I want to show you a document that has already been admitted as hearing exhibit 5. One moment.
Assuming when you use those numbers, you're referring to your own exhibits,
Yes. I'll try to
R5.
verbalize both. Okay, I'm showing you what's been marked as hearing exhibit 5, which is bait stamped R6. Do you see on your screen, Dr. Garvey, a document that has a title called Leadership Profile Report, School District of Raymond, or Raymond School District, excuse me, February 23, 2023?
I do.
Had you, in your experience in the field of education, are you familiar with leadership profile reports?
To the extent that HYA used it in the previous district that I had worked in when they hired my replacement.
Okay, so you had, it sounds like just one prior experience with HYA doing a similar report. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. I have a couple questions about this. First of all, did you read this HYA report when you received it?
I did.
All right. One moment. You talked about a survey. Could you explain to the judge what do you mean by a survey as it relates to the work HYA was doing?
Sure. HYA uses a process where community members, staff members, etc., not only appear in person during focus groups, but have an opportunity to really inform the board of what they're looking for in a district and what they're looking for in this case, a superintendent. And that's by the use of a survey. HYA has 2 different types of surveys. One is a very expensive process, which is usually reserved for very large districts. And the other is to use more of a Google type survey. And so they then provide the board and the administrative team with potential questions. So it might have 30 questions on curriculum, and we try to drill down to a question that best fits our community. Or it might have leadership style and have a series of questions that are chosen to then put together a survey that can easily be completed by a community member.
That's helpful. In the HYA report, it references, it's on your screen, so you can kind of see it here. It references that the school board members and all 5 candidates running for the school board were interviewed by HYA Mike Ritchie. Let me stop there. I don't know in relation to this report and what happened before or after, so I've got to ask you this. Were the individuals who you testified had rescinded, I believe the word you used, their applications? Do you know whether those 2 had been interviewed by HYA? And if you don't know, you can tell us.
I don't know that,
Okay.
but they wouldn't really have fallen into that. The 5 candidates were for school board, not for
Oh,
superintendent.
thank you. I misread that. I apologize, Dr. Garvey. Okay. The HYA report talked about 6 individual employee interviews and 5 in-person focus groups. Do you see that? And then 1 virtual focus group. How were the focus groups determined?
Sure. So what HYA asks for is, who are the community leaders in your community? Who are your parent leaders? So that they specifically can get an invitation. These are open focus groups, but so that there's more than one person showing up, they look for to have some targeted people invited, targeted
Sure.
invitations. The difficult part in the community of Raymond is there's really no downtown district. And so to identify, it's more of a bedroom community. So to identify folks in that community is even more important to get them to attend a session like that.
Got it. What about the staff? The employee groups, how if you know, how were staff selected or chosen to communicate with HYA?
Sure, the staff all were invited to participate, and those that were unable to attend a focus group had the opportunity to attend the virtual one or a community one, and they were also given the opportunity to fill out the survey.
Okay. When the employee groups were determined, was there an attempt by you or anyone else to your knowledge to have the newer employees in one or more groups and separate from the more veteran teachers or veteran employees?
That wasn't necessarily my suggestion, but I do believe Mike Ritchie divided them that way.
Okay. All right. Did you prohibit any employee from going to one session versus another? In other words, if a staff member would say, I want to go to the session that Mike Ritchie has with newer employees, but I'm a more veteran teacher, did you say to anyone, no, you can't go to that one?
I wasn't part of any of the focus groups.
Okay, got it. And so to be clear, did you attend any of those focus groups?
I did not.
All right. Let's see if there's page numbers so I can make this clear for the record. Enumerated page 2 of the HYA report, it indicates that the total number of individuals interviewed or participating within an interview was 48, and that an additional 156 stakeholders completed the online survey. Do you see that?
I do see that.
All right. And it says the HYA consultant held 16 interviews and hosted 6 focus groups. Do you see that?
I do.
When you read over this report, did you formulate any thoughts as to whether it appeared to provide an adequate or more than adequate sampling of information from all of the stakeholders?
I did.
What were your
The
thoughts in that regard?
Yeah, the difficult part is surveys are not very, they can be telling, but they're not very popular. So folks don't go out of their way a lot of times to participate. So the focus groups, to me, are a much better way for a consultant to get an idea of the district.
Okay. One moment. I want to show you another page of this report. On enumerated page 4 of the
Yep.
HYA report, there is a section called Staff Split and Divided. Do you see that?
I do.
And I'm not reading verbatim, but the second paragraph talks about a large divide between the newer staff and the veteran staff. All right. And as of April, when you get this, you had been in the district for how many months?
5.
Okay. In that time, did you personally become aware of any divide between newer staff and veteran staff?
I had.
How did you become aware of that, Dr. Darby?
Just conversations with individual staff members. And then also, there were some conversations I had with Mr. Peterson about it. And at the time, I believe that he had agreed with me, not necessarily that, I don't think he agreed that he was causing that, but that we did have an issue.
Okay. Can you give the judge a little bit of a sense of what the issues were that you were seeing as of 4 or 5 months on the job with regard to staff divide?
Well, there were some staff issues that I had observed, and it just seemed to me, and so I had greater conversations with individuals about it, but it seemed to me that the veteran staff, just as this report shows, that the veteran staff had one set of standards it was being held to or wasn't being held to, and the newer staff, the under 10-year veterans, 10-year veterans, had a completely different set of standards. And that's extremely problematic for staff morale, but it's even more problematic for operations when the district adopts a curriculum or adopts technology and a teacher just does what they've always done, and that affects kids.
Okay. The HYA report talks about leadership lacking accountability and stability. And did you, over those 4 or 5 months up and from late October or early November through late February, did you personally witness or experience events that caused you concern about accountability?
Well, I think that was, all the way through my time there. I would see situations and bring them to Mr. Peterson's attention. Again, as a superintendent, I don't personally supervise every instructional staff member. That's a principal responsibility.
Sure.
But when I see there is some disparity between the expectations, that certainly raises my concern to the point where I'm addressing that with the principal.
Okay. Let me just stop. By when were you ultimately retained by the board as the non-interim superintendent?
I don't recall that date, but that contract would have started on July 1st.
Okay,
So
of
my interim
2023.
yep.
All right. Now, did you, one moment, I'm going to show you some documents. Show you what has been previously marked as hearing exhibit 7, date stamp, respondent 8. One moment. Dr. Garvey, I'm showing you what at the top is entitled Administrative Review 2223 that has administrator identified Jeff Peterson, evaluator Dr. Garvey. Do you see that?
I do.
Let's just first talk about the dates for a minute. I'm going to go down to the bottom, so one moment. Is that your signature at the bottom of that exhibit?
It is.
And to the best, well, Jeff's already testified it's his signature. There's a typed date here of March 25, but obviously we can see you didn't physically sign it. Excuse me, you didn't physically date it. I apologize. Can you
Correct.
give the judge a sense for why is there a March 25 typed out date?
That's I don't know the exact date, but March 25th was early in the draft, and we didn't get to our meeting until in April. So
Okay.
it would have been right at the beginning of April, however,
What would have been right at the beginning of April?
when I had completed the report
And
in the
then
first 10 days.
did you then meet with Mr. Peterson to go through this?
I did.
I'll represent you. He's testified he signed it on April 24, 2023. Assuming that's accurate, do you recall when you would have signed it?
I don't know if I signed it when I completed it or when I presented it to him, but
All right. Now, I want to start at the top, so just bear with me. The subject of this evaluation was the topic of testimony you offered at an evidentiary hearing before the board in December of 2023, right?
yes,
You were put under oath before you gave testimony at that hearing. Is that right?
I was.
Do you stand by the testimony today that you presented to the board during the hearing in December of 2023?
I do.
All right. I'm just going to then go over the highlights because we've got a transcript of that. So my first question is, why didn't you use the CISA 6 model, if you will, for this evaluation?
Sure, there's a couple of reasons there. Number one, the CISA 6 system for administrators had not been used in my previous districts, even though we had used the teacher version of that. And so when I discovered that we were using the teacher version by policy, but had not implemented it yet, meaning we had not begun to use it with teachers, it seemed more prudent to use a system that actually is in place, and that's to use the state standards for administrative positions.
Okay. I want to break down that answer a couple and
Sure.
ask a couple follow-up. When you said the CISA 6 had not been implemented at Raymond, what do you mean by that?
Well, I was told it had been adopted, but it was not being used.
Who was responsible at Raymond to ensure that certified staff teachers were being evaluated in accordance with a model that was adopted by the school board?
So the principal, as well as our learning director of learning, has had the responsibility of evaluating teachers, and they had divided up who they were responsible for. But
Divided
Mr.
up.
Peterson,
Sorry, go ahead.
excuse me, divided a list up on who they were responsible for the evaluations, to do the evaluations. So Mr. Peterson would not have been responsible for all the evaluations. Mrs. Ramon would have had half of those to do. And both were certified to do evaluations. The process of implementing would have fallen to Mr. Peterson, and they had been moving along, but it just hadn't gotten there yet, where they were
Okay.
actually using the tool.
The tool being the CISA 6 model?
Yes.
All right. And did you know that, what you just testified to, did you know that they had not fully implemented the CISA 6 model at the time you chose, or you completed this evaluation that's on your screen?
Yes.
All right. Second thing you said was you decided to use the state standards. The judge is a lawyer. He's not in the field of education. So you got what?
Sure.
What do you mean state standards?
So the Department of Public Instruction provides and had adopted state standards for school administrators. And those are the standards used by the two most common evaluation tools, including CISA 6. Now, those two tools that were approved by the state use two different philosophies, two different educational theorists to write the standards, but the words are different, but they embrace the standards that have been accepted by the state.
Okay. All right. The administrative review, just to give us perspective, by the time you deliver this to Mr. Peterson, let's just say his date is correct. I think it's April 23rd, but let's just double check. April 24. For what period of time had you been working with Mr. Peterson?
Six months.
Okay. And would you say you were in the district between 2 to 3 days a week during that time frame, or something else?
Yes, 2 to 3 days.
The judge has heard testimony about the size of Raymond. He knows that it's a kindergarten, I think 4K through 8th grade. Is that right?
That is correct.
Give the judge a sense for, like, with what degree of frequency would you interact with Mr. Peterson on the days you were there? And kind of what did those, we'll strike that. Let's strike all that. Let's start with this. Where was your office located in relation to Mr. Peterson's office?
I was in the administrative suite. Prior to my arrival, Mr. Peterson had moved into an unoccupied room in the hallway, giving him greater access for students and staff, but he was not in our same suite.
How far away was his office to yours in those 6 months or so?
2 or 3 rooms.
Okay. with what degree of frequency on a daily basis, when you were there on the 2 to 3 days a week, would you communicate with Mr. Peterson?
Provided we both were in the district, it was each of those days.
Okay. All right.
Either to check in or to have a conversation or to work on a project. And we usually met in his space.
Did you have any sort of standing meeting day or time? Maybe it's not the same day every week, but did you have some degree of frequency, like you would meet as an admin team X once a week, once every other week, or did you guys not do that?
We didn't do that on a weekly basis.
Okay. All right. Now, let's go to the top of the admin review. You start your evaluation at the top. It says the 11 administrator standards are, and then you enumerate them. Is the standard before in each of these 11, does that come from the state standards?
It does.
And then what you typed after the standards, is that your review of Mr. Peterson's job performance in relation to the specific standard?
Yes.
All right. There's a few things in this review I'd like to highlight, and I have a couple follow-up questions, so bear with me. You said I'm in the first standard, you say Jeff does not demonstrate developed leadership skills. A specific area I would look to have Jeff improve is in holding staff to the same standards. Newer staff members have articulated the imbalance of accountability they experience compared to the more veteran staff. Do you see where I read?
I do.
And is that in sum and in substance what we've talked about previously that you observed and noted with the HYA report as well?
Yes.
You say Mr. Peterson agrees with the need for change and that the administrative team's direction, but does not seem to be successful in advocating for change when the senior teaching staff pushes back. Do you see that?
I do.
Where does that come from? In other words, why did you write that?
Well, I think the next sentence probably helps illuminate that, but it isn't, as an administrative team, we have decided when it's presented to those teaching staff members that are of more senior, it's always Dr. Garvey decided, the board decided, not taking responsibility to be part of the team that made that decision.
When you have an administrator that is telling staff that whatever change needs to be made is not coming from them, but coming from on high, if you will, does that cause problems?
Well, the biggest problem is it's an ineffective form of leadership.
Explain, please.
Because we won't have the opportunity to make the necessary changes if they can play good cop, bad cop, or mom versus dad type of a scenario. They can find an administrator that they agree with, and change becomes impossible.
Okay. Item number 2 under ethics and professional norms. By the way, under item 1, you identified the word at the end as unsatisfactory. Is that what are the options that could have looked like?
I would have to review the state standards language.
That's fine. If you don't remember, it's okay. You found he was unsatisfactory on the first standard. Is that correct?
Yes.
Did you find him unsatisfactory on the second standard?
I did.
And can you just, you can read to yourself if you want, can you just explain to the judge why you determined that Mr. Peterson had been not satisfactory with regard to ethics and professional norms?
Well, I think partly the lack of public support for changes that we had identified as an administrative team. So this kind of plays into this as well. He identified areas that needed to change. We identified as a team, and then when we go out and undermine those decisions, it creates an issue. It exasperates the divide issue.
Okay. Under item 3, equity and cultural responsiveness, you have developing to proficient. Would you agree that's better than unsatisfactory?
It is.
And I'm going to move past some of these things. Under curriculum, instruction, and assessment, you identify him as proficient. Is that right?
It is.
Under care and support, you identified him as developing, as well as under professional capacity of school personnel. Is that correct?
Yes.
The next one you identified as unsatisfactory is 7, professional community. And can you just describe for the judge why you determined that Mr. Peterson was unsatisfactory with regard to professional community?
Sure. I think, the example given with holding staff to standards that are the same is a good example of how prior to my arrival, a teacher was identified that teacher needed improvement, and instead of causing that improvement, they provided the teacher what I called in this document a click and play curriculum, meaning he could sit at his desk and the purchased curriculum would go on without his interaction with students. The unfortunate part is the teacher in question was great with the students. He just didn't instruct. So in non-instructional settings, I think he was one of their favorite teachers. In instructional settings, it wasn't really good. And that is not how you build a professional community. You need to hold everyone to the same standards. You need to provide everyone with the same materials, and most importantly, training.
I skipped one for the record. Under operations and management, you labeled it unsatisfactory - developing. And you said this is an area in which the district as a whole needs to improve. Is that right?
That is true.
Okay. I want to show you what's been previously marked as let me strike that. At the time you delivered Mr. Peterson his administrative review, did you also deliver a plan of improvement for him?
I did.
And this is, for the record, only previously been marked as hearing exhibit 6, date stamp R7. Let's look at the signatures on this, Dr. Garvey, one moment. Did you sign this document?
I did.
And was this document delivered to Mr. Peterson on April 24, 2023?
I believe it was.
All right, let's go to the top, one moment. It appears to me that this, if we were to sit down and compare the two documents, you've identified kind of the areas of unsatisfactory performance and placed areas that you expect improvement into a PIP. Is that how you went about drafting this document?
I did.
Okay, so I think it's pretty self-explanatory. I just have a couple questions. One moment. You know what? I'm going to skip ahead. Let's go to, Did you meet with Mr. Peterson in May and June formally, like sit down and meet with him to formally go through his PIP?
I don't remember the dates.
Okay, fair enough. I'll show you the documents. 1 second.
Okay.
Showing you what's been previously marked as hearing exhibit 8, Bates stamped respondent exhibit 9. On your screen, Dr. Garvey, is a document that has a date of May 25, 2023, that has Jeff's name and your name and is identified professional improvement plan progress update. Do you see that?
I do see that.
And you say below are the major items with my notes. I'm not going to have you read it. Did you meet with him on May 25, 2023?
I did.
Now, Dr. Garvey, aside from sitting down and meeting with Mr. Peterson to do these PIP updates, would you communicate with him during the days when you were there 2 to 3 days a week and Mr. Peterson was also present? Would you talk with him about the items that are in his PIP?
I would.
With what degree of frequency would you just have conversations about the topics that are in his PIP?
Well, providing we were both in the building at the same time, we would have a conversation each day we were together. And many times that was also including these topics. So just checking in how we were doing. Specifically, an example would be the teacher that needed to be on an improvement plan. How are we doing in the curriculum conversations, those types of things?
Okay. All right. Did your administrative review, you can put it on your screen if you want, but I don't think I need to. Did Mr. Peterson's sex as a male play any part whatsoever in your decision to review him as you did?
No.
Did his sexual orientation play any such role?
No.
Did Mr. Peterson's sex as a male play any part in your decision to place him on a PIP?
No.
Did Mr. Peterson's sexual orientation play any part in your decision to place him on a PIP?
No.
Did any board member direct you to place Mr. Peterson on a PIP?
No.
Were those decisions, that is your decision on the substance of his review and the PIP, were those your decisions?
They were.
Now, at some point, well, let's just go through the PIP updates really quick. One moment. I want to talk about on the PIP update on May 25.
Mm-hmm.
On the plan to reduce staff divide, you said, when Mr. Peterson seemed to me to waver on following through with the diverse makeup, I advised him that all staff need to have a voice and he should really consider moving forward with putting together a solid team rather than making everything a democracy. Do you see that?
I do.
What is that all about, Dr. Garvey?
So Mr. Peterson, as many principals do, used a leadership team, a representative from each grade or every couple of grades, to really work on what I would call cultural things in the building. But it's just how they're going to proceed on things, kind of their evaluation as professionals to how the implementation of curriculum is going, those types of topics. And upon my arrival, that was mainly made up of veteran staff who, when the grade levels met, they just said, I'm going to be that person, and not have the principal go out and seek more of the diverse experience and the diverse experience and the diverse makeup of staff, which would, in my opinion, help reduce the divide.
Showing you what's still within the same exhibit. This appears to be a PIP progress update number 2 dated June 12, 2023. Do you see that?
I do.
And did you in fact meet with Mr. Peterson and then document some of the, what you call the major items from your notes?
I did.
Okay, one moment. I had 1 or 2 questions on this. There seems to be, there's a reference to an SS. Is SS a staff member? Or, yeah, let me leave it at that. Is SS a staff member?
Yes.
All right. And this says, Mr. Peterson indicated he has not yet addressed the instructional practice issues with SS. He indicated that since SS is assigned to be evaluated by Ms. Ramon, Peterson, was discussing that with her. Do you see that?
I do.
Did that, I mean, if we're into June, did it cause you concern that it appeared that Mr. Peterson was not doing what you had suggested with regard to SS?
Correct.
Now, in this paragraph, second paragraph, it looks like you did find a letter. There might have been 2. The letter Mr. Peterson was planning on giving to teachers, memorializing the interaction. You found the letter to be well written. Is that correct?
I did.
All right. So he shared, presumably he shared something with you about some issues with teachers that you felt he was handling appropriately. Is that fair?
That is.
All right. Now there's a second issue. I'm just going to let the document speak for itself. At the time, strike that, was Mr. Peterson providing the board with his view of how he was doing on his PIP in the months of, let's say, May and June of 2023?
He did provide the board and a document which indicated that he had completed everything on his PIP.
Okay. By the way, we're still in the June update. You, on the plan to reduce staff divide, you say there's still no written plan presented. This seems to be an area which Jeff and I disagree on the solution. You see where I read?
I do.
All right. And you do have a note here that says on 6/13, the day after this check-in, you did receive a plan which focused on the need of the board to support the plan financially. What is that referencing, Dr. Garvey?
So I had given Mr. Peterson some suggestions on how to reduce that staff divide, which has been pointed out in a variety of previous documents. Mr. Peterson's solution would be to, in the following year, provide what's called a purchased staff development program. So a program that would require financial support and work throughout the following school year on developing a closer relationship, a better professional culture, those types of things, rather than looking at the steps. Where I see that being a prudent decision would be in a larger district when you want to kind of bring the culture to a midpoint throughout the district versus a one building district where my experience is it's better to work personally with the staff and not rely on a video program or that type of a curriculum.
And you say this is an area where you and Jeff disagreed on the solution. Did you provide suggestions to Mr. Peterson along the lines that you've just testified to?
I did.
Okay. Now, so I can try to stick with my timeline. I have a couple random questions about things that were happening in the spring of 2023. Were at that point, was there some discussion at either a board meeting or at a committee meeting involving the teaching of human growth and development to the district students?
It was one of the curricular areas that we presented to the board's curriculum committee.
Tell us, you got to educate us a little bit. The curriculum committee, is that a committee of the board?
Yes.
And it's, I don't need the names, but like how many board members are on the curriculum committee?
It would be 3 members.
Okay. So, and I assume the board has other committees other than just the curriculum committee, is that right?
That is correct. Raymond didn't have committees
Okay.
that were meeting, and so we did the work to create those. And
And did
and
the
I'm trying to remember if there were 2 or 3 members on the committee, but
it's
it
okay.
was a smaller group than the whole board.
All right. So at a curriculum committee that I understand would include 2 or 3 school board members, can you relay to the judge what was discussed relative to the teaching of human growth and development?
My recollection was that I wanted our administrators to articulate what was in the curriculum. I think the district, my professional opinion is that the district did a poor job of educating the public at what was in there. So, it was a lot of misinformation in our community. And so we had an opportunity to do that. We also were looking at some other type of support materials that would augment the human growth and development curriculum.
All right. Did you have a conversation with Mr. Peterson about him teaching human growth and development?
I did.
All right. When did this conversation happen? I don't need an exact date, but like maybe just a time of year.
I don't remember that.
Okay, that's fine.
Okay.
It's okay. It's all good. I know it's been a long time. Can you relay to the judge as best you can recall what you spoke about with Mr. Peterson concerning him teaching the boys section of human growth and development?
The only reason it was about the boys section is that's the section he had identified he was going to teach.
Sure.
My advice, my expectations of whoever was teaching human growth and development over my entire career was that's not a course you teach by yourself, and particularly to middle schoolers. Middle schoolers tend, and this is overgeneralizing, but pretty accurate. If somebody shouts out something in the room that's inappropriate, by the time that comment makes it home to a parent, it has been blown way out of proportion, and it always is attributed, not Johnny said this, but the teacher said this. And so I've always encouraged 2 adults in the room, either the classroom teachers or the health teacher. And that particular grade in question, which I can't even recall which grade it was 2 female teachers taught that grade level, and they were going to co-teach this, or at least both be in the room for the girls. And instead of having the health or phy-ed teachers teach the course, Mr. Peterson had decided he would. My advice was have a second person in there with you, a second adult, whoever that is.
And did you relay that advice or talk about having two adults in the room at a curriculum committee?
We may have mentioned it there.
Okay. All right. Was there a community member, not a board member, not an employee, but a community member who attended a school board meeting that and made a comment? Well, let me back up. At regular meetings of the Raymond School Board, would there be a time period for what we call public comment?
Yes.
And public comment, I'm leading you as noted, but was it a set time of regular meetings where the public could come up for a 2, 3, 4 minute duration, whatever Raymond had to speak in general, what they wanted the board to know?
We did have that.
Okay. Now, was there a member of the public, not a board member, not an employee, not a student, who made a comment at a board meeting during public comment that you viewed to be inappropriate and or, you know, sexist or let me just leave it
I'm
at
gonna object to
inappropriate.
the leading part of this one. I'm trying really hard not to object to leading, but
I
a
can
little less,
rephrase.
please. A little less.
I can rephrase. Did there come a point where a community member made a comment at a board meeting during public comment that you had to address?
I don't recall that anymore.
Okay. All right. Do you recall a board, somebody saying something about Adam and Eve, not Adam and Steve?
I recall that comment from a community member, but it was not during the board meeting,
Okay. Tell us about,
to my memory.
that's fine. That's okay. What how did you address that comment when it was made?
Well, it was made directly to me as I was greeting community members, and we had a very short, but I would say he would probably think I was being pretty stern about that wasn't a comment that was acceptable at that meeting.
Okay. Was
If he's the only one I ever heard say that, and if he said it during public comment, again, that would be the board president's responsibility to shut it down, and she would have done that.
all right. Can you confirm the person who made this statement, were they an employee or board member?
They were not.
Okay. All right. Did you become aware that WIAC had undertaken some sort of effort to survey Raymond staff with regard to your performance?
I wasn't made aware of that. Yes.
All right. How did you become aware of that, Dr. Garvey?
That I can't recall.
Okay. By late June or early July, how did you view Mr. Peterson in terms of whether he was meeting your expectations under the PIP?
I did not see progress to the extent that we needed to have seen.
Okay. Now, have you in your
2023?
That's the year, yep. Dr. Garvey, in your career, have you placed administrators and or teachers on PIPs other than Mr. Peterson?
Yes.
And about ballpark it, about how many times have you done that?
Including teachers, probably half dozen to a dozen.
Okay. And on those occasions, what are the various end results? In other words, I don't need exact numbers, but have people improved? Have people been fired? Just give us a sense for it.
Some have improved, some retired, and some resigned, and one person was non-renewed.
Other than the Peterson matter, how many times had you been involved in a non-renewal hearing before you get to Raymond?
In a non-renewal hearing, once.
What school district did you work in where that occurred?
Johnson Creek.
One or two teachers have testified in this case, and I want to address some testimony of theirs. When you started, like maybe in the first couple months when you were working for Raymond, did you hold meetings, either individual meetings with teachers or maybe small group meetings where one or two or three teachers would meet with you, where you would just talk to them a little bit about who you are and what they do for the district?
I did hold a
What was the purpose of you holding those meetings?
I wanted them to have an opportunity to get to know who I was and what I saw as my responsibilities there, and more importantly, to find out who they were and how they fit into the operation, and how I could best help them out.
Did the topic of your one prior experience in a non-renewal hearing in Johnson Creek, did you affirmatively bring that up in any of your meetings with these teachers?
Well, I know that that's been talked about, because that got back to me, but while I was still working there. But I think that maybe the message, although I think it made it through to most groups, might not have made it through to all groups. And that message wasn't bragging about the non-renewal. It was bragging about our use of improvement plans and how successful we were, which only led to one non-renewal. But I'm only supposing they're what they heard, and my purpose of talking about professional development and professional evaluation was to get that message across, that we had been very successful in my previous districts to work with staff on development and improvement, and only ended with one non-renewal.
Okay. Understood. Is that something I asked you about this morning before you got on the hearing?
You did.
All right. Just want to make sure have you watched any of this hearing?
I have not.
All right. Very good. Just one more random question, and then we'll go to the events of August of 2023. Did you become aware, you may not have been involved in detail, but did you become aware of settlement discussions that were going on between the district/board on the one hand and Mr. Peterson that started sometime in 2023?
Yes.
And let's just get some foundational. Were you involved in the relaying of any offers back and forth, or no?
No.
Okay. Were you out of the building off work in July of 2023 for any period of time?
I took my scouts to camp for a week.
Okay. Was that board approved?
My leave approval comes straight from the president. It doesn't have to go to the full board.
Got it. So did the president approve you being off of work 1 week?
Yes.
All right. Were you otherwise working other than that 1 week? Were you at the Scouts event? Were you working in July of 2023 for the district? I know, again, part-time, we get
I
that.
was.
All right.
I was.
Do you know why there wasn't a formal PIP in-person meeting with Mr. Peterson in July or August of 2023?
Well, I think a couple of things added to that. One, our summer schedules didn't always link up. Where I was in the building at times, he wasn't, and he was attending to family needs and professional needs outside of the building on some of those days. So some days we just literally didn't see one another for that long a period of time to have enough. And probably with my knowledge that there were some conversations going on between attorneys, I probably backed off a little bit, and maybe that was not a wise decision, but I did so anyway.
All right, that's fine. I'm going to show you a couple more documents, just one moment. You talked earlier about, strike that. I'm going to show you what's been marked as hearing exhibit R8, which was Bates stamped R9. I think I was sharing that whole time. One second. Mr. Garvey, do you see on your screen an email from Mr. Peterson to the school board and you dated September 17 at 7:30 p.m.?
Yes.
All right. And attached to that email was a document entitled Plan of Improvement Conclusion Report. Have you seen this document before?
I have.
And the summons, I think Mr. Peterson testified that he agreed that he had marked all aspects of his PIP complete when he submitted this to the board. Is that how you read it?
Yes.
Did you agree with that?
No.
Moment. Gotta find it, just a sec. Oh, it's in my prior. I gotta go back to hearing exhibit 8, which is Bates stamp R9. Sorry about moving this quickly. Did you issue a professional improvement plan progress update number 3 dated October 2, 2023?
I did.
You say Mr. Peterson provided an email copy of his improvement plan on which he marked complete. In my evaluation, there are several items outstanding, and you go through it. Is that correct?
That is correct.
All right. Now, Mr. Peterson, let me show you a different document. One moment. Showing you what was previously marked as hearing exhibit 10, Bates stamp respondent 11. Is this a letter you sent to Mr. Peterson dated September 28, 2023, wherein you placed him on a paid non-disciplinary admin leave?
Yes.
I'll just show you your signature just so you know I'm showing you your document. Dr. Garvey, did you hand deliver this letter to Mr. Peterson on September 28, 2023?
I did.
Why did you place Mr. Peterson on a paid non-disciplinary admin leave pending the outcome of the district's investigation?
Well, I have found that because of the nature of the investigation, where it involves undermining the administrative team or the board or accessing emails or other technology, it's best if we reduce the drama in the building and have the employee, in this case, Mr. Peterson, not be on the premise.
Okay. All right, that makes sense. So was Mr. Peterson paid thereafter, meaning he got his pay and his benefits while this investigation was pending, at least to your knowledge?
To my knowledge, he was.
And I can appreciate you ended your employment on December 31, 2023. Is that right?
That is correct.
And just so the judge has the timeline, at the time you retire, was this investigation that's the subject of this letter, was it still going?
It was.
All right. So what came to your attention that led you to make the decision that an investigation of Mr. Peterson would be warranted?
We had, excuse me, we had some staff members sharing with us that they felt that there was some undermining going on. We had some parents with that same concern, and it just seemed more appropriate than to have it just be, we could do a better investigation if we involved an outside investigator than I could do in my limited time in the district.
And that makes sense to me as to why you chose an outside investigator. But my question is more about what led you to believe you needed an investigation. And you said you got some information about undermining. Let me ask it this way. Did you receive information that Jeff Peterson was engaging in certain conduct that caused you concern?
Yes.
Okay. There were a lot of events that happened around this time that I want to go through really briefly. At some point in the day or days prior to September 28th, the date of this letter, did you receive a letter in the mail that you perceived to be a threat?
Actually, my wife received the letter
Okay.
directing her that if she didn't cause me to resign, that the person or people would bring harm to my family.
Did that cause you concern?
Greatly.
Why were police present at the school on September 28th?
Besides that letter, we also received a verbal threat on the school phone. And so I asked for an officer to be there at the time period that I was going to be present, just in case we had any issues.
Did the police officer's presence that you requested have anything to do with the fact that Mr. Peterson would be given this letter?
No.
Okay. Did your board president, Audrey Kostich, also to your knowledge receive a anonymous threatening letter?
Yes,
Did she make you aware of that?
she did.
What is an annual meeting?
State statutes require the school board to hold an annual meeting after July 1 and can't recall before a certain date, before the levy is set, I think is what it talks about. At most annual meetings, you go over the budget, although that's a separate meeting. It's called a budget hearing. Most districts do that the same night. And at those meetings, it's a meeting that's run by community members. So the board members have every right to vote on the levy and a certain of other statutory required motions. And so a board member is, community member is selected. It can be a board member. We usually try to have it be someone other than a board member. And then there's a finite number of duties that 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 meeting is allowed to do.
And that's all governed by state statute, right?
It is.
All right, we won't get into the law, but I do want to show you what was previously marked as hearing exhibit R27, which is Bates stamped R17. And do you see here on your screen, Dr. Garvey, that there's reference to an annual meeting of the Raymond School District number 14 to occur on Wednesday, August 23, 2023.
I do see that.
Did you attend that annual meeting?
I did.
Describe to the judge that annual meeting.
Well, it started out as it normally is. We elected a chairperson, and I'm not a voting member, but the community elected a chairperson. And then they go through each of these resolutions that are described in a packet that's handed out. And then when the required and allowable items were completed, then there was a resolution to terminate my employment.
All right, we'll look at the minutes. This is already an exhibit in the hearing, so just bear with me. Within the minutes from the annual meeting, there purports to be a motion that carried to authorize the Board of Education to use district funds for legal counsel to terminate Dr. Garvey's contract for misconduct. Do you see that?
I do see that.
Okay. And there's also a motion that the district, and I'm paraphrasing, be prohibited from defending against a legal action using district funds for any discrimination claim brought forth by any district employee involving allegations of discrimination conducted either by you or the board. Do you see that?
I do see that.
Dr. Garvey, are those motions, in your experience, typical for an annual meeting?
They actually are two motions that are not listed as the duties of the annual meeting. So no, I've never seen or heard of that happening anywhere.
By this time, meaning August 23, bear with me, I want to get the date right. By August 23, did you observe an increased presence at Raymond School Board meetings?
Yes.
Were there times where, strike that, was there a need, at least in your judgment and experience, for law enforcement presence at one or more board meetings?
In a prevention type of way, yes.
Okay. How would you describe those board meetings in July, August, September for the judge?
Chaos certainly hindered the duties of the board members to do their work. One board meeting actually was held virtually because the board members had a concern for their safety.
Was there, I'm sorry, go ahead.
It was nothing like I had ever seen before.
How long have you worked in the field of education?
30 years.
Was there a conversation you had with Mr. Peterson at some point concerning a woman who started attending board meetings?
Yes.
Did you ask Mr. Peterson if he knew who that was?
I did.
What did he say?
That he did not.
One moment. I want to just tie up a couple loose ends for the fall, and then we'll get to the hearing. I'm just about done, Dr. Garvey. One moment. Were you, let me stop. We talked about you deciding to place Mr. Peterson on paid administrative leave. Do you remember that?
Yes.
Was your decision to place him on paid administrative leave, was that in whole or in part because of his sex as a male?
No.
Was that in whole or in part based on his sexual orientation?
No.
Was that based in whole or in part on the fact that about a month earlier, give or take, he sent a letter from his lawyer claiming he was being discriminated against?
No.
Did you decide to initiate an investigation that we know was done by a third party, but was that decision based in whole or in part on Mr. Peterson's sex?
No.
Was it based in whole or in part on his sexual orientation?
No.
Was it based in whole or in part on the fact that he had complained to have been the victim of discrimination by the district or you or the board?
No.
Let me just get a couple more documents out. 1 second. We haven't had a witness really explain the non-renewal process, so I'd like to very briefly do that with you, sir. 1 moment. We've previously marked as hearing exhibit 11, date stamped R12, a letter Mr. Peterson acknowledged he got entitled Preliminary Notice of Contract Non-Renewal, and it's signed by the then board president. Do you see that?
I do.
And there's a reference to state statute 11824. All right.
Yes.
Dr. Garvey, in 2 minutes or less, can you explain to the judge how in practice the administrator non-renewal statute gets played out when a board considers whether to non-renew an administrator's contract?
Sure. Administrative language is different than teacher language. So we really, as administrators, don't have a right per se to extend our contract beyond the 2-year limit that's placed on us in the statutes. 11824 treats us similarly to teachers in that we get a preliminary notice of non-renewal.
Excuse me, I'm going to object to the extent that this answer is an explanation of a statute, not how it plays out, but to his legal conclusion on what it says. So to that extent, I would like to limit his answer to how it plays out in practice, like you asked.
I think he's answering that question, and I'm not asking him for a legal conclusion.
I agree that you didn't ask him for one, but he's providing it.
Yeah, I disagree. Judge, can you rule on that?
Not really sure. I think we need to give him more of a chance to explain. I think he was just, I think, correct me if I'm wrong, Attorney Haslam, what maybe prompted your objective is I think the words to the effect that what Wisconsin statute section 118.24 requires us to do. And I think insofar as that's if you're interpreting the statute, if you could just explain the process as you understand it, understanding that I think you're telling us that you're trying to. The process is intended to conform with a statute that with which you have to comply, but rather than getting into a legal interpretation, if you can just explain the process itself, I think that then we can move forward.
I will attempt to do that. Sorry about that.
No, it's okay. It was a decent objection. I mean, it was a good point, and I think we've cleared it up now, hopefully.
So the first step in a non-renewal of an administrative contract is to provide the administrator an opportunity to know that it's coming, and an opportunity to convince the board that they should renew his contract versus not renew his contract. And so this gives the administrator the right to request a hearing. That hearing is done in private, in a closed session setting, unless requested of the employee to be in public. And then once we have that response, and usually that's about a week that they're given, then we schedule a hearing, or we go ahead and schedule the next board meeting to discuss the non-renewal.
Okay. And Mr. Peterson's already testified that he requested a public hearing. I'm going to show you what's previously been marked as hearing exhibit 12. Let me make sure. It's a tough copy, but it's respondent 13. Did you become aware, sir, that that Mr. Peterson had requested a public hearing?
Yes.
Also, as part of the statute, I'll represent you. The statute talks about being provided the reasons. That's my statement, not a question. I'm going to show you what's been previously marked as hearing exhibit 13, which is base stamped R14. Do you see on your screen a letter dated November 22, 2023, issued to Mr. Peterson, care of his attorney, Attorney Haslam, who's here today? Do you see that?
I do.
And within that letter, or enclosed within that letter, is a letter dated November 22, 2023. I'm going to take you down to your signature. Is that your signature?
It is.
Did you author this letter wherein you provided the, quote, reasons upon which it is recommended that the school board non-renew Mr. Peterson's employment contract?
Yes.
Were the reasons that are set forth in this letter the true and honest reasons you were recommending to the board to non-renew Mr. Peterson's contract?
Yes.
Did your decision to recommend to the board the non-renewal of his contract have anything to do with his sex?
No.
Did it have anything to do with his sexual orientation?
No.
Did it have anything to do with the fact that his attorney had claimed that he was the victim of discrimination in the workplace?
No.
Did you attend, you've already testified, you attended the non-renewal hearing on December 6, 2023, correct?
I did.
And skipping ahead because you've already offered testimony on that, there's been some testimony that the board deliberated outside the presence of others. And I just want to confirm, Dr. Garvey, were you present during the board's deliberation where they independently discussed their thoughts on the evidence that was presented?
I can't recall. I don't believe I did, but
Okay,
I can't
That's
recall that.
that's fine. Were you seated with me at a table when the hearing was happening?
Yes.
Okay. And then did you stay? We've stipulated in this case that the deliberations went over to the midnight hour and into the next morning. So I'll represent you. It was the morning of the 7th, but were you present in the room that next morning in the wee hours when the board came back from its deliberations?
I was.
And we all know what the vote was. Were you present when board members articulated their why, meaning why they voted the way they did?
Yes.
Why did you retire, resign, whatever word you use, from the Raymond School Board effective December 31, 2023?
Well, I guess the biggest reason is having my family threatened was not what I signed up for.
Okay.
And the chaos that ensued was not good for the district. And
Okay.
so I stayed till the 31st of December at the bequest of the board, but had tendered my resignation, at least informed them that I was resigning earlier than that.
Did you take any action whatsoever with respect to Mr. Peterson's employment because of his sex as a male?
No,
Did you take any action relating to his employment because of his sexual orientation?
I did not.
Did you take any action against Mr. Peterson because he had complained in the fall of 2023 that he felt he was being discriminated against?
No.
Those are all the questions I have.
Okay, well, I would suggest that you're muted, Attorney Haslam, just so you know. I need to have a break at least to use the bathroom, but I would suggest a little bit, maybe till noon or a little after. I have a few administrative things that are completely unrelated to this case that I need to deal with. It shouldn't take long. So let's
So
reconvene. Let's
back at
go off
noon?
record and reconvene 12 or a little after, okay?
All right.
Yeah, Your Honor, are you gonna wanna take a lunch break today also? Because, I mean,
Oh, well, we can
this might be time for
discuss
that.
that. I mean, what is the, so it's your cross-examination, which I believe is gonna take a while. Are you suggesting that it would be better to take lunch?
Yeah, it's gonna take a while, and then we'd agreed to be able to do ours. We have overlap of witnesses to be able to do our directs too. So I mean, it's not gonna be limited to hers. So it's gonna be a while.
Okay.
Whatever you guys want is fine
Well,
with
it
me.
sounds like that your preference is now to break for lunch then to,
If you're gonna break for lunch at all, my preference would be now. But at the end of the day, Judge, it's up to you.
all
I
right,
think
well,
that'd be better.
why don't we break until around 12:30-ish? Is that somewhere right that ballpark? Is that okay?
That sounds great to me.
Okay, well, we'll go off record for lunch break and reconvene at approximately 12:30 or thereabouts. So,
Sounds good.
Thank you.
all right, sounds good. Thank you.
Thank you.
Ooh. All right, here I am. Hooray. So, what news do I want to take away from that? I don't want to comment too much on this hearing here now, especially the facts. I do note that many people are waiting for a killer cross examination by Wes, and I'm going to say a couple of things here. I can tell you all that clearly that my style is different than Wes's. I think we all understand that. And this is what I tell everybody, that I have a theory here on attorneys and their clients kind of find each other. And it's more unusual than you would think that you would have somebody, I mean, appointed or whatever, but that you would have somebody in a civil case not really representing not have this be on the same page as their client, because they don't get hired, they get fired. There's all sorts of reasons why. Because people want a representative that speaks for them. Okay? Now, just as there are many different complainants, there are many different kinds of attorneys. Just like we don't always have fire and brimstone, and I don't always do fire and brimstone. So I just want to be clear on that I don't think, let me put it another way. If Jeff Peterson is happy with Wes, that's what counts. And I have no reason to think anything different. So with that in mind, many of us can sit on our hands and let them do their thing. Because we can all agree, not only does Mr. Peterson have the right to make this decision, he's the person best placed to know with what kind of representation he wants. I'm just saying that. From my personal experience, from everything else, I think that it's too easy. It would be too easy, especially for this channel, to say we want that fire and brimstone cross-examination. I'm going to tell you something else. As you well know, I spent 2 days this week deposing people. And you could very easily think that I was doing Lori Lubinsky as opposed to Ben Hitchcock-Ross. And you saw more of the style in which she operates than the style, meaning friendly and overly charismatic, I would say. Not too far overly, but overly charismatic. And I say that again because, strictly speaking, the asides that she puts in between her questions, as opposed to a and or an okay, are not strictly within the rules. And she gets away with it as part of her thing. That's what I'm positing here. Okay? I won't even say get away with it. I'll retract that and say that people allow her to continue on that because that's her thing. And I mean, I think we also understand that it gets the answer that she's looking for. Now, that's back to my point today. When I was deposing people on Ashland, I was sugar and spice and everything nice. Why? Because I got the answers that I needed and nothing else. There we're at. Okay, so I will go get. There really has been only 2 people commenting, and I'm well aware of what they have to say. So if any other people have other things that they want to add to this, if you got questions, we can do it in there. Obviously, Debbie Keither is providing a lot more comments, anyways. We'll say for good or bad, but she is otherwise occupied today. So we'll deal with that. I have one news story that I want to drop here. I'll do that in probably at noon, and we'll go from there. All right? Rock and roll. my microphone so people can actually hear what I'm saying. I'll repeat there what we're talking about on the charisma angle is this. Lori Lubinsky, some have disagreed with my portrayal of her as charismatic. And I would say this. Do you agree that she's controlling the room? And she's controlling the judge's thought process? If you agree that that's the truth, then the question is, how is she doing that? And what do you call that if not charisma? Because I certainly get you can feel that she's annoying, it doesn't work, that trick doesn't work for you, yada, yada. I get that, okay? But that's, again, my question is, if you don't feel like she's getting the answer that she wants, I feel like she's getting the answer that she wants, and I call that using her charisma. So if that's something different for you, let us know. Okay. Now, on to the next question that I had already covered is simply this. Right now, Stephanie Brown is hearing the case of Ostrowski 2, that is as opposed to the continuation of Ostrowski 1. Now the finger waves make sense. Ostrowski 1 is with Reinhardt. Ostrowski 2 is the termination with Stephanie Brown. You will remember, and Debbie Keitha will remember Stephanie Brown from such hits as Stephanie Brown 1, Garcia Hoven 2, and others. She's also, avid watchers can recall her from the oof, I know, I guess that's not in there. The other cases that I've dealt with her more recently will probably not have been on air because they've dealt with mental health disabilities in some way. And I generally don't even ask for those. I generally just don't. So that's probably why we don't have more experience with her. But suffice it to say that Stephanie Brown, she used to work with Jeff Hines, the former president of Wisconsin Employment Lawyers Association. That was her only job. And then she got this other job with the state of Wisconsin. And in many ways, she is one of the more talented and certainly experienced administrative law judges and a go-to person on the subject of the law from what I can see how they operate. That's that is Stephanie Brown. She has made some fairly decent decisions, especially in this case. And really what it's all boiled down to is this. As you know, or you may not know, the the only people who are really employed or represented by a company's attorney is upper management. Everybody else is just a witness. And we're not talking about middle management, we're talking about upper, like vice president echelon, that kind of thing. It's the way that it's described is like the decision makers, C-suite kind of thing, and the people who are directly involved in the litigation. So let's say it's your design department and you've got a widget that you guys are producing, which causes some problem. The design of that widget and the person, the vice president over that, he could be represented even though he's a witness. But literally everybody else in the company is going to be a third party witness. The companies almost always play fast and loose with that and try to assert representation over everybody. The key thing here is that they cannot they can't prevent you from accessing a witness. That's in many respects that's what they're doing. You also can't interfere as an attorney. I can't go contact somebody who I know to be represented. So, and we've discussed this before, once we send out a demand letter, I assume that their attorney is going to surface, and then I'm not going to be able to contact the board members individually anymore. That's what the representation means. So, in this case, there are many, because this happened many years ago, there are many employees who no longer work for the DOC. Retired, whatever, terminated, who knows. But the DOC has basically pretended like they represent them And more importantly, Dr. Keither has tried to get access to those communications one way or the other. And the DOC, particularly Attorney Zacard, has fought tooth and nail to keep Dr. Keither from getting those. Now, let's recall, you are entitled to everybody's, the parties in a case are entitled to everybody's evidence. Period, the end, unless it's privileged. Okay, so communications between them and their attorney, privileged, unless it's a third party witness. So a lot of what we're going to see in that case coming up is Debbie cracked that, which we did. We did the original bit of that work. I won't say we, Debbie, but Debbie as the um, complainant did a lot of that work with Matt Chasen with regard to MPS. Matt Chasen has certain records that he takes notes of all of his conversations. And that's, for example, how we knew he met with Calvin Furman prior to Calvin Furman doing the exit interview, which was the basis of a lot of the things that were being contended in the lawsuit. So, Matt Chasen was found by Stephanie Brown 3 years ago to be a third party based on, again, on the work that we had done before. That is, Debbie did before. So, do you get what I'm saying? That's okay. So that will be, I think, super interesting. The last thing that I heard was the car just continuing to object about the things, and I have seen Stephanie Brown give some like faces where she's not looking enthusiastic. Let's say that, but I was pretty astonished on how she just looked not happy when I checked back in on that hearing. I'm trying to get some work done today, just to be clear, and we'll go from there. So, okay. Yeah, and I'll just say this, and once again, going back to Lori Lubinsky, it's what to the extent that I admire her, don't admire, whatever, I think she's effective as hell. And that is the main rubric. Besides, we can talk about style, we can talk about this, we can talk about that, but being effective is the first thing that an attorney wants to do. So, hey, I'm gonna say one other thing. I went up to northern Wisconsin. I'm gonna say many other things. That was a stupid intro. I went up to northern Wisconsin this last week, and had I not had such long, deep experiences in Scandinavia, I don't really think that I would understand. It was like a different planet. And the amount of that the culture from Norway and Sweden had just sort of like it was surprising to me. I knew it, I heard of it, I knew of it, but to experience it firsthand, um, I'll put it like this: there's Wisconsin nice, and then there's Wisconsin nice, and that is a different. We're not even in that realm, and yeah, wow, wow, and wow. Hmm. Okay, I got to think about that one. I got to think about it a little bit more. Yep. Okay. So let's get back up again on the breaking news. Ready? Okay. I had another hearing today. And during that hearing, the hearing examiner let us know that the higher authorities, is the word she used, at the DWD, have basically decided that um, 218.11 sub 2, which I can get for you, says does not mean that a hearing is supposed to take place in person, and that for budgetary reasons, because of cost, they have decided that they prefer to do hearings virtually. That's uh, that's pretty astonishing. I'm gonna read to you 218.11 sub 2. The paragraph is entitled Notice of Hearing. Sub 2 states this. It's entitled Place of Hearing. The hearing shall be held in the county where the alleged act of discrimination occurred, or at another location with the consent of the parties. For the purposes of this subsection, the county where the alleged act of discrimination occurred is the county where the respondent resides, or where the alleged discrimination occurred. So it gives you two options. But it says shall be held in the county. Now they've decided, and I've heard Maria Salsor and others make this argument before, that it doesn't say that it can't be live, virtual within the county. That's all Maria Salsor. I'm sorry. I say Maria Seltzer, but I mean Larissa Benitez Morgan. We've heard her say that. She's just even on the hot mic recording, she says that several times. Several times. She says she's going to run it all the way up the food chain. So we had a request for an in-person hearing, another MPS case. I assume Calvin Furman's totally on this because it's related to Felicia Saffold, his former somebody who he supervised, among other people. And once again, they're trying to not have hearings in public. Now, and this is the important, this is their rule. This is not a law. This is a rule. All they have to do is change the rule. But instead, I mean, this is them all over. They have decided not even to tell people. They say they go back and forth. And I've been on both impetuses of them having it in public. Now, they tried it with me. And apparently they don't like it because they bring the police, because they go overboard, because they can't handle what they really mean is they don't want the they want to continue to be, because they get democratic scrutiny, and they don't want everybody to see, for example, that the administrative buildings are completely empty, that they're all in their pandemic pajamas, say that 25 fast, and that they're not really, there's nobody supervising them. That's the bottom line. They're not being supervised. Oh yes, Fermin is still an ALJ. He's still hearing cases. The hot mic judge is still an ALJ. She's still hearing cases. The hot mic judge was assigned to this case and backed out really only after I had made it clear that I was sent her personally a public records request. I'm very clear that the record that it happened, that she was still on the case. I sent a public records request to her all the way up to the governor's office saying this is the third time that I've asked for this link. They are purposely not publishing the link making the link into a record, a document, for the purpose of keeping it for me. And then we find out that they had published a link. They knew I had requested it because they had turned back the public request and gotten it from me, but Maria Seltzer had been communicating with others. So we do have all that. Yeah. Didn't meet with Peterson on a weekly basis, so how often do you meet? Are these proposed cross-examination questions? But yes. Well, and I want to, James Phipps, what is it that brings all of these cases together is that they're being held for the benefit of the hearing examiners, not for the benefit of the parties. And that is really what the issue is. Oh, well, calling the cops to handle critics, yes. That goes way, 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 way deeper. And I will find out here or we won't. I'm not going to say anything about that. But yes, the calling of the cops is a thing here. And I'll put it like this. In this case itself, if Mr. Garvey is saying that he terminated or participated in the termination or recommended the termination of Jeff Peterson because of his connection with protesters, that is very likely a violation of his First Amendment. Right? Because that would be suffer an adverse employment action because you made a public speech on, or your association. That would be an association because you were associating with a political person or party. Bam. Suffered adverse employment action, causation. There's your three elements. There you go. Right? Got it. Yeah. Well, I don't know. I can tell you this. I went to the non-renewal hearing that they're me and like 2,000 other people went to the non-renewal hearing that they're talking about it, and I don't yet understand why or what. See, see what I'm saying? They could be getting themselves. It wasn't sex, race, whatever kind of discrimination we're talking about, because it was people. There was all these people exercising their First Amendment rights, and we didn't like that. I don't know that that's going to be great for them one way or the other, but we'll find out. And that frankly is my greater interest in this case, is to understand more about that kind of First Amendment retaliation, and why that the Raymond School District seem to be doubling down on the questions of retaliation for political activity. So we'll find out. I don't understand it yet. Lori's, I know, just getting started, but every time I hear that, that's my spidey sense goes off. So I'm gonna go take a break here, and hopefully we'll all join together with the hearing. I can answer that one pretty easily, actually. So for retaliation, it doesn't matter if what it they either. Let me put it like this: for all forms of discrimination, it doesn't matter if you're actually the thing. It matters what their motivation is. Okay, so if they think you're black but you're not actually black, then it doesn't matter. If they think you're associated with Debbie and you're not actually associated with Debbie, but they go after you because they are, that's what. If they think you're associated with me, if the DW of Maria Seltzer is punishing people because she thinks they're associated with me, and it turns out they're not actually associated with me, they still have a claim of action against Maria Seltzer. Do you get what I'm saying? Now, I'm taking a pause for some worthy cause. All right. We are watching Lori type here off screen, so we'll give it a break and go to me. Does anybody have any questions or anything I can answer for anybody where we are at this stage in the hearing? They hear testimony because they hurry testimony because they want to go home. I will point out that frequently what happens is that the issues here are pretty narrow. And on this one, everything is about causation, 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 in my opinion. Which what does that mean? That means that they have um we have to prove why they discriminated against why do they terminate? That's the question. It's, everything is about that question. And they are bringing in things like the kitchen sink, like Debbie Keither, like the First Amendment, things like that. And that's okay. In this kind of heat setting, it's okay for people to bring up a bunch of things. The thing I don't think is okay um, is for the hearing examiners to take. I mean, at the beginning of this hearing, just for example, the hearing examiner took 45 minutes so that they could automatically prevent anybody from really me from showing my face on the screen even for a second. And then I was automatically muted. Um, automatically the camera was turned off and other things like that. So that took 45 minutes. And yet we are hurrying people to get through this. They have scheduled, I think, 5 days for this. I think it goes on until tomorrow, and they get everybody. I mean, Lori's got things that she wants to put on. Wes has got things that he wants to put on. And as far as I know, by the way, the complainant's case in chief is over as of Friday. What does that mean? That means they can only put on rebuttal stuff, which basically means two things: things that nobody could have thought of ahead of time, or things that are directly in response to basically new arguments that they're making. Right? So Daisy Jane, we definitely had. I mean, that is the other thing, and that was the theme that we've been bringing in here time and time again is the whole raising. I mean, I don't think it's appropriate for a hearing examiner, let alone a judge or anybody else, to talk about their personal um, situation. If you ever hear me on any of these things, I try to stick to two topics: that's goats and dogs, maybe children. And with the children thing, I'm doing the caricature of I don't get no respect. That's I do a bit. It's why so that you don't talk about um, your personal information. So, but again, the what was came up on the personal information was that he didn't want to. He found the hearing of this case to inconvenience his personal plan. And I can't stress this enough that the purpose of the Department of Workforce Development is to hear the parties' issues and nothing else. It doesn't exist to hire administrative law judges. It doesn't exist to hire district administrators, bureau directors, appointing authority. It doesn't exist for any of those purposes. It exists for one purpose and one purpose only, because we're paying for this, and we're paying for this for only my taxes should be cut for or charged for this purpose of this DWD hearing for the hearings, not for them to actively not do the hearing so that they can go out. So that's basically your answer, is because they would rather be elsewhere. All right, here we are.
Oh boy, sorry everyone. I had my monitor goes out and I have to re-sign back on. I have two monitors, the bigger ones, and one of them I can't see a thing. And so I have to go sign on, and then it was updating. So I apologize. Okay, I gotta get, let's see, Jeff is there, right? Yeah. And Michael H. Okay. So now it's just a question of gotta readmit Mr. Garvey here.
I
I
have a
don't know who
monitor
those other two
that I
are.
have
They're
to,
not witnesses.
whenever I'm inactive on it, I have to go
Okay.
push. I have a special
Yeah,
power
I
switch on
agree.
the
They
power
can be
switch,
admitted as
so I can turn it on and off.
observers.
Okay,
Okay.
good. Will you keep that, kindly keep that in mind for future reference?
Wait, where's his name popping up? Is it there? Camera. Oh, Mike. Okay.
There we go. Mike, can you see and hear us?
I can.
Okay, we got him, Judge.
Okay. Um, okay, so apologies to everyone else too. I'm having some issues with my monitor, and I had to re-sign on to get one of my monitors to function. It goes out periodically, and then was going through a lot of processes to get back for me to get back on. So anyway, let's go ahead. I'm going to start the recording and go back on record momentarily. Just want to make sure. Yeah. Okay. So the recorder's going. So let's go back on the record after our break. And we are continuing in the matter of two cases, Jeffrey Peterson versus Raymond School District. And we are continuing with the witnesses, Dr. Garvey. We're continuing with his testimony at this time. As I understand it, Attorney Haslam is going to be cross-examining this witness, but by stipulation of the parties, for the sake of judicial efficiency, his direct is going to be combined with his cross, so that enlarges the scope potentially of the questions that are permissible. Does everybody concur that's the case?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay.
Yes, Your Honor.
So let's resume. You may question your witness, Attorney Haslam.
All right. Good afternoon, Dr. Garvey. How are you?
I'm good. How are you today?
Doing well. So I'm going to try really hard not to ask the same questions over and over again, but for a lot of topics, I'm going to hit you on again just to get more detail. Okay.
Sounds good.
So you said you worked at Princeton, Sauk Prairie, and Johnson Creek. Is that right?
As an administrator, yes.
Okay. And in that time when you were an administrator at those schools, were there ever any formal complaints filed against you?
I cannot remember a formal complaint.
Okay. Now I think in our deposition, we'll go ahead and enter this in now because we're going to be using it a lot. We talked about this too. So this is C183, and I'm going to share my screen with you. You let me know if you can see this. Can you see this?
West, I apologize. This is a new exhibit, correct?
This is a new exhibit, correct? His
So
deposition.
let's all get on the same page. Is this, Judge, is this going to be complainants 93?
Let me look. Give me one moment just to pull up my.
That's what I have too.
See here. The last one we left off with was C92. Yes, C93 is the next hearing number, and as I heard you, if I heard you correctly, C183 is your exhibit number, which we'll use as the Bates number, correct?
That is correct, Your Honor, and the short title is Garvey Deposition Transcript.
Thank you.
All right, Mr. Garvey, do you see this front page of this deposition transcript, and it says your name right here?
I do.
Okay, and I'm just going to scroll all the way to the bottom of it and show you that it ends and it comes to the index like a deposition transcripts do. Do you have any reason to doubt that this is the accurate representation of what you told me in the deposition?
I do not.
Okay, so I'm going to go to page 35 here, and I went ahead and highlighted some things just to make it easier on us. Okay, do you see where this is highlighted that I've got my cursor on right now?
Yes,
And I asked you the same question I just asked you in the deposition, right? I asked you in your time at Princeton, Sauk Prairie, and Johnson Creek, were there ever any formal complaints filed against you? And your answer then was, I suppose. And then I asked you again, I said, you don't recall? And you said, I mean, there were complaints. Yeah, that comes with the job. Is that an accurate representation of what you said?
it is.
And when you say that complaints come with the job, what do you mean by that? Like as an administrator, you get complaints, it's inevitable?
It is.
Okay. So I guess you can't make everyone happy, right? If you're a leader, you're gonna get some complaints against you. Is that right?
That's correct.
Okay. Um Now did you leave
Excuse me.
Sauk Prairie because of a change to the school board?
Yes,
Okay. Now, I believe in your deposition, you told me that you negotiated a departure when a new school board came on. Am I right when I make that assertion?
yes.
Okay. And what do you mean when you negotiate a departure? Tell me about that.
Well, one of the beliefs that I've always held is that there has to be a good fit between the administrator and the Board of Education. And if the board wants to take a different path, or the administrator doesn't agree with the path the board is on, there should be a departure.
Okay.
And in this particular case, they wanted to go a different direction. And so we negotiated a resignation which would allow me to maintain some of my benefits for the remainder of my contract.
Okay. And so that's similar to what you were talking about with Ms. Lubinsky when you were talking about an offer the school board extended to Peterson in June of 2023. Is that right?
I didn't see the offer, but I would assume that was the process they were going through.
Okay, great. So you told Ms. Lubinsky that you learned about the opening at Raymond School through the HYA. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Now, did Mike Ritchie call you directly?
He did.
He did. Okay. And when I think you may have answered this, but I just want to make sure my timeline's the same as yours. When did you become the interim superintendent at Raymond School?
I did some pre-work there in October and started in November.
And you said before you were on the Wisconsin Retirement System pension at the time, right?
I am.
And that's why you couldn't work over a certain amount of hours, correct?
Correct.
And if I were to say that you were limited to 880 hours, does that sound about right to you?
I don't know the number, but if you did the math, I believe you.
Okay. Do you have any reason to dispute that? I mean, it's not going to be too much of an issue if you don't remember the number.
Right.
Okay. And when did you become the permanent superintendent of Raymond School?
That would have been the following July 1st.
On July 1st. And did you tell Ms. Lubinsky that you couldn't really remember when you were actually hired, but you gave her the contract start date, right?
Correct.
And so they actually told you you're going to fill that role sometime before July 1st, right?
Yes, I believe so.
Do you recall roughly how long before July 1st they told you that you were going to be selected for it?
I don't.
And do you still work in the Wisconsin school system?
No, I'm retired.
Did you you said you resigned in December of 2023, is that correct?
Yes.
And after you initially left Raymond, did you stay behind to help with some things, like finishing the budget?
I don't believe I stayed any farther past the 31st of December.
When you were first hired at Raymond, do you remember the members of the school board?
I think I can produce those names. Would you like me
Memory
to?
or
By
yeah,
memory.
if you can, please do.
Jeremy Childers, Audrey Kostich, Gwen, Jen,
Janelle Wise, is that what you're thinking?
Janelle Wise, and Jen Lopnow.
Okay, Jim Lopnow. And as the superintendent of Raymond School, where did you get your marching orders from?
Any superintendent gets them from the Board of Education.
Okay. Now we're going to talk about the admin review you conducted of Peterson in 2023. And I'm going to go ahead and open up the exhibit so we can take a look at it again. And this is the exhibit that's already been entered as C6.
While you do that, Wes, Judge, my client representative dropped out of the meeting. I know you are not admitting people along the way, but I do think it's important Mr. Leach be added.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Thank you for alerting me to that.
Yep. Thank you. Sorry, Wes.
No
Well,
problem.
hold on.
It's okay.
But before we continue, couple things. First of all, did we ever admit C92? That was discussed. That was from prior to today. I just don't want to not have it in the record. Was there any? That was Hyde's response to Peterson's open records request.
I have it as we admitted it.
Okay. I do not. So if I could just have one moment, I don't have a problem doing that right now. Just give me a moment.
Would you like me to pull it up for you, Lori?
Yeah, that'd be really great, Wes. It might be.
Things go a little quicker.
Yeah, definitely.
I mean, it could have been. I forgot it was toward the end of the day, but I don't think so. I'm not sure. I don't know if we ever just admitted it into the. We discussed it.
Public records. Okay.
And I'll scroll down to page 2, page 3. See that?
Yep. I do not object to the admission of hearing exhibit C92.
Okay. At the risk of possible redundancy, exhibit C92, Bates C01, no, Bates C053 is admitted into the record. And then while we're at it, do we still need a foundation for this, or can we just admit C93 as well right now? That's the Dr. Garvey's deposition transcript.
I don't object.
Okay, counsel, do you want to move that now at this time?
Oh, yes, absolutely, Your Honor.
Okay, so exhibit C93, Bates C-183 is admitted.
All right, so Dr. Garvey, I'm going to pose to you that this is the same administrative review that you looked at before, but this copy is a little bit different. This one, if I go to the bottom, has your signature, but not Mr. Peterson's. You see that?
Yes.
So this would be after you signed it, but before you actually gave it to him, right?
Right.
Okay. And I know you talked to Ms. Lubinsky about this a little bit, but I really want to dial into this March 25th date here, because I think you told me something at the December 6th hearing, and then you told me something in the deposition, and then today you said you weren't quite sure, but it was sometime after you had started drafting it, right?
Wait.
Right.
I'm going to object to all of your statements that preceded the question. That's inappropriate. I don't object to the question, but you reflecting on what you think people said it's not a question.
Yeah, I'll withdraw the statement, but Dr. Garvey, anyway, the reason I want to dial this in is I just want us to think about it a little harder, okay? So with March 25th, with that, you said it was sometime after you started drafting it. It could, but did you also say it's like the way you said it? Could you also mean it could be when you were done drafting it?
No, I believe it was that I finished drafting it after March 25th.
You finished. Do you know how long after that you finished drafting it? You'd say.
Well, earlier today, I believe I said maybe 10 days after that.
Okay. And now, April 24th, again, is when you gave it to Principal Peterson. I believe you told Ms. Lubinsky that already. Do you agree?
I agree.
Okay. And now I'm going to go show up. This is a document that's already been introduced. It's C6. Do you see this, Dr. Garvey?
Yes.
And we've talked about this before, right? This is the school's policy manual, Raymond School's policy manual. You see that?
Yes.
And do we agree that you didn't follow the policy manual when you conducted the evaluations of Mr. Peterson?
To the extent of using CISA 6, yes.
Yeah, so you didn't use CISA 6, right?
Correct.
Okay. Stop sharing now. And are you trained in CISA 6?
I am.
So you understand, you're familiar with the process?
I am.
And does that, when you say you were trained, does that mean you were certified through the CISA 6 training program?
Yes.
Now, I'm going to ask you a few questions about CISA 6. Does it contain a rubric of performance categories?
It does.
And just to be clear, does the rubric contain examples of what would constitute exemplary performance?
Yes.
Does it contain examples of what would be proficient performance?
Yes.
Does it contain examples of satisfactory performance?
It does.
And does it contain examples of unsatisfactory performance?
It does.
And these examples, they aren't they're hypothetical examples, right? That an employee could look at to see what the expectation is, correct?
Yes.
Now, does the evaluation that you use contain examples of that type of performance?
That I placed?
Yeah, does your evaluation that you used on Principal Peterson, did it contain examples like CISA 6 does of what would constitute exemplary, proficient, and unsatisfactory performance?
Just to the extent that I added that information as these are the expectations.
Well, I mean, can you show me that? I'm going to pull back open C5 here, and this is his his review, right? So what I'm talking about is a rubric, right? You understand that? That's hypothetical examples of what would constitute um, those different categories of performance.
Hey, Wes, did you intend to put something on your screen?
I sure did.
I thought so.
I thought he was still
There you go.
working on
There
it,
you
but,
go.
okay.
Now, Dr. Garvey, now that I clarified that it's a rubric that I'm asking if you included in yours, do you recall if you included one?
No, there was no rubric.
Okay. And I'll posit to you that's what you told me before on December 6th, also 2023. Does that sound right to you?
Yes.
Okay. Now, does the CISA 6 evaluation process start? Does it begin? The evaluation process, does it begin with a meeting with the school employee to discuss goal setting at the beginning of the school year?
It does.
Okay. Did your process begin that way?
Not specifically about the evaluation.
Now, does the CISA 6 evaluation process, a year-long process that starts at the beginning of the school year and follows all the way through with certain goals in between?
Yes.
Was your evaluation process a year-long process?
It was not.
Okay. And does CISA 6 require scheduled feedback to be provided to the employee?
That is an expectation.
Okay. And did you, I see on your administrative review we're talking here, right? So I'm not conflating this with a PIP because those are two distinct things, correct?
Yes.
So does your administrative review, did it require scheduled feedback to be provided to the employee?
It does not have a schedule attached to it.
Did you ask Jeff to provide a self-assessment before you started your evaluation?
No.
CISA 6 requires a self-evaluation before the process begins.
I believe it does.
And is that provided in writing?
Everything in CISA 6 is in writing.
Everything is 2 6 in writing. Okay. So What do you think the purpose of the self-assessment is before you begin a C6 evaluation?
To find an agree upon starting point.
Okay. Get on the same page with the employee. Another way of saying that, perhaps?
Yes.
Who conducted teacher evaluations at Raymond School during the 22-23 school year?
Mr. Peterson and Mrs. Ramon.
And who conducted administrator evaluations?
I would have.
Okay. And were the teacher evaluations conducted using CISA 6?
I believe partially.
Why do you
I
say
do not.
partially?
I do not, as I've stated before, believe that CISA 6 was implemented as it is supposed to be implemented.
Okay, so you said that, and I didn't really. That seems kind of vague. So dial that in. If it
Mhm.
was being used to conduct evaluations, where did the implementation fail? Like, how is that wrong?
By the middle of the year, so shortly after I got there, it was clear to me that teachers were first starting to develop their professional goals. So it had never been kicked in as the evaluation system.
But didn't you just say that the beginning of the CISA 6 process starts at the beginning of this school year, where the person being evaluated provides the goals?
Yes,
Okay, and the deadline for those goals is October, isn't it?
it is.
Okay, so how is that different than any other year under CISA 6?
They had not implemented CISA 6 the way it was supposed to be implemented. They were still writing goals at the beginning of the new year in January,
The beginning of the new year in January, they're writing
not the
goals.
new school year.
Okay, now they update their goals periodically in CISA 6 though too, don't they?
They should be.
Okay. Were there any other administrators that you evaluated during the 22-23 school year besides Peterson?
Mrs. Ramon was considered an administrator.
Did you evaluate her?
Yes.
Did you give her an evaluation?
Yes, Mr. Peterson and I worked on that together.
Okay. Now let's talk about the PIP a little bit. You gave Jeff a PIP on April 24th, 2023. Is that right?
Yes.
You have a little bit of a lag there. So if there's a delay, that's why. So that's the same day you gave him his evaluations. Is that right?
Yes.
And did the PIP have a scheduled follow-up meeting? Did it have a schedule of follow-up meetings to discuss his progress?
It did.
And did those follow-up meetings occur as scheduled?
No.
Do you know how many follow-up meetings you conducted with Mr. Peterson?
I don't.
I'm going to show you the exhibit we previously entered in and marked as C9. All right. Can you see this?
I can.
So I'm gonna explain this to you. This is actually a document where Principal Peterson is responding to your PIP update. Does that sound right to you? Is this something you recognize?
Can you scroll to the top, please? These are my notes after meeting with Mr. Peterson. Yes.
So these are your notes till well, actually this is these are your notes till here, right?
Yep.
And then below that is where Mr. Peterson responds, correct?
Yes.
It says here that Mr. Peterson writes that you guys met on May 25th and on June 12th. Does that sound about right to you?
I have no reason to disagree with that.
would you disagree with the statement that you only met formally twice during this PIP process?
Formally, that makes sense to me, 2 or 3 times.
Okay. And now the first time he says here that you met for about a half an hour, is that about correct?
That seems reasonable.
And the second time, it's maybe a little over an hour. Does that sound about right too?
That could very much be possible, yes.
So that was just so that was just to establish the dates of when you guys had your formal meetings. And when you gave him the PIP, had you already decided on whether or not to renew his contract?
I don't
gonna
make
object.
that
Wait.
decision.
You've addressed my objection, so.
Yeah, let me say that differently. Had you already decided on whether or not to recommend the renewal or not recommend the renewal of his contract?
I had not decided that.
Okay. And when did you know that you would not be recommending the renewal of Mr. Peterson's contract?
I don't know that date.
I'm going to introduce an exhibit. I think, Lori, did you introduce the December 6th transcript yet? Do we get that entered
Yeah,
in?
it is hearing exhibit R14. I can pull it up if you want, or you can, whatever your preference is, Wes.
I've got it. I got it right here.
Yeah. For the record, R14 is the transcript.
Okay. Noted that, so I'll say it again. All right. So share my screen here. Here on page 15, well, sorry, strike that. Okay, so here, down here on page 94, and I'll make it larger for you because I know that's difficult. Is that better? I ask you on line 6, at what date did you know that you would be recommending Mr. Peterson, to not keep his job? And you say, I would say early this fall. Does that sound about right?
That
You-
appears to be what I
Are
said.
you
Yes.
asking him if that's what he testified to? Or are you
Yeah.
asking him if that refreshes his memory?
Does that refresh your memory?
It certainly is what I testified to, according to the transcript.
All right. And you testified to this in December, on December 6th of the same year, right?
Yes.
Would you say that your memory then was more accurate than your memory now about when you made the decision to not to not recommend the renewal of his contract?
I am really struggling on dates and timeframes.
Were you struggling on those back in December 6th?
I was not.
Were there board members suggesting that you not renew Mr. Peterson's contract?
Again, Wes, I'm going to object to the form of the question because he doesn't non-renew, but I think you can fix it.
Yeah, were there board members suggesting that you recommend the non-renewal of his contract?
No, the process is the other way around. I recommend to the board.
And did you tell me that you were aware that the board made an offer to buy Peterson's contract in early June of that same year?
Yes, I did tell you that.
Okay. And did you become aware of that contemporaneously, like while the offer was being made?
Yes.
Sorry, I didn't hear it, counsel. I didn't hear what an offer was made to what? I didn't hear that.
To buy out Mr. Peterson's contract.
Buy out. Oh, okay.
Yep. So, and just to be clear with the judgment, Dr. Garvey, that we're talking about there is we're talking about the same thing that you were discussing in Sauk Prairie, where you were negotiating an exit, sort of, right?
Yes.
Okay. Now, did you ever give Mr. Peterson a third PIP update?
I do not believe so.
I'm going to bring up a new exhibit here. This is my C34, C034, and share my screen. And this is Peterson response to third PIP update. I'll give the judge a second to get that down. And this was going to come in, I believe,
Hold on a
as
second. Peterson response to, what was it?
third PIP update.
Third PIP updates.
We're doing C94 on this.
That's
Yeah.
C94,
Yes.
correct.
Thank you.
With the base number we're going to use is C34.
Now, Dr. Garvey, do you recognize this?
Just give me a second, please. I certainly recognize my comments there.
Okay. And did you provide this to Mr. Peterson on October 2nd of 2023?
Just so we're clear, when you say this, are you referring solely to the top and not the Peterson response?
Yes, that's a good
Okay, I
point.
just
So
want to be clear.
this also, just like the last PIP update, it includes the header and what you wrote, and then Peterson responded below that. So the portion, the PIP update, the third PIP update, not the response. Did you provide him with a third PIP update on October 2nd, 2023?
I did.
Okay. Now, was that after he had been already received his preliminary notice of non-renewal?
I don't recall those dates.
I'm going to pose to you that Peterson was given his preliminary notice of non-renewal on September 28th of 2023. Do you have any reason to disbelieve that?
I do not.
And so you provided him with a PIP update about a week after that or so. Is that correct?
I did.
Now, I've heard you talk a lot about a staff divide. And I just want to be really clear here. When you say staff, are you referring to teachers or other staff also, like secretaries and custodians?
When I've used that term, I'm referring to teachers.
So when you say staff divide, you're referring to teachers, correct?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Yes.
So you're not talking about the secretaries, you're not talking about the custodians, just the teachers.
When I'm talking about staff divide, I'm talking about the teachers. Yes.
And what were they divided on? Any particular issues?
It really was the biggest issue was the whole idea of different standards, or at least perceived different standards between the veteran staff and the less than veteran staff.
And what's the divide between veteran staff and non-veteran staff? Like how do you differentiate between those two groups?
I'm trying to recall
Well, hold
the.
on. I don't understand that question. Are you saying how do you explain who falls into what group? Is that, or is it a more going to the content?
No, exactly, Your Honor. It's about like how do you determine who's a veteran staff and who's not a
Okay,
veteran staff?
got it.
I would have to look back at some things, but I think it was almost a clear divide on those that have been employed by the district for longer than 10 years and those that have been under 10 years, give or take a couple of years there.
And can you give me an idea, like a percentage of how many teachers were in each group?
I really can't.
Do you recall if there
It
were?
might have been half and half, or it was more than a few. It might have been half and half, or just a little bit under that in the relatively newer staff.
So pretty close to half and half by your recollection. Is that about right?
I would say that's pretty close.
And earlier when I asked you about particular issues that they were divided on. You told me that it was they were held at different standards. Can you tell me what you mean by different standards?
Expectations of time to be in the building, expectations on um, sticking to the curriculum, sticking to the instructional practices, uh, everything to do with instruction, where staff were expected to be using certain curriculum or certain technology, and the senior staff got a pass many times.
And when I believe you answered Ms. Lubinsky's question on this, but I just want to clear it up. And when did you become aware of this staff divide?
It was very early in my time there.
Was it
And
around? Oh, was it through the HYA report that you received? Is that what you did? You tell Ms. Lubinsky it was through the you first learned about through the HYA
no,
report?
no,
Okay.
no.
And did Mr. Peterson ever provide you with any evidence on his work towards overcoming a staff divide that demonstrated there really wasn't any divide among the teachers?
There was a document that he provided, I think, or else conversation, but it didn't address completely the issue, nor was it in all honesty, credible.
You were choppy there. You said his evidence was not credible. Is that correct?
Correct.
When did you first talk to? So let's rewind a little bit. You got a call from HYA about an opening, and then eventually you talked to people at Raymond School. Is that correct?
Yes.
And when did you first talk to someone at Raymond School about the interim superintendent position?
Probably, I'm going to be terrible at these types of dates, but I think it was the week that I was being offered an interview.
Which would have been
Not the week I interviewed, but
so that would have been early October of 2022.
yes.
Okay. I'm gonna bring up an exhibit here that I have not entered yet. It's C143, page 55. And the short title on this is email from Gwen Keller to Mike Ritchie, 10/3/22. So I understand, Dr. Garvey, that you weren't involved in this email, but what I want you to do is I want you to see that Gwen Keller sent Mike Ritchie an email saying that she confirmed with you yesterday and that you're scheduled for October 13th at 4 p.m. Does that sound about right for the date of your interview?
It's yes.
And about the length of time between you talked to her and when you and when this email went out? Being the
That's
date.
reasonable.
Okay. You understand what I was asking?
Uh-huh.
Okay.
Yes.
And I guess at the time she says here, please let us know if there are other candidates you think we should interview. I guess at the time there weren't any other candidates. Is that something you have knowledge of?
I'm going to object. Wait, I'm going to object to the statement because there's no testimony to that effect. I don't object to you asking him what knowledge he has of other candidates.
Certainly, certainly. Do you read this sentence that I just highlighted here?
Yes, I do.
Now, are you aware of if you were the only candidate this time or if there are other candidates?
I believe there are other candidates.
I'm going to move to have C143, page 55, entered in as exhibits 095.
Okay, before we do that, I don't think we got C94. That's the response to the third PIP update.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. I'd like to move that in, please.
For the record, I have no objection to hearing exhibit C94 or 95.
Okay, and so you're moving C95 as well, counsel?
Yes, Your Honor, please.
All right, so exhibit C94, Bates C34 is admitted, and also admitted is C95, Bates C143.
Now, Dr. Garvey, did anyone tell you that you were the top candidate?
I don't recall that.
Okay, I'm going to show you an exhibit that's already been entered in. This is C34. I'm just going to put it up here to the time frame of this. And do you see this email here from Gwen Keller to quite a few people? You see that? Dr. Garvey, did you hear me?
Yes, I'm sorry. I was
All right.
reading it.
No, I understand. But you see that this is subject line says regarding the October 13th special meeting agenda, and it's from Gwen Keller, right?
Okay.
And
Yes,
the date of this is October 24, excuse me, October 4th, 2022. Does that sound right? Does that look right?
it does.
And what she says is, absolutely, Jeremy, I'm pleased to present Dr. Mike Garvey as our top candidate. So my question to you is, on October 4th of 2022, did you know you were the board's top candidate already?
I don't believe I did.
And were you the top candidate before you were interviewed? Were you aware of that?
I was not aware of that.
Now, did Raymond School also use the HYA to search for someone to fill the permanent superintendent position?
Yes,
And were you involved with this process of HYA searching for the superintendent position?
limited to logistics, but yes,
Did you help choose the questions for the community survey?
I don't recall personally helping with that, but I did collect some information from the administrative team and from staff.
Okay.
And then Mr. Ritchie met with the school board members.
I think it's going to help us all right now to understand this is that, and I just want you to confirm this, right? The HYA did both a community, well, excuse me, the school put out a community survey. The HYA provided the questions and the school chose them, correct?
Correct.
So when I say community survey, that's what I'm referring to. And they also conducted focus grouped interviews. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay. And I'm going to go back to your deposition here, which we have as 90 C93. And I'm going to share my screen so don't forget. Now, up here in this deposition, do you see where my cursor is? Do you see where my cursor is?
Yes,
I think I asked you, did you play a role in deciding which questions would be asked? And your answer was, I did work with the consultant because I was not a candidate for the position. Is that
correct.
accurate?
Yes,
So you worked with the consultant to help develop the questions for the community survey. And that's, again, the reason you added you weren't a candidate was why did you enter that in? Why did you say that also? Is that because it wouldn't be appropriate for a candidate to help find the criteria for the selection process?
Okay, that was like 3 questions. I don't object to the last question, but
I'll
that
withdraw.
was,
I'll withdraw. I'm finding my way around it. Thank you. So you say, uh, you said, I'm going to start here. You did work with a consultant because I was not a candidate for the position. Is that right?
that is correct.
Would it be inappropriate for a candidate to work on the survey? Was that why you said that? That's 2 questions. Strike the last one. Oh, let me start over. Why did you add on that you were not a candidate for the position at the time?
Because I think that that is inappropriate to select the questions. However, that isn't what I stated in my deposition there. I helped the consultant through that process.
Okay,
I wasn't doing the selection. The school board members did the selection.
but you were clarifying that you weren't a candidate at the time that you were doing that work, right?
Absolutely.
Okay. And the next line down that I have highlighted, it said, I asked you, when did you become a candidate, right? And you answered very late in the process when they called folks in for interviews and 2 dropped out. So it left 2 candidates. Does that sound accurate?
That is accurate.
Okay. So when was that? Do you recall in terms of a month even?
I don't.
When did the process end? Did it end in April when the report came out?
What report are you referring to?
The HYA report?
That's dated February, Wes.
February. Okay. Was it February when that? I thought it was April. Oh no.
HYA report, I believe, is February 23rd. I could be wrong about that, but I'm pretty sure that's the date.
So let's get that straight right now. Make
Yeah.
sure. So give me one moment.
February 23rd is what I've got.
Okay, I have no reason to. Were there also interviews going on in April and May?
But when you say also, what are you referring to as also?
Were there also interviews? I said interviews for the superintendent position going on in April and May.
In addition to what?
I think we're all choppy here. It seems like I'm missing words from you guys, and you may be missing words from me. Are we having an issue? Is it my end that's choppy?
I think I've heard everyone. Can you hear me now?
I hear you great now. Yeah. So
Okay.
I can hear you as well, Wes.
yeah,
I
let me
think
ask the question. So
Yeah, go
I asked the
ahead.
question the first time. I did say interviews, but it apparently got cut out. So were they doing interview? Was the school conducting interviews for full-time superintendents as late as April and May?
I don't recall what the months were.
And do you recall when you became a candidate for the position?
I don't.
So I've got another previously entered exhibit here. This is C90. And my fault. It's not. Which one is oh, got it. All right. So this is a document previously introduced as C90. And can you please confirm that right here where I put this little orange marker, this is an email that you wrote on December 13th, 2022.
I see that date.
Okay. And I'm going to scroll down a bit further. And does your email carry over to the next page? Can you confirm that for me? This is still your
It
email?
does.
Okay. And when I go down here to the places I have marked here, it states, if you search for a part-time superintendent, at this point, I will be a candidate. Is that correct?
It does say that.
And you're referring to the permanent superintendent role, right?
Yes.
Okay. So the line below that, I'm going to read this to you. It said, and correct me if I'm wrong, okay? Can you see it okay?
Yes.
It says, I'm not sure if the search process will satisfy the teachers who wish to be part of the process. What I'm hearing, and you or may not be hearing the same thing, is that some of the veteran staff is supporting a full-time super, and that being Jeff, and that Jeff has promised Abby the principal role. I have not been able to confirm this. If you open up the discussion and fail to hear them in quotation marks, and the result is a part-time administrator, I'm not sure if in their minds you can be including them also in quotation marks. Did I read that correctly?
Yes.
So the line below that says, however, Mike from HYA will argue that if the focus groups endorse a part-time super in quotation marks, the successful candidate, me or another, will go into next year in a good place. Did I read that last line correctly also?
Yes.
So I have a few questions about what you're saying here. Is this, when you're saying here that you would be a candidate, correct?
Under certain circumstances, yes.
If it were a part-time position, right?
Yes.
And the school understood that you couldn't fill anything other than a part-time role, right?
Yes.
And this is actually before the community survey was created and you were working with the consultants, correct?
I believe so. I'd have to line the dates up.
What's the date of the email, council, again?
This December 13th, 2022. Now, are you telling the board in the second paragraph I've highlighted here? Are you telling the board that how to get staff support for yourself as the superintendent?
No, just the opposite, that they need to think about those expectations during this process, because part of the survey that they were looking at was, what position are we going to look for, part-time or full-time? So what is the administrative structure going to look like? As well as the part of the survey that we spent time on earlier, which is the questions about what do we want in a superintendent? What do we want the future of our school district to look like?
When you say the survey we spoke about earlier, you're referring to you and me spoke about earlier, not you and Mike Ritchie, right?
Correct.
Okay. And the last line, it didn't seem to align with what you said. So I want to read it again and have you explain that to me. You say, however, Mike from HYA will argue that if the focus groups endorse a part-time super, the successful candidate, me or another, will go into next year in a good place. How does that fit in with what you just said?
I think HYA has a stance that they take, Mike in particular, that if the survey calls for it, that will align with the community. And so I was just suggesting they're going to hear something a little different from Mike than they did from me.
And were you suggesting to the board that if they were to choose to fill a part-time role, they would get you, but if they chose to fill a full-time role, they would probably get Jeff. Is that correct?
No, I don't think there was any, that was not my intent of this conversation.
Okay, but it does say here, supporting a full-time super, that being Jeff, right? Is that correct?
The veteran staff.
Supporting, yeah.
Yeah. I'm not saying that. I'm reporting out what veteran staff have told me.
Okay, and then you're saying the part-time super, in quotes, is going to be you or another, right?
Correct. I guess I made the assumption that, and it probably was conversations that I had with Jeff, that he wasn't interested in a part-time position.
Okay. And now I want to go back to the last sentence of the second paragraph here. I'm going to just go ahead and highlight it briefly and then click out of it so you can read it better. Do you see what I highlighted? So the last sentence here starts with, if you open up the discussion and fail to hear them in quotation marks. Why did you put hear them in quotation marks? Do you know?
Sure, that's a common thing we hear as administrators is If the expectation isn't fulfilled that they have, then you're not hearing them.
Okay. And also the same thing with including them. Is that why you put that into quotation marks?
Right.
Okay. I'm going to open up another document that's previously been introduced as C38. So here, is this a, do you see what I have here highlighted? Do you see the subject line says regarding superintendent search?
I do.
And do you see it's from Gwen Keller and it's to you?
I do.
And you see no one else except for you and Gwen Keller are included in this email?
That's correct.
Okay. And sorry, I clicked on that. So now we're going to get our dates straight. 'Cause I notice your dates on your emails start with the day, month, year. Can we agree on that?
I never noticed that before. But
Okay.
yes,
But you do agree that this is not May 1st, but January 1st of 2023, correct?
correct.
Okay. And maybe it's Gwen's emails actually, because it's from her. But regardless, we agree that it's January 5th, 2023. And here is Gwen telling you how to structure the teacher focus groups.
Asking me that. Yes.
And she's responding to your email that you sent on January 4th, 2023. Do you see that?
Yes.
And what you say is, I'm just going to read it aloud and you tell me if I read it wrong. Per Jeremy, I reached out to Mike Ritchie at HYA on my way home Monday evening. I explained that the district was moving forward with the search without the community survey. Did I read that correctly?
Yes.
So on January 4th, 2023, you're telling Mike Ritchie of HYA that you guys are moving forward without the community survey. Is that correct?
The community survey I'm referring to there is the $10,000 one.
Okay, you guys went with the homegrown community survey, right? Where you published it yourselves?
Correct.
Okay. Now, I guess, is this where the staff, I mean, you also say that, I guess up here where Gwen is telling you how to structure the focus groups. Do you see that? She says, can we structure the teacher focus groups to have tenured in one and newer, less tenured in the other? I'd like to see if there are major differences in response and help those less tenured teachers feel comfortable and open to sharing their feedback. Is that correct?
That is what she wrote.
Is this where the staff divide originated?
Object to the form. I don't understand your question.
Oh,
What do you mean
understand?
originated?
Is this where it came from? Because it appears. I mean, sorry. Let me pause it. I'll withdraw the question. I'll pause it a couple of things first. You agree here that Gwen Keller is saying that she wants to see if there are differences between more tenured staff and less tenured staff, right?
Yes.
Okay. And she's writing this uh, on January 5th of 2023, right?
Yes.
And so is it fair to assume that she doesn't know if there's a staff divide at this point, and neither do you? It's an email between the two of you. Would that be a fair assumption?
Objection, that's compound. It also requires speculation as to what Ms. Keller may have thought. He cannot possibly answer that part of your question.
Okay. I'm going to withdraw the question. Was the HYA report used as an evaluative tool for Mr. Peterson?
No.
So I'm curious, do you know why it ended up in his personnel file?
The HYA report? I do not know that.
I'm going to introduce an exhibit I have marked C109, pages 14 to 15. And this will be exhibit number C96. And the short title of this will be email from Garvey to Childers 6/3/23. Oh, excuse me. They got me wrong again. It's 3/6/23, the short title. My apologies.
And
They
just so
threw
I
me off
know,
again.
Wes, are you introducing or attempting to introduce 2 pages or 1? I heard you say pages 14 and 15 is the only reason why I'm asking.
I'm going to introduce 2, yes.
Got it. Okay, thank you.
Okay. So, Dr. Garvey, do you see this email right here?
I do.
And this is from you to Jeremy Childers on March 6, 2023.
Yes, that appears to be what it says.
And does it say that you can go ahead and read through this one and from the one down here too? And the very first line, is it saying that are you planning on meeting with Bob Butler?
It appears that way.
And he's the district's attorney, correct? The school district's attorney, right?
At that time, yes.
And were you going to meet with him regarding the HYA report?
Objection, that calls for attorney-client privilege, and I'm instructing the witness not to answer any questions with regard to what he intended to speak with the district's lawyer about.
So I'm going to scroll down to page 15 here.
So what's your response to that? Are you just gonna not pursue that question?
I'm going to let it go. No, she's right. I asked him directly for the content. It's in the emails anyway. It's going to come out in a second. So I'll hold off. I'll withdraw. So now I'm scrolling down to page 15 of this. And this is an email from Jeremy Childers to you, correct?
Yes.
And it says here's the public report. I don't even have a copy of the full report. I directed him to email that to Bob Butler. If I get a copy, it will become open records. I wanted to hold off on that till after we met with Bob. Please reach out to Bob if you would like to discuss. Did I read that correctly?
You did.
Now, was there a difference between the public report and the full report?
That was not something I was privy to.
Do you know why the board wouldn't want the full HYA report? Or strike that. Strike that. Did the board ever tell you why they didn't want the HYA report to become public records?
Objection, that assumes facts, not an evidence, that the board didn't want it to become public records. You can rephrase to fix it.
Did anyone on the board ever tell you that they didn't want the HYA to become a public records?
I don't believe so.
But this email is from the board president at the time to you, correct?
It is.
And just really quickly, what is the purpose of a profile of a leadership profile report again?
The leadership profile helps the board create, well, it is the creation of a profile to look for successful candidates that match what that profile is. It's just guidance to the board as to what others are saying is needed.
Okay. And the purpose of it is to search for a candidate, correct?
Correct.
And did Raymond use it that way?
I believe so.
Now, did the HYA report become a public record when it was placed into Peterson's file? Do you know that?
The HYA report was released as a public document.
To whom?
Anyone in the community that wanted to see it.
Do you remember who the first person was to ask for it?
I don't.
Does the name Art Binhack refresh your memory?
Are you
He was
asking
in
him
the,
if, wait. Are you asking him if it refreshes his memory that Art was the first person to ask for
Yes.
it?
Well, I
Okay.
mean, if it is, you could say that, but yes.
well, I do know Art Binheck, an active member of the Raymond community. And I do know that he requested it, but I don't think he was the first person to request it because I think he was actually several weeks into the release.
So was it the, do you remember who the first release of Peterson's personnel file was to?
I don't recall that.
When Peterson's personnel file was requested, was he contacted about that there was a request being made and he would have a chance to augment that request?
He was.
And was he told in that augmentation notification that he who was requesting the file?
I don't recall what that full letter said, but I know that he was aware.
And I'm just going to ask again. I'm not sure if I got an answer to this. Why was the HYA report in Peterson's personnel file to begin with?
I don't know that it was.
So is it fair to say that you don't remember putting it there yourself, right?
Correct.
Now I'm going to move to introduce into evidence the C-140 or C-109, pages 14 and 15, please.
No objection.
That'll be
So-
exhibit number 96 I have.
Yeah,
C96.
exhibit C96, Bates C109 is admitted.
And I'm going to introduce another exhibit here. This is going to be C-143, page 17. And the short title of this is Email from Childers to Garvey on 3/9/23.
Yes.
Do you see this email, Dr. Garvey?
Yes.
Okay, so I mean, I'm not too worried about the first paragraph, but just confirm for me that the subject is regarding HYA report, right?
Yes.
And it's from Jeremy Childers to you on March 9th, 2023. Is that right? And do you see you write to him back on March 9th, 2023? Do you see that?
Yes.
And you say, I will assume that this will give me enough info at least to respond to your question. Quotation marks. Is this referring to the items we already addressed or the new stuff? Quotation marks. Is that right?
Yes.
Does it say, I will certainly reach out to Bob Butler before the meeting? Enjoy the weekly snowstorm, Mike. Correct?
Yes.
Okay. And with this, what are you referring to when you say the items we already discussed or the new stuff?
So is this addressing the items in the investigative report that was done before I came?
That's what I'm asking you. We're going to call that the
Or
Leffler report or the Bulow-Vetter report, I guess.
right. So I was answering your question. What this means is it referring to the items we've already addressed in that report from before I got to the district, or are these new items? And I'm
Now,
saying that once we have this conversation or I see this report or we talk with Bob, I'll be able to respond to Jeremy's question that he asked in the previous email.
okay. And now you're responding down here on, or sorry, you're responding to an email Jeremy Childers sent to you on March 9th, 2023. Is that right?
Yes.
And that says, here's the public report. I don't even have a copy of the full report. I directed him to email that to Bob Butler. Oh, we read that before, right?
Yes, we did.
Okay, just clarifying that. So that's your response to that email we talked about before. So I'm going to move to enter in page 17 of C-143 into evidence, please.
No objection.
Okay, would be exhibit C97, page C143, specifically page 17 is admitted.
All right. So did you use the report? Well, actually, strike that. Did Mr. Peterson ever request a copy of the HYA survey, or the community survey, rather?
I believe he did.
And did you provide that to him?
I did.
You did? You gave him a copy of the survey, the community survey?
The survey? Yes.
Okay. And was that copy of the survey the raw data of the survey? Or was
No.
it the questions to the survey?
The questions.
Okay. Did he ask for a copy of the raw data from the community survey?
I never saw any raw data.
Okay. Do you recall if Peterson requested it, though? That's what I'm asking.
I don't recall, but that seems reasonable that he asked for it.
And did you use the HYA report as a part of Mr. Peterson's evaluations?
No.
Do you recall going to a retreat at Audrey Costa's house in December of 2022?
Yes.
And did you discuss at that retreat? Did you discuss your candidacy for a superintendent position?
No.
So I'm going to pull up an exhibit that has not been entered in yet. So again, just really quickly, I just asked you if you discussed your candidacy at the retreat held at Audrey Costa's house in December of 2022, and your answer was no, correct?
Correct. We discussed the options of
So,
part-time or full-time.
okay. So you discussed you discussed the superintendent position, but not your candidacy. Is that right?
Correct.
Did you discuss the options for doing a search and not doing a search?
I don't recall if that was a specific question.
And do you recall if actually, let's go ahead and share this screen with you. This is going to be base number C050, and the short title is going to be email from Garvey to Childers, December 12/18/22. Can you see this email here, Dr. Garvey?
Yes.
And so it says the topic of a superintendent search came up during discussion at the retreat, correct?
Yes.
And you said, it's clear to me that all present felt that a part-time position was in order, right?
Yes.
Okay. And then you say the discussion then moved towards do a search or do not do a search. And you say, I got a feeling that the majority, if not all, supported not doing a search, right?
That is what I wrote.
And the next paragraph down, it says, Gwen emailed me today and indicated that a decision should be made tomorrow. However, I understood from the retreat conversation that finalized plans would be made in January. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And then you give a few options of how to handle it, straw poll, et cetera, correct?
Yes.
And now down here, Jeremy Childers responds to you, correct? on that same day.
Yes.
And he says, I think we should reserve this for a special meeting. I have strong feelings about preserving the integrity of the board. We told the staff that they would have a chance to participate. I want to give them a chance to have input into their future. There are lots of different perspectives in the school. We can't cater to all of them, but we could give them an opportunity to feel involved in the process. I don't want to debate this in public if we don't have to. Is that correct?
Yes.
So is he saying that you wouldn't make the decision about a search until you had a special board meeting?
I'm going to object to the question. You said you wouldn't, you mean Dr. Garvey wouldn't make a decision?
Yeah, that's a good point. So is he saying that the school board wasn't going to make a decision unless there was a special board meeting, correct?
Is that what Mr. Childers is saying?
That's what I'm asking you. Yes.
Yes.
So I'm going to move to have exhibit number, what is this, 050, base number 050 moved in as exhibit number C98.
No objection.
Okay, C98, page C050 is received in evidence.
And you said earlier that you took on the role of full-time superintendent when again?
It would have been July 1st of
Of
23.
2023?
Yes.
And did Gwen Keller, when you were either an interim superintendent or the permanent superintendent, did she ever micromanage you?
She did not micromanage me.
I'm going to pull up a exhibit that's already been introduced, and this is going to be C41. I'll share the screen with you here. And do you see here that this is a email from Gwen Keller to you, correct? Correct?
It is.
And nobody else is included on this email except for the two of you, correct?
Correct.
And the date is March 27th, 2023. Is that right?
Yes.
And then do you want me to make this larger for you? I can. Let me do that anyway. Is that better?
I appreciate that. Thank you.
Yeah, no problem. For all
I
of
was
our
zooming my
eyes.
head too close for you. So
Yeah, I've gone up to 200s now, so I need to, all right. So this, again, email from Gwen Keller to you, March 27th, 2023. And she is saying, thank you so much for following up. I do think this will go a long way in alleviating concerns. I agree with you that providing the links would have been even better. One of the items BinHack is running on is lack of transparency in curriculum. Why not share the links? When I look at the content, it made me feel much better about what was being discussed. By not sharing it, leaves my mind open to wander about all the terrible things we have to hear in the news. The next paragraph states, do you feel his action was undermining you and something you will mention when discussing performance improvement plan? Did I read that correctly?
you did.
Is she asking if Peterson was undermining you?
Yes.
And is she also asking if this is something you're going to mention when discussing Peterson's PIP?
She is asking me that.
On this day, had Peterson even been given a PIP yet?
No.
Now I'm going to introduce an exhibit that has not been introduced before, and I have this as base number C105. And the short title of this one is Email from Gwen Keller to Garvey, 1/22/23. Can you see this email?
Yes.
And this, again, is an email from Gwen Keller to you, nobody else, right?
Yes.
Okay. And she states here, the part I have highlighted, I'm not going to get into what she's talking about, but she says it's about a building issue. I'll pause it to you. If you have any reason to dispute that, you can, but it's not important. But I'm going to read this highlighted section to you, and you tell me if I read this highlighted section correctly, okay? It says, perhaps we should bring this up in our next executive session to discuss his performance as a group and bring everyone up to speed on what took place. After the next regular meeting, though, not this special meeting, please. Did I read that correctly?
You did.
She's saying that you should discuss Peterson's performance in the next executive meeting?
I'll have to connect that sentence just a second.
I'll take out the highlights to make it easier on you.
While he's reviewing, do we have a foundation to move this one?
Yes, I believe we do, Your Honor.
No
So-
objection.
Okay, so that was, just to be clear that C99 and the Bates was C-105, correct?
C-105, that's correct.
Okay, so exhibit C99, Bates C-105, is admitted.
Did you suss that out yet, Dr. Garvey?
Yes, Wes,
Okay.
I think she is asking as it is tied to.
Yep.
As
Okay.
it is tied to the others that are involved in those types of responsibilities.
But she's talking about it's just an email just from her to you, correct?
Can I explain that?
Your attorney's going to give you all the opportunity to explain everything. I want to roll through my 5 pages of questions as quickly as possible. So you
Okay.
can explain it all you want to.
We'll get back to that, Mike.
Okay.
So again, this is an email from January 22nd, 2023, right?
Yes.
Now I'm going to, we moved that into evidence. So I'm going to go ahead and go down to another exhibit that has not been moved into evidence. And this is C-104. And the short title of this is email from Keller to Garvey, January 15th, 2023. Can you see this email, Dr. Garvey? I can make it bigger.
Thank you. Okay,
All
I
right.
have
So
read it.
again, this is an email from Gwen Keller to you, correct?
Correct.
And she's only emailing you, right?
Correct.
And the date is January 15th, 2023, correct?
Correct.
And she states, our internal policy states a maximum of 30% open enrollments. And then in parentheses, it says, Mr. Peterson should know this. Your recommendations exceed that number if my math is correct. How do you propose we recalibrate the recommendations? Best Gwen. Did I read that correctly?
You did.
And now if I scroll down to this next page here, it's another email from Gwen to you, same day. And she says, please disregard my last email. I'm not able to find the policy that references 30%. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. So up here, was she blaming Mr. Peterson for not knowing the open enrollment policy and telling you about it?
Objection foundation.
The email says that. I'm asking if that's what it says. I believe that's a fair
The
question.
email doesn't say that.
No, the email says what it says. I'm asking if that's what he interprets it. That's what it says.
What's your understanding of the statement in
That's
the
the
email, Dr. Garvey? I apologize.
My understanding was that in a previous year, the Board of Education had voted on a percentage for open enrollment. And what Mr. Peterson and I believe Ms. Ramon had presented was more than 30%.
Can somebody explain to me, I guess the witness, let's start with the witness, what does that even mean, 30% open enrollment for those of us who are not in the field? I don't know what that means.
Sure, every January, the Board of Education has to determine the amount of open enrollment spots, if you will. And then as students apply for those spots, it basically becomes a first come, first serve if we can serve them. So for each grade and each program, we can say we can allow 3 students in, and that'll bring us to our max. We can allow 10 students in, and then there's a grand total. And the board actually approves each grade level or each program recommendation. So in a district that's has heavy special education, for example, with shortage on staff, you might have 0 slots in special education, but you might have 10 spots in the 7th grade.
Judge, in a little bit more of a big picture, these are non-resident students applying to come to the Raymond School District. Basically, students from outside the geographic boundaries of Raymond asking to come in. Hopefully that helps.
It's what open enrollment, and so the maximum of 30%, for example, would be there can be no more than 30% of the total student population that comes from other districts. Is that
Yes, sir.
okay? Yeah, and Attorney Haslam, that would be. I'm just trying to get clarity. The council can't provide testimony. I'm assuming you're okay with this discussion and concur with it.
Yeah, I understand it. I concur with it. It's not relevant to my points, so I mean,
Okay.
I'm gonna move on.
I apologize for interrupting then, but when I
No,
see something, I have no idea what the meaning is. It just bugs me. So,
over the last 2 years, I've learned so much about school lingo. I could go work in a
okay.
school now myself, so I completely understand. But anyway, moving on, Dr. Garvey. Again, she's saying basically here that she's assuming Mr. Peterson doesn't know that there's some policy, right? She's telling you about it, correct?
Objection, that's 2 questions.
Well, oh yeah, you didn't. You nodded your head, so I kept on going. But so I'll break them up. So she's assuming Mr. Peterson should have known about a policy here, correct?
Yes.
And she's telling you that Mr. Peterson didn't know this, and he should, right?
Yes.
And she's only telling you again, correct?
Yes.
And then if I go down here, she says she wasn't able to find the policy, correct?
Correct.
Do you remember ever getting in and looking in to see if there was a policy that was made or a vote that was made?
There certainly was not a policy on it. And the vote is an annual vote, so past practice does not pertain.
I'm not sure I understand what you mean past practice does not pertain. Can you explain that a little
The
bit?
decision made the January before does not affect the decision made in subsequent years.
Okay, thank you for clarifying that one. So, I'm gonna, did I move that into evidence? I don't think I did.
Did not.
So I'll move that, I'd like to move C104 in as C100.
No
And
object.
Yep.
Sorry, Wes.
No, it's okay.
So C100, Exhibit C100, Bates C104 is admitted.
And now I'm going to bring up a document that we've already introduced, which is C44. And I'm going to share my screen with you, Dr. Garvey. Tell me when you can see it.
Okay.
And this is an email from Gwen Keller on Tuesday, January 31st, 2023. Is that correct?
Yes.
And she's saying, I'd like to request an executive session topic at the next school board meeting to discuss the following. She says, performance expectations for administrators and communicating roles and responsibilities, correct?
Correct.
And she says additional responsibilities Mr. Peterson is being paid $30K extra for and how we are holding him accountable, correct?
Okay.
Is that correct?
Yes.
And the next one is feedback given to date to administration, and then in parentheses, Peterson and Ramon. Dr. Garvey to present any feedback documented in the personnel files, and then again in parentheses, or lack thereof. Is that correct?
Correct.
Is she asking you to hold Peterson accountable?
Yes.
Is she asking you about feedback that was given to Peterson?
Documented feedback, yes.
Uh-huh. And is she asking you to present feedback documented in his personnel file?
Yes.
And she also says, or lack thereof. Um, how did you interpret that? What did you interpret that to mean?
If there is no documented feedback, then there would be no sharing with the board.
And she's looking for you to provide feedback. Is that correct?
Yes.
Now I'm going to bring up another document that's already been introduced as C42. And do you see this document, Dr. Garvey?
Yes.
And it says the subject is May 15th agenda items, correct?
Yes.
And it's from Gwen Keller to you, and this time she includes Audrey Kostic, right?
Yes.
And the date is, May 4th, 2023, correct?
It appears so, yes.
And she says, hi, Dr. Garvey. Per my conversation with Audrey, please include the following topics to discuss during closed session May 15th. And the first bullet point says, WEAC survey from teachers presented on May 3rd, 2023. So I have that correct so far?
Yes.
And then in parentheses, right next to that, she puts reviewed survey results and discussed how to respond along with any insubordination implications. Is that correct?
Yes.
And then again, this is an email just between you, just from Gwen Keller, just to you and Kostic, correct?
Yes.
And it's about the WEAC, I'm going to call it the WEAC survey. Is that how you actually say it out loud, right?
Yes.
And WEAC, is that the teachers union for Wisconsin, as you understand it?
Yes.
And is she suggesting in this email, do you know, well, strike that. Do you interpret this email to be her suggesting that presenting this survey was a form of insubordination?
Well, I'll withdraw the objection. Go ahead.
I don't know what her intention was.
Okay. And the next bullet point down, it says performance of Mr. Peterson. Do you see that?
Yes.
I'm going to pull up an exhibit that has not been introduced yet, and this is bait stamp C115. And the short title of this is email from Keller to Garvey and Kostic, April 26, 2023. Can you see this email, Dr. Garvey?
Yes.
Okay. And if you go down here, you see halfway down, there's there's an email, and it says from Gwen Keller, dated April 26, 2023. Do you see that?
Yes.
And it's to you, correct?
Yes.
And it says, Dr. Garvey, please confirm a proper response to this email and or if I should contact WASB to review the exact documents that should be provided. For example, the documents provided to the interview committee were pared down to resume, cover letter, and references instead of the total documents provided by HYA. Since this is an open records request, I'm wondering if I should provide the total record from HYA. Did I read that correctly?
Yes.
Is the subject line of this email open records request?
It is.
Is she asking you how to respond to an open records request?
She is.
Was she involved in responding to open records requests?
I'm going to object. That's overly broad.
You know if she had any involvement at all in responding to open records requests?
She did not fulfill that responsibility.
So this was outside of her normal scope of duties, Dr. Garvey?
This meaning this request that's on the screen? Is that what this is in your question?
That is correct.
My understanding of the statute is that one of the duties of the clerk is to keep watch
if this is
over all
Dr. Garvey,
records.
I'm gonna cut you off because if you're talking about your understanding of the statute, I'd rather you not give me like a statutory qualification here. If it's your understanding of her role, I'm okay with you saying that. But you initially,
Okay,
go ahead. Actually, I'm just gonna move on. You know, your lawyer
Thank
can
you.
clean that up later, but I understand what you're saying. It's not that pertinent to my line of questioning. So, um, now do you know if this particular open record request that she's working on here on April 26, 2023 is the same open record request that Art Binhack submitted?
I don't even know what it refers to.
Okay. So when your lawyer was questioning you today, did you say to her that no board member ever told you to conduct a performance review of Peterson?
I don't believe I said that.
Okay, so I'll ask the question then. Did any board member ever tell you to conduct a performance review of Mr. Peterson?
I'm sure that a number of board members stated that over time, certainly
Okay,
over my career.
that's plenty. If that's your memory, I'm happy with that. So the answer is yes then, right?
Yes.
Okay, fantastic. So when you were a superintendent your entire time, interim and permanent superintendent, did you notice a large increase in community involvement in board meetings?
Yes.
Now, were community members concerned about transparency from the school and the school board?
I'm going to object to the form of that question. It calls for speculation. You can fix it.
Do you know if community members were concerned about transparency with you and the school board?
I believe there were some community members expressing that as it related to the board decisions, as it related to curriculum and instruction issues, etc., finance, all of those types of things.
Okay. And so do you think that was a cause of the increased community involvement in board meetings? Was that one of the reasons?
I'm going to object. That calls for speculation.
Do you know if, would you assume that like, well, strike that. Were community members bringing these concerns to you that you just mentioned during board meetings?
Yes.
Okay. And is it around this time that you started noticing an increased community involvement in board meetings?
I'm going to object on the grounds that it's vague. When you say around this time, what time are you referring to? The last exhibit was
Around the time when community members were expressing their concerns about transparency at board meetings.
Those were concerns that were raised all along in my time there. Probably the spring of the year, there were more people in attendance.
Okay, great. Thank you. The spring of 2023, right?
Yes.
Okay. Now, did community members ever specifically express concern that the school stop providing budget information in the board packet that's available to them?
There was a community member who did express that we had changed the way we presented the material.
And did you stop disclosing financial information in the board packets?
No.
So you continued to release all the financials? Is that correct?
We used a different format.
What format was that? Was it not posted to the school website anymore?
That's two questions. Which question would you like him to answer?
Is the format you're referring to that they weren't posted to the school website anymore?
I don't understand. I'm going to object to the grounds that it's
So
vague. The
I'll tell you
format
what,
and where it's posted are not. You're
I'll
conflating.
maybe I am. Okay, so I guess I'll strike that question. And Dr. Garvey, let me try and get this out in the easiest way possible. It's a tough question to get off. So you said in answering my question that you didn't stop releasing the financial information, right? You just did it in a different format. How did the format change?
I can't even recall.
Okay. And did that ever result in open records requests being submitted by members of the community? The change in format of the release of financial information?
I believe it did.
Okay. And did that also result in increased community attendance at meetings?
I'm going to object on foundation grounds. I don't know how he can testify to why
It's
people
fine. It's not
can't
that
in
important a
meetings.
question. I'll strike it and move on. I'll strike it and move on. Did any community members ever express concerns that the board agendas had the anti-discrimination statements removed from them?
I don't recall that.
Do you recall if the anti-discrimination statements were removed from board agendas?
When I started there, we used a agenda format that I've used in other districts. That was not included.
So you didn't, the entire time you were there, you just didn't know that statement, right?
What's
We didn't.
Strike it, moving on. Strike it, moving on. You're right. Now, there was a survey we talked about earlier being conducted by WIAC, right?
Yes.
So what I want to do is I want to show an exhibit that's been formally marked as C43. Give me 1 second. Okay. Can you see that on your screen, Dr. Garvey?
Barely.
How's that?
Thank you.
Okay. So is this that WIAC survey we were just talking about?
It appears to be.
And it says here, let's see. I'm going to highlight it, and I'm going to take the highlight off right in this section. In the middle line, it says, a majority of all teachers, 23 out of 34, participated in the survey and completely responded to all 12 survey reflections. Did I read that correctly?
Yes.
And I'm going to posit to you that 23 out of 34 is 75%. I could break out the calculator, but can you just agree to that?
I will agree to that.
Okay, great. Now, was it apparent to you from the survey that a majority of teachers didn't think you had a good rapport with them?
The result of this survey? Yes.
Mm-hmm. And was it apparent from the survey that a majority of teachers didn't think that you took their views seriously? You can scroll down a little bit.
Yeah, are you able to
Yeah, there you go.
point to that?
Wes, I think the witness was asking if you could help him identify where you were looking at.
Thank you. Yeah.
And
So,
you did. It's all good.
I didn't hear that one.
No worries.
So, let's see where that is. It's right here. And I could read the full line to you here if that helps you make the decision, right?
I see where you're pointing now, Wes.
Okay.
I do see that.
Okay. And so it says here that, I'm just going to read it out loud. It says 92% of the teaching staff responding to the survey, 21 teachers either somewhat disagreed or strongly disagreed with the statement. The district administrator generally involves faculty in the decision-making process. He seeks our input and actually takes our views seriously when making final decisions. I read that correctly, right?
Yes.
And was it apparent from the survey also that most of the teachers didn't think you provided consistent directions? I'll highlight this thing right here.
Yes,
Okay. So now this is again 75% of the entire teaching staff, correct? Filled out the survey and completed it.
Well, I'm gonna object. He doesn't have the foundation to answer it. He can tell you what the letter says.
Yeah, you're right. So, I'm going to strike that question. Dr. Garvey, do you see here? It's the survey says that 75% of the teachers filled out this survey.
that's what's written there. Yes.
Okay. When you received this survey results, did you have any reason to doubt that many teachers filled it out?
I probably had a little bit of skepticism on how it was delivered to them.
Okay. And so, did you discuss this survey with Gwen Keller?
I don't remember who discussed it with me.
I'm going to pull up an exhibit that I have not introduced yet. This is Bates number C163. The short title is Email from Garvey to Keller, 6/8/23. And Dr. Garvey, do you see here, this is subject line, WIAC survey?
Yes.
Do you see it says from Michael Garvey to Gwen Keller?
Yes.
And this is just an email from you to her and nobody else, correct?
Correct.
And it says, interesting, the copy I received had a copy of the survey, but no raw data. Thank you for sharing. I did not have the raw data to share. I did read the WIAC summary this morning. I had not before this. I now skimmed through the raw data. Certainly, the summary appears more damning than the raw data. In either case, it's nothing. Did I read that correctly?
You did.
Yeah. And why were you saying it's nothing?
As I looked at the survey questions, a lot of the duties there belong to the principal of the building and not to the superintendent. And so I think that again, I'm trying to refresh my memory why exactly I responded that way.
Sorry. So you don't know why you responded that way, I guess, right? Is that correct? You don't remember? Is that your answer?
Correct.
Okay. I'd like to move this into evidence as exhibit number C102, please.
I don't think we moved the last one. The last one was the
Oh yeah,
Keller to Garvey and Stitch 42623. That would have been hearing exhibit C101, Bates C115.
correct. Yeah, I'd like to move that into evidence, please, as C101.
And I have I have no objection on hearing exhibit C101 or hearing exhibit C102.
Okay, so C102 you're moving as well, as I understand it.
Yes, Your Honor.
So C102, Bates C163 is also admitted.
All right, Dr. Garvey. So after Peterson left Raymond School on administrative leave, who took over his role?
It was shared with our other administrators and with a dean of students, or a lead teacher actually was the title.
Was dean of students created after that for that individual? Was that title eventually created?
I believe so. I wasn't part of that.
Is the person you were referring to Rebecca Brockman, who filled that role?
Yes.
Okay. And would you consider Rebecca Brockman to be veteran staff?
She was probably on the cusp of veteran to non-veteran.
And do you recall if Peterson gave Brockman a letter of reprimand while he was the principal and you were the superintendent?
I don't recall that.
Do you recall receiving a letter of strike that? Do you recall receiving a letter of reprimand that Peterson gave you to review of any staff at Raymond School?
I do believe so, but I can't identify who it is.
And do you recall if that letter of reprimand dealt with complaints that that representatives of the Children's Hospital made to Raymond School about a certain individual?
I do recall that
Okay.
was the
Now
topic.
that you recall that, do you recall if that individual was Rebecca Brockman?
I don't recall that.
And do you recall if the complaint from Children's Hospital was regarding a Raymond School staff's conduct during a meeting about a special ed child?
I believe that you're refreshing my memory to that. Yes.
And did Rebecca Brockman fill that role while Peterson was principal before she was the dean of students at Raymond School?
So what role?
The role that would be a role of a special ed teacher who would be discussing things with Children's Hospital.
I'm gonna object on a
Yeah, strike that
foundation.
question.
Yeah.
That was a mouthful. I'm going to move on. It's not that important. I'm going to keep this humming along. So anyway,
Hey,
eventually
Wes,
yes.
how much more do you have? I'm only asking because if we're 15 minutes or so, all good. I just need a restroom break.
Yeah,
That's
let's
all.
take a break. I got
Judge, would you mind if we take a restroom break?
I think that's a good idea. I think, we've admitted all the exhibits so far, I think so. All right, want 10 minutes or,
Yeah, that's fine for me.
okay, roughly 10 minutes, we'll reconvene.
Thanks
Okay,
much.
thank you.
Some point I'll show up, I'm sure. There we go. All right, pretty exciting. I have to say that it's almost impossible to watch two hearings, get billing records done, and monitor the chats at the same time. I heard the request from a bathroom break, and then I looked down about 5 minutes later, and I was like, oh yeah. So, what do you think about Wes's performance so far? Um, he's got the goods, clearly, right? I mean, for every question, he's got the answer, and he's got the answer down cold. And Garvey seems to not, conveniently not remember a bunch of things. So that's been pretty interesting. But also, we can see there's room for all styles, especially when you got the evidence, which is not always the case in um I don't know why. I will say this, when as far as I understand, Wisconsin law, and I'm not an expert in the Open Meetings Act or Open Records Act as much as I'd like to be. Um, the Open Meetings Act prevents two board members from meeting with the superintendent, all three of them together. You basically get a walking quorum, even though the superintendent's not a board member. Two or more, two board members. Called like the shower case. Because this is Wisconsin, SCHAEUR, something along those lines. Okay, so that is something. I'll put it like this. I think the most devastating stuff to come out of here so far is simply the concept that forever they have been maintaining, including the attorney has been maintaining, that this was sort of an open and fair process. But it turns out they were meeting behind the scenes. And I'll say that if the case had been left up to the Department of Workforce Development and the discovery allowed to the parties, there would not have been as much stuff that's coming out now. But because someone named, I think, Mitch Berman sued them on public records and got the good guys, and they won, and they got a bunch of the records. And it turns out um, that a Mr. Art Benhack had been keeping notes on all of his conversations with Audrey Kostic, all these people. And so, based on those two pieces of information, now we have a lot more that was not given to the parties in discovery. That's, again, my understanding from the gossip. But here we are. I, as a general rule on these things, try to keep my camera off the moment I go out, because I'm going to be in it. You're going to, even if you just see me and you see the fact that I'm wearing unconscionable pants, you also will want to know or see that I'm interacting with my client. And you just don't want to see that. Good, bad, or I don't want you to see that, because it's none of your business how I'm interacting with my client. Thank you very much. Mind your own. All right, let's see. If there's anything I can do to answer any questions here. Y'all have been quiet on the chat. I can say that. Nope. Not a one. All right. Let me put it like this. As long as I have 28 likes, I'm perfectly fine with no chat. But otherwise, I want to hear some thumbs up in the chats. I do want to say where you got my likes wrong. Come on, people. Let's get um this out there. Last week there was like 1,000 viewers, and I don't know if it's because people like Debbie more than me, which is, legitimate and fair. But hey, yes, sir. Let me put it, you guys, if you don't know, for the Ostrowski hearing, I recorded a 5-second intro for Debbie on the Ala Magna PI. And I'm the I can tell you this about my COVID experience. When you're deprived of most sensory inputs, you're on the farm, you're hanging out, you're talking to clients all day, you'd think that like lovely melodies and other interesting facts would come to you, maybe the words of Tacitus or something meaningful like that. But no, it is the theme song to Magnum PI. That is what one comes, and the emergency TV broadcast, emergency TV service, a local VCR repair station business in Milwaukee from the 80s. Those two things were my constant companion. So, hey, I'm vamping for these guys, and I was kind of hoping they were done with their um, bathroom experiences, but I will apparently need to vamp some more, so I can do that. Do 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 boo. Wow 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 wow. Wow 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 wow. I also believe that we got punished somewhat for our failure to put out stuff over the weekend. If anybody has any opinion on this, please let me know. But I kind of feel like we just need to drop as much of the Ostrowski stuff as possible just to keep you up to date. I know there was some issue with there was a bad recording in there, and we just had to get through it. I think we're through it, and now we're going to get into there's quite a good witness yet on the other side of that we need to get to. We also just have like the firm in depth. I mean, we've got a lot of stuff to get to. A lot of stuff to get to. So hey, so if you like these streams, and we can do these for non-live cases too, but it's more fun when they're live. We have put the pressure on them and requested a lot of these hearings, so we should have them. The links, I mean, and it seems like we've broken the mold or started a mold here. But if you like them, put a one in the chat. I'd appreciate that, and let us know because frankly, if you don't know, we try to do this with as little time and effort on our parts as possible, um, because we're not trying to be YouTube heirs, among other things. So we're not trying to. Yeah, this is where it's at. If you like it, this is where it's at. Um, so with that in mind, if I'm open to new suggestions and whatever else. The last time we asked for suggestions, we kind of came up with this format of whatever other commentaries, what other news stuff we're going to do. We're going to try to have one of these ERD hearings every day. And I know a lot of people look forward to that, or, more than 5 people look forward to that, and I appreciate it. So, but if these stream things knock your socks off, I don't know. But hey, give us some feedback. I'd appreciate it. I, unless we're waiting for 3 more minutes, that was a long break. I've got some business that I am going to conduct as soon as this is done. We got to figure out what the heck we're going to do from here. Where's Marquette, Michigan? That's what I want to know. Somebody from the office drove down from Marquette, Michigan, which seemed pretty close to where I was. But my knowledge of the Upper Peninsula could. Oh, that's up there. Now I see. Okay. It's so weird to me that that's not Wisconsin. That is the UP. Interesting. I have a young, well, I'll leave that. But my knowledge of the Upper Peninsula is expanding. As I said before, that's a different culture, and it's so interesting how it's a different culture from
Okay. A few more.
the eastern side.
It looks like I have to readmit Mr. Garvey here. Let's do that first.
I don't think we need me anymore.
And Mr.
Hello?
Leach. On.
Hey, Judge, my mic was off. I was telling you that these other two people in here, Diane and Stacy, are both witnesses, so please don't admit them.
Oh, okay. That was my next question, but I'll just okay. Yeah. Oh, let's see. Just double check. I don't think I stopped recording. Yeah, this appears to be running. All right, everybody set. Let's go back on record here, resuming Attorney Haslam's examination of the witness, Dr. Garvey. You may continue.
Thank you, Your Honor. So, Dr. Garvey, were you involved in the process of hiring the firm Stadler Sachs to investigate Mr. Peterson for misconduct?
Yes,
And did you choose the firm Stadler Sachs yourself?
I did not.
Did you were you the points of contact for Investigator Sachs?
Yes,
Did you coordinate the teacher interviews with Stadler Sachs?
I'm going to object to the phrase coordinate. I just need to know what you mean. Are you talking just about scheduling?
Yeah, scheduling,
Oh,
sending
okay,
out
that's fine.
emails, notifications, that kind of thing. Typical coordination.
yes,
Okay. And so did the extent of your coordination sending out emails to notify the teachers or having someone else do that for you?
yes.
Who did you have send out emails to have to schedule to inform the teachers that they were going to be interviewed by an investigator?
I don't recall if I did that or I had one of our office staff do that.
If I were to posit to you that Nikki Fuchs sent out at least some of those emails, would you be able to? Would that sound right to you?
Yes, she was my confidential administrative secretary.
And if she were, oops, what's a confidential administrative secretary? In a few words, if you can, unless it's a lengthy explanation, I just want to know.
So she was my administrative assistant. And by the nature of my position, she is considered confidential.
Okay. And so when she sent out those emails, it would have been something that you told her to do, correct?
I believe I was involved in each one of them.
Did you tell her when to send those emails?
I believe I did.
Did you tell her to send those emails on the morning or day of December 6th, 2023?
I don't know that.
On the day that we had our non-renewal hearing, and I'm going to pose to you that was December 6th, 2023. On that day, do you remember telling her to send out emails to notify teachers that they were going to be talking to an investigator investigating employee misconduct?
I don't know the day that we sent them out.
You don't recall if it was in the same day as the hearing? The
I
non-renewal
don't
hearing?
recall that.
Okay. What exactly was Stadler Sachs going to investigate?
They were really looking into was there any intrusion into technological intrusion into emails and files? Was there undermining of the administrator or the board? Those types of things.
So I'm going to pose to you, and that when I read the Stadler Sachs report, so we don't have to read the whole thing, that I didn't see anything in there about intrusion into electronic devices that you mentioned. Do you recall the same thing? Do you recall not seeing that in the Stadler Sachs report either?
I have not looked at the report
Okay.
in a long time, if I even saw a draft.
Okay. And were they investigating criminal conduct?
I don't know that that was the directive, but certainly well within the scope.
Was that your intention to have them investigate criminal conduct?
It was not my intention.
Okay. Because the reason I ask is when I heard Ms. Lebinsky asking you these questions, you described it as an employee misconduct investigation and not a criminal investigation. Is that about right?
Yes,
And would you see there being a difference between an employee misconduct investigation and a criminal investigation?
very much so.
And did you tell anyone in the public that they were investigating criminal conduct?
Boy, I don't believe so.
Well, let me pull up an exhibit here. This has not been entered in yet. This is C124. And it will be um, Garvey public records request response to Calvi. And this was going to be when we entered in, it's going to be C103.
Repeat the public records request response.
Yep.
Okay, and
So
yeah, this is C103. That's correct. Well, yeah, for the exhibit number, yes, that's C103. Correct. Okay,
yep. And it's Bates C124.
124. Correct. Yeah. Okay.
So, Dr. Garvey, you see up here, this is dated October 18th, 2023,
I do.
and it's regarding a public records request, and it's to Mr. Calvi. Do you know who Mr. Calvi is?
I believe a parent in the community.
If I put to you that he was a news reporter, would that refresh your memory?
I'll have to take your word on that. No, it did not refresh my memory.
Okay. Um, Now down here, I have a highlighted part in the third paragraph here, and it says it's talking about records that you aren't going to give them, right? But the point is, it says, however, they are exempt from disclosure at this time pursuant to Wisconsin statute section 19.3610B, as they contain information related to a current investigation of possible employee criminal conduct. Did I read that correctly?
You did.
And it says, therefore, the district will not disclose any records response to your request. Is that right?
Correct.
And did you send that to Mr. Calvi?
I did.
Okay. And do you recall if there's any other investigations going on at Raymond School at the time that you would be referring to, except for the Sachs investigation?
I'm going to object to the form of that question.
Were you referring to the Sachs? I mean, strike my last question. Were you referring to the Sachs investigation when you were talking to Mr. Calvi in that response?
I believe I was.
And do you know why you would have described it as a criminal investigation?
I personally did not write that letter. It was provided to us by our legal counsel.
But you signed it?
I did.
Okay. And you reviewed it before you signed it?
I did.
Okay. So let's see here. Did you set up or select rather? Did you select the individuals that Mr. Sachs interviewed?
I do not remember how that list was selected.
You don't remember at all?
I don't.
Okay. Did any board members also help coordinate the investigation with between Stadler Sachs and the Raymond School?
All of those communications would have been through the attorney, so I wouldn't have been part of all those communications.
And do you know who paid for the Stadler Sachs investigation?
I don't.
Okay. So now I've got a few things, just some cleanup here. So I'm going to bounce around a little bit. Just bear with me. Now, I believe you told your attorney that you received some threats. Is that right?
Yes,
And you told me in a deposition that one of these threats was traced back to someone in Florida. Do I have that right?
you do.
Okay. And this person had no connection to Jeff Peterson, right?
Not
I'm
to
gonna
my
object
knowledge.
to, I'll withdraw the objection.
And
I didn't hear the answer. Can you just re-ask the question, then I want the answer.
sure, my question was that the person who made the threats had no connection to Jeff Peterson, correct?
Not to my knowledge.
Okay. And how did you
Hold
find
on,
out?
Wes, I apologize. My client representative, Mike Leach, is in the lobby. I apologize. I didn't know he wasn't let
No
in.
problem. It
Sorry
happens.
about that.
I
It
think his
happens.
name appeared until just very recently now, but
Maybe he dropped, and
yeah, whatever. We'll get him.
thank you.
There we
Appreciate
go.
both of you. Thank you.
No problem. So, Dr. Garvey, I think I was talking about your threat letter, right? And I was,
Yes.
or not, strike that. I was talking about threats you received. You said you received one letter and one phone call, right?
Correct.
And you established that one of the people who made a threat to you was in Florida, right?
According to the sheriff's department, yes.
And didn't they also? Did you tell me also in your deposition that he had made several threats to other people too, and they figured out kind of who he was?
I know of one other, but yes,
And who was that one other person that he made a threat to?
the governor of Florida.
Okay. And this person, do you know if he had any connections to Wisconsin?
I don't personally know that, but according to the sheriff's department, they determined he did not.
Okay. And I'm going to pull up a C40. It has not been introduced yet. It's my bait stamp C40. And I'm going to go to the top and share it with you. So this is short titled Garvey threat letter and sheriff report. And now, Dr. Garvey, can you please just take a look at this and confirm that this is the threat letter you received? You don't have to read the whole thing. If you don't want to.
It appears that it is.
And this is the sheriff's report that you filed.
Well, I'm going to object to the form of that because it's a narrative from a police department of a report. He
Yeah,
didn't file this.
let me walk that back. I'll strike my last question. Dr. Garvey, did you file a police report when you got the letter?
Wes, can I make a correction to a response I gave you?
Sure.
The letter was not the Florida gentleman, the phone call was.
Okay, thanks for clearing that up. I appreciate that. And I think I had that down, but maybe I wasn't clear because I know you had two threats. So I kind of wanted you to spell that out for the judge anyway. So thanks for doing that.
Right.
So you see here this police report. Um, it was filed on, I guess, what was it, September 26th, and this is the narrative from the police officer, correct?
Yes.
Okay. So just remember 9/26/2023 is when you filed it, right? Or when you talked to the police officer and reported it, right?
Yes.
Now, how long after receiving the threat letter did you make the report to the police?
I believe it was the same day or the morning after.
Same day of the morning. So before you reported it to the police, did you tell anybody else about it?
Well, the letter went to my wife, so she's the one that opened it and then showed me. Um, at some point, I shared it with Mr. Peterson, just verbally. And I don't know who else I might have shared it with. It would have been a very small circle of individuals. Obviously, since my daughter was mentioned, I included her, etc.
Okay, so you told your family, and now did you tell Peterson or people, anyone else at Raymond School, possibly before or after you made the police report?
It was the same day. I don't know which came first.
Okay, so, and again, we established, I'm just gonna put my screen on one more time. The date here is 9/26/2023 at 8:30 a.m. Is that right?
That's what Chief Bleeker has, yes.
Okay, does that sound about right to you from when you spoke with the police officer?
It
8:30
does.
a.m. on 9. Okay, and you said it was either that day or the day before, the night before that you received it?
Well, it would have been the day before that we received it, because 8:30 we wouldn't have had our mail yet.
Okay, great, great. Thanks for clearing that up. That's why I would put the time on there for. So, did you tell any board members about it? Do you remember?
I would have at least communicated that to the board president.
Okay, now I'm going to bring back up to the. Well, first, let me enter this in as exhibit number 104, please.
I don't think we moved C-103,
Oh, please.
public records request response.
Yeah, please. Let's move C-103 and 104 in, please.
No objection to either.
All right, so exhibit C-103, Bates C-124 is admitted, as well as exhibit C-104, Bates C-40.
And now I'm going to go back to the exhibit I previously entered as C-103. And this is your response to Jason Calvi, correct?
Yes,
And it's Jason Calvi, it's jason.calvi@fox.com, correct?
that's what it says there, yes.
Okay. Does that maybe refresh your memory a little bit that he may have been a reporter?
With that email address, yes.
And so it says regarding the September 26, 2023 public records request, did he submit a public records request for any threats directed towards you on the same day that you reported it to the police?
Again, I don't know that.
But this date here does say September 26, 2023, right?
It does.
And with the police report I just shared with you, I can pull it back up if I have to, but we could agree that also said 8:30 a.m. September 26, 2023, right?
Yes,
Okay, thank you. And he was asking about your threat letter, correct?
it appears that he was, yes.
Thank you. Okay, just a little cleanup. Just want to get my timeline straight. And you said that you were involved in the HYA process in Johnson Creek too, is that right?
To the extent of logistics, yes.
Okay. And Lori, I don't have your number offhand. Do you have it for for the Johnson Creek report? I have it as Bates R32 still.
The Johnson Creek HYA report is not, to my knowledge, been marked.
Okay. Great.
But I could be wrong. I don't have all of our exhibits memorized.
No, I know you discussed it. Maybe you didn't show it. So we'll just go ahead and
Yeah.
get in. It's exhibit R32.
Would be hearing exhibit C-105.
Hearing exhibit C-105. Correct. Thank you. And
Okay, so all right, so I wonder if I should look and see if that's all right. Well, no, I'm not gonna do that. So
I'm reasonably confident this is a new exhibit.
okay.
But
Usually when we discuss a document, it is introduced as an exhibit, but maybe this time we didn't. So exhibit C-105, and we're going to use exhibit R-32 as the baits.
Correct. Thank you.
do you want me to pull that up, Wes, or do you want to? I'm happy to do
I've
it.
got it right up right now. I
Sounds
got all
good.
your stuff. Yep. It's easy.
You want to give me a shorthand description if you've got it up?
Sure. It's Johnson Creek School, Johnson's Creek HYA report. Can you, okay, oops, gotta scroll down. So is this, I know you looked at this earlier, but just take a look at it. Is this, the right date for the report that was given to Johnson Creek while you were working there?
It appears correct.
And there's the HYA, right? Same firm we were talking about earlier, correct?
Yes.
Now, if I scroll down, I got this part I highlighted here. It says, I'm just gonna read the highlighted part. It says, it's talking about who participated in what. It says, adding the 156 community members, parents, students, and staff who completed the online survey. Do you see that? Did I read that correctly?
Yes.
And so 156 people completed the Johnson Creek online survey, correct?
That's
I'm
what
gonna
it
object.
says.
He can say what it says, Wes. He
Thank you.
can't
Yes,
say
it
that
is. Yeah.
as true.
I'm going to strike that. I'm going to ask it again. I read that correctly, and that's what the Johnson Creek HYA report says, that 156 people filled out the community online survey, correct?
That's what it states.
Okay, thank you. And now if I go to, I believe I have this marked as C0, this is one of the first things we did. C008 is my baits, I think. Sorry about that. I have the baits up and not the other one.
Is this a new exhibit? Or
I believe we've already introduced the HYA report. I'm not sure if
Yep.
we did it under Lori or me.
So I can represent the HYA report for Raymond. Is hearing exhibit R5, which was bait stamped R6. And if you want to pull that up, Wes, I know you've got a version of it. I trust.
Yeah.
We're using the same one.
Okay. Thank you.
do you want to move C-105 then? Is that?
I would like to move I'd like to move C105 in, Your Honor.
No objection.
All right, so exhibit C-105 baits R-32 is admitted.
Okay. And I'm going to make this nice and big, so it's even too small for me sitting right here. So it says here, participation. And the part I have highlighted says adding the 156 stakeholders who completed the online survey. Did you see that?
I do see that.
Is the fact that 156 people replied to the online survey just a coincidence?
I'm going to object. He lacks foundation. He has no knowledge of that.
Okay, I guess I'll ask a different question.
What was it? Are you saying the same number between two different surveys to two different communities? Is that?
Yes.
Correct. It's the same company, same number of people completing the same type of survey, two different schools. Does that sound right, Dr. Garvey?
Are you asking him if that's what the reports say?
Yes.
We will stipulate that's what the reports say.
Great. So my question to you, Dr. Garvey, is did you repurpose the Johnson Creek survey for Raymond School?
No. And I didn't create the survey.
I'm going to pull up another exhibit here, and this is going to be a new one. It's C109. Oops. And it is page 4.
What baits are you on?
C109.
Oh, that's your baits.
Yep, C109, page 4.
Got it.
This is a new exhibit.
What's the shorthand?
Shorthand is going to be Childers' email to Garvey on 3/3/23. Now, right here, Dr. Garvey.
Wait, Wes, can you put it up on your screen for him?
Yep.
You're good.
Can you see that now, Dr. Garvey?
I do.
Okay. And now just read through the parts I have highlighted, please, and I won't make us all read them aloud here. Let me know when you're done.
Okay.
Okay, so do you say there in that email that board members have been briefed on the superintendent search? I'll highlight that part of it for you.
I do see that.
See that right there? And do you say when you say that, do you mean that they've been briefed on the HYA report?
I don't know to what I was referring.
So you also talk about related administrative discussions. Is that also related to the HYA report?
Possibly.
Did Jeff Peterson ever ask you for a copy of the community survey that was done at Raymond School?
He did.
Did he receive that?
Yes.
How long after he asked you did he receive it?
I don't know that time period.
Did did Gwen Keller ever discuss her long-term vision for the school with you? For Raymond School with you?
I don't recall that.
Did she ever tell you that her long-term vision was to have you as superintendent and bring another principal to replace Peterson?
I don't recall her saying that.
Um, was there more than one version of the HYA report?
Objection, foundation. He can testify to what he knows, but he doesn't, he's not HYA.
Do you know if there was more than one version of the HYA report?
I do not know that.
I'm gonna move C109, page 4 into evidence, please, as exhibit number C 106, please.
No objection.
Exhibit C106, page C109 is admitted.
And I'm gonna bring up the exhibit that was already introduced as C89, already admitted as C89. And Dr. Garvey, do you see this is a
Wait, Wes,
short
I
title?
put it on your screen.
Oh, yep. Do you see this, Dr. Garvey?
I do.
Okay, and the subject line is the district leadership profile report, correct?
Yes.
And it was from Mike Ritchie to a whole slew of people, and you were CC'd on it, correct?
Yes, to the board members and me.
And it was sent on February 23rd, 2023. Is that correct?
Yes.
And they say, good afternoon. We have placed a cleaned up version of the district leadership profile report in the board portal for your review. Did you see that? Did I read that correctly?
Yes.
Okay. So does this refresh your memory at all that perhaps there were more than one version of the HYA district leadership report?
I'm gonna object again on foundation grounds. You can clean it up, but he got, you can ask him what he knows.
Yeah,
He
okay.
But the email
It's
is
to him.
presumably is intended to refresh his recollection, correct, counsel?
That's correct, Your Honor.
Yeah, my point is, he cannot speak for HYA. He can speak to what he knows. And the way that question was phrased is asking him.
I can just pull the question and rephrase the question. I mean, like really, I can get to it
Do
without.
that. Proceed to do that, please.
Okay, so Dr. Garvey, did you know that whether there were more than one versions of the HYA district leadership report?
I did not know.
Did you receive this email?
I did.
Does this email indicate to you now that there were more than one version of the HYA leadership report.
Objection. Foundation calls for speculation. He cannot testify to what Mike Ritchie meant by a cleaned up version. He doesn't have the foundation.
I'm asking him if he know what it means, if he reads that way right now, is what I'm saying. I said, is that what it means to him? I think that was pretty clean, actually.
To that clarification, he can answer.
It does not change my response.
Okay. So I'm going to bring up an exhibit previously introduced as C16. Make it a little larger for you. Okay, can you see this email, Dr. Garvey?
I do.
This is an email from Gwen Keller to you and Jeremy Childers, correct?
Yes,
And that's it. And it's dated March 24th, 2023, correct?
that's correct.
All right. Now, have you seen this email before? You've read this before?
I'm sure I have.
Okay. And just to read it, the first part aloud, just to make sure we're on the same page. This is the email that starts, Dr. Garvey. I've heard from two parents who are concerned about Mr. Peterson teaching the boys human growth and development class. Intuitively, I thought that would be a concern as well, if you recall when we discussed it at a previous board meeting. Did I read that correctly?
You did.
Okay. Now I'm going to pull up an exhibit that I've previously introduced as C5. And I'm going to scroll to the bottom here. And we've seen this before. This is Jeff Peterson's administrative review, correct?
It is.
And this date is March 25th, 2023. Correct? This date right here.
It is.
Okay. And is this the same date that's on the email that I just showed you a second ago from Gwen Keller?
I didn't memorize that, but if you can flip back to it, I can confirm
Sure.
that.
So March 25th, 2023.
Yes,
And then we're going to go to March 24th, not the same day, the day after, March 24th, 2023, correct?
yep, yes,
So the day before, correct?
yes,
And she sent this to you at 15:36, so that's 3:36 p.m., correct?
yes.
Okay. Well, that's all the questions I have for you, Mr. Garvey. Your lawyer's going to want to ask you a few more, so
You can
I
leave
te-
that up, Wes, if you wouldn't mind. Just leave
Okay.
up what you've got. That will save some time. Mr. Garvey, is the email before you dated March 24, 2023 from Ms. Keller? Did that email have any impact whatsoever on your administrative review of Mr. Peterson?
No,
In the second paragraph, which Attorney Haslam did not read to you, Ms. Keller indicates, quote, "Can you please confirm if another adult was observing the class? And if so, who?" Do you see where I read?
I do.
She references in the prior sentence about a previous board meeting. Do you see that?
Yes,
Can you tell the judge what you understood Ms. Keller was referring to with regard to the previous board meeting and a second adult observing?
I'm not totally sure on the previous board meeting comment. If she's referring to an after meeting discussion or if she's referring to the curriculum meeting, but certainly as we enter that time of year that human growth and development is taught, I believe she was very well aware of my position that two people teach together so as to avoid any sort of miscommunication that might be interpreted by a middle school boy or girl. And then for some reason, there was a very limited amount of information that the district wanted to present to community members and to parents as to what the content of our human growth and development curriculum really included.
Okay. You can take that down, Wes. Thank you. I'll try to do the rest of, if I want to show them something, I'll give it my best. I'm going to try to orient you back to just a handful of topics that came up on your cross-examination by Attorney Haslam, and I'll try to reference back to you. We'll go through it as quickly as possible. You were shown an email from Ms. Keller dated March 27, 2023 that referenced Mr. Peterson. And I think, don't quote me on this, but she raised something about, will you bring this up in your performance discussion? And I could be something slightly different than that. My question is, did you inform the board in advance of Mr. Peterson being placed on a performance improvement plan that you intended to do that?
I can't tell you exactly when I informed them of that, but certainly my practice would be to keep them informed that things were happening in evaluations, just as I would keep them informed if there was a teacher situation that Mr. Peterson was handling.
Okay. You were asked a question about whether you believed Gwen Keller micromanaged you. You said no to that, or words to that effect. You were then shown a series of emails, and so I have a couple follow-up questions. Was Miss Keller an active and engaged board member?
Yes.
Did she ask you, well, you tell the judge, I mean, how did she compare in terms of her inquiries of you, her questions, what she was looking for? How did she compare in all of your years of experience in terms of, the board members that you worked with?
Well, I think that anytime you have a parent board member, you have a certain sense of advocacy that goes on, and they are usually involved in multiple parent groups, and so they hear things. So there's always inquiry, right? And as compared to I have had other board members that are even more engaged, and I've had many board members that aren't nearly engaged enough, let alone at the level that Gwen is. She's extremely involved, very inquisitive. And a lot of times we just need to say, nope, that's really not the case, or that's not your purview.
And did her involvement at all, from just your honest reflections of Gwen's inquisitiveness or her desire to be involved, did you work there for 14 months? Did it come off to you to be like overstepping?
I don't think overstepping is a good term, but certainly using time to truly understand what was going on.
Okay. From time to time, as a superintendent, do you need to educate board members on what their role is versus what an administrative role is, et cetera?
Well, I actually see the superintendency as being about 50% about board member instruction and board member training. There was an earlier question about Gwen asking about responding to open records requests. And she always continued to share with me how a predecessor on the board said, now, when you do this job, you're responsible for X. And so, yes, the clerk is responsible for the keeping of all school records, but that doesn't mean they are kept in her garage. And so open records requests are handled usually by the superintendent or the office staff, many things like that. So that's all part of the instruction needed for board members.
I apologize. I'm seeing my client in the waiting lobby. I think he just might have gotten picked off, but just bear with me. Could we admit Mike Leach?
Must be some technical issue. Didn't he
Yeah,
get knocked out before? Let's
I
try it
think
again.
he did. Thank you, Judge.
Okay.
And I'll keep an eye on it if we need to. Thank you.
Yeah,
I
yeah,
appreciate
please
that.
do, because
Yeah.
that's certainly not intentional on my
Yeah.
part to exclude
No,
anybody. I just can't pay constant attention.
totally understood.
Yeah.
Now, just to clean up a couple things, did Ms. Keller hold a a leadership position on the board?
Yes, she was the clerk.
And as a clerk, I'm not asking for a legal opinion. In Raymond, what are the duties of the board clerk generally? Keep it high level, please.
Sure. Well, officially, she ensures that we've posted meetings. She ensures that we keep minutes. She ensures that all of the records are maintained as appropriate. None of those are her tasks. It's her purview to make sure that those things are being done.
Got it. And you were shown a public records. I think it was an email Ms. Keller sent regarding, I think it was the WIAC survey, but don't quote me on that. Let's strike that. I'm just going to let that email speak for itself. Did Mr. Peterson provide an augmentation to the HYA report?
That's really stretching my memory, but I do not
Okay.
believe that he did.
Okay. It's okay. If you don't remember, you don't remember. One moment. You were asked a question of an email, I think it was from Ms. Keller, involving a request for performance reviews of administrators. And you said that's not uncommon. And I want to ask you about that. In your years of experience as a superintendent / district administrator, have you received inquiries from board members about performance reviews of staff, not just administration, but teachers?
Yes, all the time.
Okay.
Part of the annual process.
And when you get those inquiries, do you try to educate the board member or the board members on what that process looks like?
Yes, we would discuss the process if that's appropriate, how we go about that, protecting the rights of the employee, et cetera.
You were asked, shown an email, I believe, where there was reference to review of Mr. Peterson's personnel file. And I just want to ask you, if you don't remember, Dr. Garvey, just tell us. Did you ever review Mr. Peterson's personnel file to determine whether he had been evaluated by the prior superintendent?
I did not.
Okay. All right. You were asked about the WIAC survey, and I have a quick question about that. You said words to the effect of, one mistake. Let me try it this way. As the superintendent in Raymond, did you have direct responsibility and oversight of teachers?
No.
Who did?
That would fall to the principal, Mr. Peterson. And then as far as evaluation, Mrs. Ramon also participated in that.
Okay. So when you got a WIAC survey purportedly reflecting certain percentages of teachers and their, well, strike that. Did you know WIAC was purportedly doing a survey of you?
I don't think until after we saw the letter.
Okay. And I assume you were not privy to the process WEAC used to obtain to survey the members. Is that fair?
That's fair.
You probably just got the results, right?
Correct.
Okay. Now, given the fact that you don't have direct oversight of teachers, the principal does, did the teacher's view of you give you any pause? At least as purported in the survey results.
I would think yes.
Okay.
Not
Yeah.
that those are things I'm responsible for, but perception affects the operation.
Did you have concerns that Mr. Peterson was undermining you?
Yes.
Did you have concerns that Mr. Peterson was undermining the board?
Yes.
Did you have concerns that Mr. Peterson was doing those things in his communications with teachers?
Yes.
Do you know you were asked questions about the written threat? I'm not talking about the verbal threat that they apparently traced to somebody in Florida. Was to the best of your knowledge, did law enforcement ever trace out who made the written threat?
They did not.
Did you become aware that a not identical, but similar written threat was made to then board president Audrey Kostich?
I was made aware of that.
Okay. And how were you made aware of that?
I believe it first was a phone call from Audrey to me, and then I think I eventually saw a copy of the letter.
Okay.
That was handled by the Racine County Sheriff's Department, whereas mine was handled by my local police department in Johnson Creek.
Oh, I see. That's because you live in a different community. Is that right?
Correct. Correct.
Got it. Okay, I understand. Do you know how this Fox reporter purportedly became aware that a threat had been made against you?
I was trying to recall that when Attorney Haslam asked me that, and I'm not certain if we had a soft lockdown that day or something to cause community questions, but
Well,
I can't state that as a fact.
I'm going to try to refresh your recollection.
Okay.
Okay. Were there threats, not just the mail threat that, correct me if I'm wrong, that came in the US mail to like your mailbox at home, right?
Correct.
Okay, put that aside. The verbal threat or threats, did those come to the district through a district phone?
Yes.
Was once that threat was received, was it reported to local law enforcement?
Yes.
And do you recall whether there was a lockdown of the school for a significant period of time when that threat came in?
I believe that's the day we had the lockdown, but I can't say that for certain.
All right. Did the lockdown make local news?
Yes.
And by lockdown, just tell the judge, I know what it is because I'm a school lawyer. Tell the judge what that means, like in the sense of, okay, everybody's at school, we quote unquote lockdown. What does that mean?
So there's a couple types of lockdown. So a soft lockdown would be no one leaves the building. We hang out inside. There's no recess periods outside. They're held inside. You can move from class to class. A threat lockdown, meaning an intruder, would be locked down in your classrooms. You don't move from classroom to classroom.
Okay. When you locked down, when that threat was made, did you have to inform families of the lockdown?
Yes,
Did you inform families of maybe a high level overview of why the school was locking down?
yes.
Did the fact, Dr. Garvey, that there had been a verbal threat, did that become public news on the day of the lockdown?
I'm sure it did.
There were one or two other things. I've just got to review my notes. I'm almost done. You were asked a series of questions about the HYA report, and I just want to be clear, Dr. Garvey. Do you have any knowledge from any source that there was more than one version of the report, at least that was provided to the school?
I do not.
The HYA report itself, you were shown, can't remember the number, 156. I could be wrong on that, but the same survey number from the HYA report to Raymond versus the HYA report to Johnson Creek. Do you know what I'm talking about?
I do.
Do you have personal knowledge as to whether that was a typo, the fact that there were an identical number of survey responses? Do you know why that is?
I do not.
Okay. And to be clear, were you involved at all in the Raymond School Board's decision to retain HYA in the first place?
No,
Do you have any reason from any source to believe that the data, the results in, strike that, let me start that over. Do you have any reason from any source to believe that HYA misrepresented the data that they put into the February 23rd, 2023 report that was issued to the Raymond School District?
I have no concern with that.
Did you attempt in any way to suggest that HYA do anything that would make the results of the HYA leadership profile negative toward Mr. Peterson?
Absolutely not.
And you were asked by counsel, and I think you testified to this clearly, whether the HYA report was the first time you noted a divide in staff, right? And I just want to ask you again, Dr. Garvey, when did you become aware, from your perception only, that there appeared to be a divide in staff?
Very early in my time in the district.
Did you have teachers coming to you reporting things that Mr. Peterson was purportedly doing or not doing with them and how he was treating others differently?
I did.
What do you mean by very early on you became aware of the staff divide? That very early on, can you tie it to an actual calendar?
I
Even an
probably can't
estimate?
tie it to a calendar, but the first couple of weeks I started to see some of that, and then it just became more and more obvious over time.
Okay,
And
but I
to be
guess I just don't understand when the question was when he first became aware of the staff divide, right? And I'm still not getting any actual calendar
Yep.
estimate.
Let's help. Dr. Garvey, as a reminder to the judge, your contract at Raymond started on November 1, 2022. Is that correct?
Yes,
But I think you testified earlier that in fairness, you did perform some duties in mid to late October of 2022. Is that right?
yes.
So when you use a few weeks in, was that your guidepost, late October, early November?
A few weeks into the year, starting in early November, so middle of November.
Okay, that's helpful, I think, for the judge. All right, I'm still reviewing my notes one more time. So just bear with me. Open records requests. You were asked questions about open records requests, and Dr. Garvey, why do you not have it memorized as to who made open records requests when?
Well, it was very, when the open requests came in, they came in droves. And I completely lost track of how many open records requests they were while I was with the district, and apparently well past that, it continued. But they were very broad requests, and including number of personnel files, minutes of meetings, curriculum questions, etc. And in my limited time in the district, it's why we worked with our attorneys to locate folks that could do the redactions, prepare the notification letters, because as administrators, we're not permitted to go in and change our files, but we're allowed to augment our files, and so that notification has to go out during each, when there's a new type of request to the employee, and the employee can augment. If it's a teacher's record, they have the opportunity to ask for certain things,
Sure.
that will not be handed out.
Last area is SACs. Did you participate in any of the interviews that Attorney Jonathan Sachs actually conducted of staff?
No,
Did you provide Attorney Sachs with, kind of a one-sided list of everybody who's going to say negative things about Mr. Peterson?
no,
Was Attorney Sachs allowed to, at least, I know you left on December 31st, and we know, or we will know when he testifies, that his investigation spanned beyond that. So at least up through December 31st. Did you provide Attorney Sachs with, strike that, let me try it this way. Was Attorney Sachs allowed to identify any additional witnesses that he would want to speak with after conducting interviews, at least as far as up through December 31?
yes,
You were asked about one of the letters, I think to the Fox reporter. I could be wrong, but it referenced criminal. You said you had legal counsel draft that, right? And my question is, did you have the district's general legal counsel involved in the assistance of the district responding to numerous public records requests?
yes.
Why? Why did you have legal counsel involved in that?
I think that they're better equipped to help with the redactions and what needs to be redacted and what doesn't, and making sure we meet all the statutory dates on notices and things like that.
You were final question. I'll represent you. The Sachs investigation report comes out several months after you're gone from Raymond. Did you ever read the Sachs report?
I did not.
Great. Those are all the follow-up questions I have, Dr. Garvey. Thank you. Attorney Haslam may have just a few more, so just hold tight. You're almost done.
Yeah, just a couple more. Attorney Lubinsky was just asking you about placing the school on lockdown, and I believe she posed it to you as the school being placed on lockdown because of a phone call. Is that how you remember her questioning?
I don't remember her exact wording.
Okay. Is
I
it
think my
your
word was threat, but
okay? But I believe you're describing the phone call. But do you recall whether the school was placed on lockdown because of the threat letter or because of the phone call?
I don't recall which.
Now, did you tell your attorney just now that the board clerk is the records custodian also?
By statute, yes.
By statute? By Wisconsin statute, you're saying?
Yes, that's a duty of the clerk. The policies in most districts assign the district administrator to be that person.
Okay, and did you ever delegate that to anybody else?
That meaning records keeping?
Yeah, the records custodian duties to anyone else?
I don't know exactly what you're referring to.
Well, you said that the school board policy makes you the records custodian, right?
Correct.
And did you delegate that duty to anybody else?
In terms of placing things in files under my direction, yes.
Who did you delegate that to?
Patty Hoppus would have had that responsibility even before my arrival, as was responsible for everything HR.
Okay, did Gwen Keller ever tell you to conduct Mr. Peterson's performance review?
I do not believe she told me that.
Okay. And I'm just going to refer you back to your deposition, which we
Sure.
have. I believe that is Exhibit C99. Is it? 1 second.
I can look at that too. No.
I've got C93, Garvey
C93.
Depo.
Yep, my fault.
That's
My fault.
right.
C93 Garvey deposition. Thank you guys for bearing with me.
Yep.
So I'm going to share this screen with you, Dr. Garvey. And this again is our deposition transcript, and I'm going to make it nice and big for all of our old eyes. And I'm going to scroll down here, and this part right here, you see the question I asked you during your deposition? I said, did Gwen Teller ever tell you to conduct a performance review on Mr. Peterson? And you responded, it's very likely she made that recommendation, but my doing so is not in response to a single board member. Do you read that?
Yes.
That was correct? The way I read it, that's what your deposition transcript says?
Yes.
All right. Do you recall now whether or not she made a recommendation to do a performance review of Mr. Peterson?
So just to be clear, that wasn't your question earlier.
Yes, it was. It was. Did
No,
Ms.
not
Keller ever tell you to do a performance review of Mr. Peterson?
and that's different than a recommendation, Attorney Haslam. So it's not proper
Oh, I see you're
impeachment.
parsing words there.
Yeah.
So
I'm not parsing words. Those were the witnesses' words.
okay, so now I guess
If we just look at the deposition, the question posed is, did she ever tell you to conduct a performance review? The answer was qualified to, she made that recommendation.
I agree, Your Honor.
So
So
do you
now,
have any follow-up on this to just kind of restructure this rather than fighting about whatever was previously said?
absolutely. So, Dr. Garvey, now reading this, do you recall that she may have made a recommendation to you to conduct a performance review of Mr. Peterson?
It's very likely she did.
Okay, thank you. That's all the questions I have. Thank you for being here.
And I don't have any follow-up.
Well, Dr. Garvey, not like you need my permission, but you're free to leave.
Thank you, sir.
Thanks, Dr.
Yeah,
Garvey.
thank you for your testimony. And let's just, for the rest of us, talk about the remainder of the day here. I can't remember, how many witnesses do we have scheduled for today?
Now, I've got 2 teachers that can go really quickly, I believe. So that'd be
Okay,
nice.
well, why don't, I'd like to maybe take a brief break, even if it's just 5 minutes or something
good.
before we start those. And
That'd be best, I think.
maybe a little longer. I got to adjust my notes and so on. So,
Sounds good.
all right, so be back and maybe about 4:10-ish.
Perfect.
All right, thanks.
Well, so are we going live or aren't we? All right. Well, while we're waiting for that, I do have some gossip that I'd be happy to share with you. Thanks
And
for asking.
Haslam, while we're waiting,
I have been
I
watching
can't,
the urban
are these witnesses of yours
and
that we're
I
taking
kid
out of
you
order, or
not,
are these a
that the whole
continuation of
case is over the
respondent's case in chief?
allegation that
These are witnesses of
Ostrowski,
mine.
or I'm sorry, Miss
Stacy Stock will be
Irwin,
the first one.
gave out
Okay,
in
so these are
Kate's
just for scheduling purposes. That's why we're
birthday.
doing these later.
Okay. Now,
But they're part of
where
your
does
case
it
in chief.
claim that she gave
That's
out the
correct,
inmate's
Your Honor.
birthday?
Okay, okay.
In
And
So
her
it was the first one is this.
complaint.
Say the name again.
Stacy Stock,
And this
Okay,
is
SDS.
so it just as it
Carr
appears on the screen, I would think. Okay,
had, as far as I can tell, his
second.
deputy secretary Hovey, who's still in place, told Cooper, the head of the adult institutions, or told
Okay,
actually the warden
that
directly
looks like
to
we're.
start the
I'll
15807
admit her in a moment.
investigation into Miss Irwin Ostrowski
I'm
because
gonna
she had a
make
DOC
all the adjustments
inmate's
here.
birthday on there, and I guarantee you that came straight from Kevin Carr. If that's not retaliation by
Where is
Governor
it?
Evers,
Where
I
is
don't
she
know what
now? Oh,
is.
way down here.
It's
Okay.
almost the most disgusting thing I've heard in quite some time.
Mm,
I can't wait to share that with you.
oh my. Okay. All right.
I may leave soon. And
So
somebody
presumably,
hopefully is
Ms.
gonna come
Stock, you
out there
can hear
and
me.
get
It
the
looks
stop
like
stream,
your
but
microphone might be muted if you just click on the
we won't
mute
have any
button or
problems.
mic button.
I did not set the timer
Got it.
like I was supposed
Got
to.
it. Oh, we're ready to go. Fantastic. Okay, let's hope everything goes that smoothly, technologically speaking, here and after. Okay, so just to double check, I did not stop the recording, so I think, yep, that's still going. Let's go back on record after break. So as I understand it, due to the scheduling quagmire that is this case, for convenience purposes, we're going to have the next witness is going to be the part of the complainant's case in chief by agreement of counsel, and that witness is Stacy Stock. Ms. Stock, before you testify, I just want to swear you, and can you raise your right hand? Do you promise that the testimony you're about to give shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Okay, thank you. Attorney Haslam, you may proceed with your witness.
All right. Good afternoon, Ms. Stock. How are you?
I'm good. How are you?
I'm exhausted.
I bet you are.
So, um, let's start with that. Tell me about your background in education to get us started, please.
Yeah, I have been teaching for 28 years. I have been at Raymond School since 2001 as the middle school ELA teacher.
Yeah. And did you work with Jeff Peterson when he was the principal at Raymond School?
I did.
And did you also work with Michael Garvey when he was the district administrator of Raymond School?
I did.
And you understand when I use the word district administrator, I mean superintendent, right?
Correct. Yes.
Okay. And tell me, with Mike Garvey, did you have an initial meeting with him when he first showed up at the school?
Yes, I did.
Can you tell me about that?
Um, well, it's a typical meeting that we would have for any new principal or administrator. They usually schedule like 15-minute meetings as a meet and greet to get to know the staff. His intent, he said to us, was to get to know us and get a pulse of the school. When I did go in to meet with him, it was definitely not that. I don't think I really said anything about myself. I don't think he had any desire to hear anything about myself. It was more of it was probably a 30-minute soliloquy from him about his previous roles in other buildings. Um, it was it was probably one of the most, well, some of the most intimidating moments that I had there at Raymond School.
Did he give you any idea of why he was there and why he had been selected to be the district administrator?
Yes, he did. He made a comment that he had been successful in either a previous district or in previous districts to, I think his words were to clean house.
Okay. And did you take? Okay, I'll just leave that there. Now, while you were working under both Michael Garvey and Jeff Peterson, did you take a survey by a teachers union that's referred to as WIAC?
Yes, I did.
Okay, do you remember that survey?
Um, Most of it, yes.
Okay, and when you took that survey, were you aware that it dealt with? Well, let's strike that. When you took that survey, who were you? What roles were you talking about? Were they district administrator roles or principal roles?
More, if I remember right, I don't remember it being either. I remember questions geared towards the school itself.
Okay, okay. And how long ago was the WIAC survey?
That would have been that survey would have been. I'm okay. This is hard to remember, but I would believe that it was after Jeff was hired. What was that? 2001. And I feel like maybe it was mid-year.
Okay, so a long time ago. Sorry, I didn't even make you repeat
Yeah,
that.
it was a very long time ago.
And now let's talk about Jeff Peterson a little bit. Did he hold staff accountable?
Yes, he definitely did hold staff accountable.
All right. Um, did he um did he uh did he support teachers to especially in the field of improvement of their instructional practice?
Yeah, that was one of the best things, the best experiences I had with him was that he definitely held us accountable. He led by intention. He really honestly he promoted voice in the staff, and it had been the first time in a long time. Communication, um, unity. He was an incredible principal.
And did he support you in building your professional capacity?
Yes, he did.
Okay. How did he do that? Do you remember?
I remember that because if you remember back then, we were still kind of coming off of COVID. And I think that we were still we were regrouping. We had significant transition of staff, both administrative and in the classroom. We were coming back into the classroom. And I think that for a time, I felt in my time at Raymond School that I felt like I'd lost my voice. And he, from the first moment, he really made me feel that I had something to say, that I had something to contribute, either in team meetings or in staff meetings, or if it was one on one when I had questions. Um, he fostered a collaborative environment, and it was something that was greatly needed.
Would you say that he conducted himself in a professional manner?
100%.
And do you think he performed his duties in an ethical manner?
Yes, I do.
Do you have any examples of that?
Um, as far as ethical, I mean, he did everything that a principal should do, and not only that, but he also brought about joy both for the staff and the students. So as far as like specific examples of what he did that was ethical, I mean, he documented things. He made sure to check in with us. He attended all of our meetings. He stopped into our classrooms. He did everything that you would want of a principal.
And now I've heard a phrase, "staff divide," and if you haven't heard that before, I'll just explain. I'm just gonna ask you a question. Strike that. Were you aware of a divide between teachers at Raymond School?
Yes.
Okay, tell me about that.
Okay. Um, I think there was a false narrative. No, I know there was a false narrative of a divide between educators in the building by age, like the veteran staff versus the younger staff, for which that was not the case. at all. That was a false narrative that permeated throughout the building by a select few. And it was definitely reiterated, or maybe originally so, by Dr. Garvey. I found it something that was extremely hurtful and damaging to my relationships that have been for decades at that school, and to my character. And the ripple effects are still today because it's such a small community. The divide was not that. The divide was, I really do think, a few teachers versus the rest of the building. A few teachers who um, really had some micromanaging control of the building when it was unfair.
Do you know who Mitzi Kozad was?
Yes, I do.
And what was her role in the building?
She worked in the front office as a secretary.
Now, do you know if she uh, filed a complaint against Jeff Peterson?
I had heard that through the grapevine, but I did not know anything firsthand.
Do you know about her filing complaints with other individuals who had worked at Raymond School?
Mm, yes, I do. Well, okay, so I don't know, but I know she had had issues in the past with other people in the building. I don't know if she filed a complaint about them.
Okay. And is there anything else? Well, one last question. Were you ever spoken to by an investigator named Jonathan Sachs?
Yes, I was.
Okay. And did you receive, did you also come up to talk at Jeff's non-renewal hearing on December 6th, 2023?
Sorry, did you ask me if I spoke that at that?
Yeah. Well, actually, let me strike that. Were you there that day, December
Yes,
6th, 2023?
I was in the audience.
Oh, you're in the audience. Okay. Now, that morning, did you receive an email from saying that you were going to have to participate in an interview with Jonathan Sachs about a misconduct investigation?
Yes.
Okay. Now, I guess just that's all I have for you. If you want to take a second and tell the judge anything you think that'd be important to know about Mr. Peterson and his leadership, I'd
I'm
appreciate
going
it.
to object to the form of that question. It's overly broad. She doesn't know what's relevant to this lawsuit or this claim.
Is there anything else that you'd like to tell us based on the questions I just asked you?
Um, no, just that he really was the best principal I think I've ever had, and I've probably had 10 of them or more in that building since 2001.
Well, thank you very much for coming in today. I appreciate it. Stick around. Ms. Lubinsky may have some questions for you.
Okay.
Ms. Stock, can you
Yes.
see and hear me okay?
I can.
All right. Your initials are SS, is that correct?
Yes, that's me.
Is there any other teacher in the Raymond School District, to your knowledge, that would have been a teacher in, let's say, May, June of 2023 that had the initials SS?
Yes, I think on my team.
Who was that?
Steve Shahoney.
Okay. And we'll get to that in a minute. You testified in response to questions about a staff divide. Have you ever seen a document called a leadership profile report conducted or completed rather by a firm called Hazard Young? That's dated February of 2023.
Sure, I believe so. If that was the document that was completed after our survey was taken and after we met with HYA,
Okay.
I think
Did you participate in a focus group or group with HYA?
I did.
All right, one moment. So the HYA report, ma'am, indicates that, quote, it appears, I should probably put this on the record. I am showing the witness what has been marked as hearing exhibit. One moment.
Hold on.
R5, which is bait stamped R6. Sorry about that, Ms. Stock. I had to just put that onto the record.
Sure.
Can you see, and I can enlarge it if you would like, that in
That's
the,
all right. I'm doing that on my phone. Sorry.
it's all good. You know what? We all everybody on this screen right now, four of us have eyeglasses. So you do your best. I get it. But in the HYA report, they indicate that quote, it appears that there is a large divide between the newer staff and the veteran staff. Do you see that?
Yeah, I see that.
Okay, and you disagree with HYA. In other words, your testimony is there was not a large divide between the newer staff and the veteran staff. Do I have that correct?
That is correct.
All right. Did you conduct any survey of district staff in or around the February 2023 timeframe?
No, I did not.
Okay. All right. Then you talked about the WIAC survey. I don't have any questions about that. I want to show you one more document, and that is, one second.
Okay.
By the way, who in 2022 and 2023, who was responsible to do your performance evaluation?
In 2022, 2023.
Yeah.
I'm okay. So I think that was either Jeff Peterson or Abby Ramon.
Okay.
I don't know.
I mean, you're fine. If you just do your best. I know
I
it's
don't
been
remember
a
what I
very
had for
long time.
breakfast. So
I get it. I'm going to show you a document. I'm going to guess you maybe have never seen this, but we're going to give it a go. I will just ask you, this is hearing exhibit R8, which is Bates stamp R9. All right. I'll represent to you. It's a document dated May 25, 2023. And it was authored by Dr. Garvey, and it relates to Mr. Peterson. And here is why I asked you about your initials. There is a discussion in this document that talks about holding staff to high standards, including improvement plans in place. And the document addresses a conversation Dr. Garvey had with Mr. Peterson concerning teacher SS, who's been identified as needing to improve instructional practice. It says the teacher's need to improve was identified through performance evaluations. I asked that Mr. Peterson place the teacher on a performance plan to encourage the use of best practice. And so my question is, do you know, and if you don't, you don't, do you know whether this paragraph relates to you?
It definitely does not.
Okay, you were not ever put on a performance improvement plan by Mr. Peterson. Is that correct?
Never at all by anyone.
Okay, very good. Let me look at my notes. Ms. Stock, I may be done. One moment. You said you were 28 years in the district. Would you agree you were a veteran teacher at the Raymond School District?
Actually, I believe it's 24 years.
Oh.
But I've been teaching for 28. I'm sorry, what was your question?
Would you agree you are one of the veteran teachers at Raymond?
Yes.
Very good. I'm just skimming my notes. One second. Okay, those are all the questions I have, Ms. Stock. Thank you.
Thank you.
One brief follow-up for you, Ms. Stock.
Sure.
How many, is there another teacher in the building with the initials SS?
Now?
No, when you were there, based on the report that Ms. Lubinsky showed you about the performance improvement
I'm
plan.
going to help the witness by giving her the date of that. One moment. Ms. Stock, I'm just re-showing that to you. It has a date of late May of 2023. I don't know if that helps you answer Attorney Haslam's question.
Yes, there was.
And what was his name?
Steve Shahoney.
Okay. And thank you very much for coming today.
Okay. Thank you very
much. Thank you, Ms. Stock.
Bye-bye.
And I will call my last witness for the day, and it is Diane Vogie.
All right, give me a moment. And is the spelling, do you see the spelling on the team's page? D-I-A-N-E, is that correct spelling of Diane, and Vogie, V-O-G-E?
Yes, Your Honor.
Oh. Okay. One moment. Almost ready here. Okay. Let's get her in the room. Rats. All right. Hold on. Jeez. All right. There. The clumsy cursor work by me. Um, okay, so hopefully that will get her in here. I believe I enabled both the camera and the mic, and I see you're on sort of the grid. Ms. Vogie, presumably, this is Judge Carlson. Presumably, you can hear me. I'm hoping. I can neither see nor hear you at this point. I think your mic is muted as to sound. There you go. And as the camera, I'm in the dark, so to
There.
speak. Or you're in the dark, but not anymore. Okay, very good. So we are, I'm Judge Carlson. We're continuing with the hearing, and prior to testifying, I just want to swear you in. Can you raise your right hand and I'll swear you in? Do you promise that the testimony you're about to give shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes,
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Ms. Vogie. How are you?
I'm good. Thank you.
So just to get started here, can you just tell me about your background in education?
I have been a teacher at Raymond Elementary School for this is my 37th year.
Oh, wow. And did you work with Jeff Peterson when he was a principal of Raymond School?
I did.
Did you also work with Mike Garvey when he was the superintendent of Raymond School?
Yes, I did.
Okay. And I'm going to ask you a few questions about Mr. Peterson and his professionalism here. Do you think that Jeff held staff accountable?
Yes,
Um, did Jeff support teachers in the improvement of their instructional practice?
yes,
Okay. Did Jeff support you in building your professional capacity?
yes, definitely. Provided a lot of opportunities to grow as an educator, a lot of positive feedback. Yes.
Okay. Anything specific you think of?
I just feel like I always wanted to do my best. When Jeff was the principal, he really held such a high standard for himself that it made me also want to do my best as an educator and grow and learn.
And do you think that he conducted himself in a professional manner?
Definitely. Yes.
And do you think he performed his duties as principal in an ethical manner?
Yes,
Do you know someone named Mitzi Kozad?
I do.
Okay. Do you know what her role was in the building?
She was the secretary. Um, I'm not sure if it was administrative secretary or not, but in the office, was part of the office staff.
Were you ever aware of her filing complaints against anybody? Can
Yes.
you tell me a little more about that?
I just want to object on foundation grounds. I'd like you to lay the foundation of why she as a teacher would be aware of what complaint. She may have personal knowledge, but if she's going to relay hearsay, we've got to understand that. So that's
Yeah, that's fair enough. Do you have any personal knowledge of her filing complaints against anybody else?
Um, personal knowledge as in those people spoke to me
that's
The
about
person the
complaints.
person who the complaint was filed about?
Yes.
Okay, well, I think, given this is an ERD hearing, I'm still gonna try and get this in, Ms. Levinsky, if that's all right.
yeah,
You can
no, and
object as you need
I
to.
think she can testify to hearsay. I only wanted to understand if she's
Yeah,
relaying what was told to
gotcha.
her. I just think it's important we have that out there.
I don't
That's all.
disagree with you. So, Ms. Vogie, back to that, what knowledge do you have, through others, I guess, through the people who had the complaints filed against them, you said, about Mitzi Kozad filing complaints against people?
Um, they, the people that had talked to me about it ended up um, being non-renewed or, not I'm not sure exactly what you're looking for. Can you repeat the question?
Yeah, so I was just asking if Mitzi Coes had filed complaints against other people while in your time at Raymond's, and I'd like to know, I guess, how many people she filed complaints about, to your knowledge, if you know that. If you remember. If you don't remember, I understand.
I know of 4 different people.
Okay. And what would you say about strike that? When you first when Michael Garvey first got to the school, did you have an initial meeting with him or an introductory meeting?
I did.
Can you tell me about that meeting?
We were to meet in small groups with him when he first came to our school. The first and second grade teachers met with him, so it was a group of 4. We told a little bit about ourselves, and then he did most of the talking. He did, during that meeting, talked about all the people that he non-renewed at his last school that he was at. Um, that was the basis of the meeting. We didn't get to say too much else ourselves.
Were you aware of any staff divide between teachers, specifically teachers at Raymond School?
As far as I know, there was no staff divide. There never was a staff divide between teachers. No.
Okay. And all right. Well, thank you very much for being here today. I appreciate your testimony. And Ms.
Mhm.
Levinsky's gonna have a few questions for you.
Ms. Vogue, how do I pronounce your last name?
Vogie.
Vogie, got it.
Mhm.
Ms. Vogie, I just have a few questions. You said you've been a teacher at Raymond more than 3 decades, right?
Yes.
You are the most veteran teacher in the Raymond School District. Would you agree with me?
Right now, yes.
All right. You did not conduct any sort of scientific, strike that. You did not conduct any survey of teachers to determine whether other teachers felt there was a divide between veteran staff and new staff, correct?
I did not do any formal survey.
Okay. You
I
test
did I did talk to different staff, both younger, newer hires and veteran staff.
All right. Let's go through then the HYA report. I'm going to show you what's been previously marked as, one moment. Ms. Vogie, let's just make sure you can see on your screen a document. I'll represent you. This has been admitted into evidence as hearing exhibit R5. It's labeled bait stamp R6, and
Okay.
it is a report by, we're going to call it HYA, and it's
Right.
a leadership profile report dated February 23, 2023. Can you see that on your screen?
Yes.
Did you read this HYA report at some point after it was publicly released?
I believe I did. Yes.
Okay. In the HYA report, HYA indicates, quote, it appears there's a large divide between the newer staff and the veteran staff. Do you see that?
I do.
And they concluded that veteran staff look down upon newer, strike that. Let me ask a better question. Do you know, did you participate in a focus group or a group or even an individual one-on-one where you were asked questions and involved in a dialogue with one or more individuals associated with HYA?
I was not. My
Oh,
husband had surgery on the day
okay.
that that was happening.
Okay. So you did not provide your input to HYA. Is that fair?
That's fair.
You don't know what input they received from other staff members, correct?
Correct.
And you were not present when they did focus groups with any of the district staff. Is that fair?
Yes.
Your knowledge of Mitzi Kozad, do you understand that there's a difference between complaining about somebody and submitting a formal complaint. Can you and I agree those are two different things?
Yes.
Do you have personal knowledge that Mitzi Kozad made a complaint about an actual complaint that she submitted in writing to someone about any employee other than Jeff Peterson?
Personal knowledge as in I have seen the complaint?
Sure, we'll start there.
No.
Did any human being other than Jeff Peterson tell you that Mitzi Kozad had made a formal complaint against them? Let's stop there.
Yes.
Who? I want names.
A previous secretary,
Okay, what's the name?
Kathy Studeman.
Studevan? Is that
Studeman.
right? Studeman? Are you looking at something right now, Ms. Vogie?
No, I'm not. Nope.
Okay, you don't have any documents or anything in front of you, do
Nope.
you? I didn't
Nope.
think so. Okay, so I just want to be clear. Kathy Studevan told you that Mitzi Kozad had made a complaint, a formal complaint against her, Kathy. Is that what you're telling this judge?
I believe so.
Okay. Did Kathy, tell you when this complaint was made by Mitzi Kozad?
I don't recall the date. No.
Did she tell you what Mitzi Kozad had complained about as it relates to Kathy?
I believe it was about her fulfilling her duties as a secretary or something like that.
Do you know how that complaint, assuming one was made, got resolved?
No. Kathy does not work there anymore.
Okay. Did any other human being tell you that Mitzi Kozad made a complaint against them other than Kathy and Jeff Peterson?
I don't believe that I know if she made a formal complaint about them.
Let me just look at my notes here one moment. Who completed your performance reviews when Mr. Peterson was a principal at Raymond?
Mr. Peterson.
Okay. And did he review you at a positive light?
Yes.
And then finally, you testified on Mr. Peterson's behalf at the December 6, 2023 school board meeting, right?
Yes.
You were under oath, right?
Yes.
And you provided honest, truthful testimony to the board at that hearing, right?
Yes.
Okay. Ms. Vogie, those are all the questions I have. Thank you.
Hey,
Was
Ms.
that was the non-renewal
Yeah.
hearing?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yep. Her testimony is in the transcript of the hearing of that.
Yeah, go ahead. You want to redirect then, Attorney Haslam?
Yeah, I just have one question for you. I'm going to pull up the document that Ms. Lubinsky just had on the screen, the HYA report.
Mm-hmm.
I'm going to make it nice and big for us. Do you see the very bottom paragraph here that I just highlighted? Are you able to see that clearly?
I am.
Oops, sorry. Okay, so again, it's this paragraph right here, okay? And it's I'm gonna read it aloud. You tell me if I'm reading it correctly.
Okay.
It says, it should be emphasized that the data is not a scientific sampling, nor should they necessarily be viewed as representing the majority opinion of respective groups to which they are attributed. Items are included if, in the consultant's judgment, they warranted the board's attention. Did I read that correctly?
Yes.
Okay, thank you very much for being here today. Unless Lori has any more questions, that's all I have for you.
I don't have anything further.
Which exhibit was that
Oh,
again? It was.
Lori, do you know what you have that on hand right
I
now?
do. I
It's
do. This
yours.
is the HYA report. It's been admitted as hearing exhibit R5.
Okay.
Okay. Okay, so we're all, both council are finished with the witness? Thank you,
Yeah,
Ms.
we are,
Logie.
yeah.
I'm sorry, I should have said you may leave. You can go.
Okay,
Just
thank
stick
you.
around. Thank you for your testimony.
Yes, thank you.
Okay, is that it for witnesses today, or do we have,
That's all, Your Honor.
okay, that's
Other than
remarkably,
talking about scheduling, I think we're good for the day.
give me 1 second.
Sure.
Just with notes. Uh, yeah, so March 2nd and March 4.
Yes,
Okay, and was March 4 the date that we're gonna start at 8:30?
yes.
But we have the second is 9:30 still, correct?
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
Just so we're clear, I believe we have one witness on March 2nd at 9:30 and one witness plus Mr. Peterson for any redirect or rebuttal, excuse me. But one witness on Wednesday, the 4th. So we're down to two witnesses plus any truly rebuttal testimony.
I have one teacher left on my witness list, and I was calling to see if she could make it. And again, she'll be very brief, just like the rest, if that's all right with everybody. It shouldn't take more than what these teachers took.
When are you proposing to call this witness? I mean,
I would like to do it the second, if that's all right. If she can make it, if she can, so I won't. I'll be fine
Would
with
it be, would it be following the witness to which Attorney Lubinsky's already agreed?
Yes, I'm gonna work around. And that's Sachs on the second. That's your witness, Ms. Lubinsky, correct? That couldn't make it
yeah,
during the week?
is this person who you want to call an existing employee?
She is not an existing
Okay,
employee.
then I don't have to coordinate with Mike, doesn't have audio and
Yeah,
visual right now. So,
exactly. And that's why I wanted to
okay,
get her in there because she's not, you know what I mean?
yep,
And she's on my list, so it's just Kelly Rasmussen. So,
yeah, okay. Well, we got a
Right,
plan.
so it's Mr. Sachs and then one witness for the complainant. And then March 4, there's one witness.
Yeah, that is the board member, Amanda Falacci, who could not, because of how long the other two board members took that same day, we couldn't get her
Spell
in.
her last name again? Is it
Falacci, it's F-A-L-A-S-C-H-I.
F-A-L? F-A-L.
Yeah,
Okay.
correct.
Okay. Okay, and then there's speculation that there may be a desire to have a rebuttal with Mr. Peterson being recalled, and that would
that's
be on the,
correct, Your Honor. I
and then
don't
that
even
would,
think it's speculation. I'm pretty sure we're gonna want to get up there.
okay, so that would be on March 4.
Correct.
Okay. Um, let's so I left everybody on so they could there's people that are interested in observing, so I left them on so that they know the game plan as well for their scheduling purposes. But at this point, I'm gonna, we can go off record. I guess I just want to talk to council very briefly.
Sure.
If so, as soon as everyone else exits, I'll start removing people. There's probably a faster way for me to do this than what I'm doing, but I'll just kind of go through the list and start removing folks.